Welcome everyone to the seasonal tournament for the EMEA region for A Curious Journey. It's been a very long tournament season, 4 months in total. I'm Petros Panda, joined by Mogwai. Mogwai, how have you been doing in these 4 months?
Been great, man. It's been 4 months without references to you being the card game PewDiePie, so that's making me a little bit sad, but we're back at it. And I can tell. But yeah, man, I'm just really excited to see some more top level Runeterra. It's been a minute. Normally we have 2 months in between these events, but this time it's been 4, and I am itching for some high level Runeterra as we're nearing on to the expansion, which is coming out in a few days. So it's gonna be a lot of action now, and we're gonna start things off with a really stacked tournament. As you're gonna go ahead and do the honors of explaining what the seasonal tournament is, in case you guys don't know and are watching this for the first time.
I did have to change my script a bit because usually I get to say, it's 2 month seasons followed by this kind of end of season tournament. But this time it's been a bit longer. It's been 4 seasons in total. Players have had more time to grind on ladder, more time to figure out the meta, despite, of course, balance had changes and different expansions coming out as well. But, this is going to be the end of season tournament. After A Curious Journey, we've had 4 months with the top players grinding out, hoping for, first of all, the top 40 spots on ladder to guarantee that 7-2 tiebreaker in the open rounds. And you might be asking, what are the open rounds? The open rounds are the tournament that was held last weekend. It had, a huge amount of players trying to essentially get the top 32 spots to qualify to today's tournament, which is the finale of the season. Players have to go either 7-2 if they have good tiebreakers, 8-1 guarantees you're in, or of course 9-0 for the very best of the best in this season. And now we've narrowed it down to 32 of the best players in the EMEA region. That includes, of course, Europe, Middle East, and North Africa as well. And overall, it's always going to be a stacked roster of players. It's always going to be single elimination coming into today. 5 rounds, which means you can't make any mistakes. There's no double elimination. There's no second chances. You're here to play for absolutely everything. And sometimes, after 1 round, half of these players are eliminated, Mogwai, and it's always a little bit sad, but also it makes it so exciting.
Absolute cutthroat every single time. It's just like we see all these big names, like, oh my god, I can't wait to see Milliador, and then all of a sudden, like, he runs into Fresh Lobster, and it's just like, okay, well, one of these guys is not going to be in the remainder of the tournament, and that is definitely a great way to put it, because these players are so we've seen throughout all these seasons, we've seen just consistency displayed by the best players. They keep coming back. Like every time we see the top 32, there are many familiar names, sometimes some newcomers as well, but it just goes to show that the best players in Legend of Runeterra are consistent, and they can just consistently perform at the top, and it's very nice to see them in action. So we're gonna take a look at the prize pool for today's event, because not only is it glory that's on the line, we also got money, as the champion will take $10,000 US, as the runner-up will get 3,500. We got 800 for the semi-finalist, followed by 400 for the quarterfinalist, and everybody, just for making it, you get $150. And that is the prize pool right there. Quite a bit of money on the line for playing a card game. Pretty good, in my opinion, to be honest, just saying. And now we're gonna go on to today's schedule. We're gonna go and run down over how the event is going to go, and the matchups that we're going to be covering and all that good stuff, because we have 5 rounds, like Panda mentioned. We have the first round with the 32 players is starting very shortly, actually basically 10 minutes from now. And then we got the top 16 afterwards, followed by the quarterfinals and semifinals, and to end it all off, we'll have the finals. It's pretty structured in a way that we're not really gonna have any issues with timing and anything, because the matches are happening in game, so everybody has to follow a very strict schedule, and we're gonna be able to have the show run smoothly, Panda.
Yeah, so we're not going to have a problem with timers, but players might. We've seen it in past few seasonals. Players have to now cater to the in-game tournament timer, which means that a best of 3 can only last 1 hour. And, there's going to be a timer on both players' side. The player that takes longer might get penalized and might lose the series in the end. We saw it happen in the semifinals even with Sari. We've seen it happen to Lobster as well. So top players that maybe take a bit too much time to think have to change their playstyle, change the way they play out the rounds a little bit coming into tournaments like this one.
And afterwards, if you haven't had enough with the European action, you can look at the inferior region in America coming up next, which will be pretty exciting as well, because it is top level Runeterra, even if it is NA. So now we're going to talk about the 32 players that qualified for the top 32.
Thank you, Mamba.
Professional duration
Very concise.
of the EMEA region. There we go.
Very well defined, and a lot of big names to look at here. Badge Attack, a past seasonal winner, of course. We have the Spanish that we're going to definitely mention here. We're going to have Cosimo. We're going to have Sir Donald as well. And we're going to have Sergi Vamos here as well at the very top, 25th there. Den, also a past seasonal champion. Meliador, someone that was in the top 4 in the last seasonal, coming in with hot form. But talking about hot form, you can't not talk about a player like Broken Ball. For those who are unaware, Broken Ball, already one of the elite Italian players and just overall most consistent players in the last 2.5 years in EMEA's competitive scene. But right now, he is maybe one of the players that's entering a seasonal tournament with the hottest form I have ever seen. He won last week, starting on Friday, the Fight Night Community Tournament. Saturday, qualifies to the Top Cut. Sunday, he wins the Italian Super League Championship, the first ever major LAN held in Italy. Yesterday, he wins Fight Night again. That's 4 big tournaments in a row where he finds success. And coming to today, he might make it 5. And he's doing it with a deck that a lot of players are doubting, Echo Zillion. But he continues to play it and continues to dominate with this deck. So really excited to see what he's able to do today. But I mean, more big names. Gouda, one of the ladder dominant Czechia players, of course.
You got Thomas and Badge Attack, both of them seasonal champions, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Both of them actually, they actually overtook their senpai in Pokerback, who was the team leader for the EU Masters, which is when these players actually, became known, right? And ever since then, they've just really solidified their position as competitive Legend Runeterra players. And here they are representing Czech Republic, who is the second country right under France. France taking the lead, which is a little bit of a surprise because normally we see Germany in this spot. But then when it comes to, I guess spot 2 for the countries, there's 5 there. We got Czech Republic, we got Germany, Italy, Poland, and Spain. Viva España.
And it goes to show, over time, it was kind of always Germany at the very top. We've had seasonals with 8 or 10 German players. So it really was super dominant before, with Spain and France closely behind, and then the rest of the big names. But it's kind of evened out a little bit more. Czech Republic and Italy have both climbed up. Things like, regional leagues and leagues like the Italian Super League that happened last Sunday incentivize players to compete, to become better, to rival between each other. And this overall elevates a country too. We're seeing it here, pretty much tied with Germany, with Spain as well. So really, really close here. And UK also coming back into the swing of things. We've had great players like Turtle, like Spikes, like, Caster Gems in the past. And we have 2 representatives here as well. And then just a whole, I think maybe Switzerland might be the first time they qualified to a seasonal, maybe.
I think so.
Not many.
It's also not very common that we actually see Finland in seasonals. We see Finland in the Euro.
It's hit or miss sometimes.
And of course, it's not just Europe. This is we have also some Arabian countries there as well. I believe Morocco qualified.
Yeah, that's Gouda from Morocco and Dyna from Finland, of course, one of the best players from Finland. Looking at the open rounds, Mongwai, any surprises?
Not very shocking, even though I have taken a break from the meta myself. When I came back, I definitely ran into Aphelios Fizz. This deck is on fire, and it is a favorite for a lot of the top competitors. I think it's very interesting what happened in the
favorite.
Oh my God, shut up.
Very good one. Very good
forgive him. No, chat, please forgive him. So now that threw me completely off. But as I was saying, Aphelios Fizz is what happened in the top, in the qualification process was actually very interesting because a lot of people expected Viego, Shurima, Mono Shurima, and decks like Caitlyn Ezreal to be really dominant and overrepresented, which turned out to be the case. But a lot of players, I remember reading an article written by Den, one of the players who qualified for this tournament, and he actually ran a lineup of Aphelios Fizz. He had Talia and Ziggs. And then his other deck was, what was his other deck? I actually forgot there for a second. Well, doesn't matter. But he ran a deck that was, Draven Scion. But he actually had a deck that was actually countering that. And I think a lot of players did this as well. I think they expected Mana Shurima to be really popular, and they ran really effective counters against it. And here we have the bracket, ladies and gentlemen. As usual with seasonals, it is absolutely stacked. We got SwapBlue versus Zorni there. We got Ragnaroshik versus the one and only Chuck. I don't think I've seen Chuck before, but I like the simplest of his name.
The biggest thing to note for us and for really any competitive fan is the fact that
the no
Sergi and Cosimo are playing in the first round. 2 of the best players in EMEA, but 2 of the best players in Spain especially. And whichever one of these 2 wins, they're teammates. They have to play against each other they play against the next Spanish player, possibly in Sir Donald in round 2. So devastating news for any Spanish fan. This is not what we want to see. I think any one of these players could win this tournament. Any one of these players could make it to top 4, but only one will be able to get out of that side of the bracket with just some pretty unlucky matchups there. And the same can be said for players like, facing against Badge Attack. Maddie there facing Badge Attack is going to be in trouble. And we had Gouda as well on the other side of the bracket that could be facing against Broken Ball in round 2. But we have Sergi versus Cosimo as our round 1 matchup. It couldn't be any other way. These two players are... Sergi has made it to top 4 so many times. Cosimo, a Worlds participant as well. I mean, just a really, really stacked round 1.
We had to go with this matchup because these two players have been just at the very top of the scene for so long, and the fact that one of them is going to be eliminated after this, there's no Spanish bias whatsoever here. Like, this matchup makes complete and utter sense. And we are going to be covering Sergi Duvamos, who placed second, I believe, in the first season or one of the first. He was.
He's been in the top 4 multiple times. I'm not exactly
he's
sure
made it to the finals once for sure, and he's always been one of the strongest Spanish Legend of Runeterra players, and he's coming at it with double Demacia, a very aggressive lineup actually. If you look into it, we got Scouts as his first deck with Misfortune and Quinn, then running Pantheon, lesser aggressive version of that, but also a deck centered around the threat of rallies. But essentially a faded engine here with Pantheon and Yuumi, pretty standard as well. And his third option is the combo machine with Riven and Fizz, going all in. A more aggressive version of Aphelios Fizz, if you ask me. Really interesting lineup here.
Comparing to his open rounds deck list, only Scouts is the same. The other 2 decks he was not running. He was running the Teemo Tristana Fae package deck and the Aphelios Fizz Fae package deck. In this case now switches them out for Yuumi Pantheon going to the top cut, and for this Riven Fizz deck that, in the end of the day has a very similar playstyle to Aphelios. You're trying to get the OTK
faster, though.
With Fizz. A little bit faster, a little bit more risky, a bit more cheesy, if you will.
I think that may be why, though. I think he may be expecting a lot of Aphelios Fizz, because this lineup does make sense in that regard. Like, Scouts can really feed up on it by just kind of like outpacing it, and Misfortune can be very brutal. And Pantheon is just really difficult for decks that don't really run like single target efficient removal to deal with, right? Cataclysm can lead to some crazy kills, so very intriguing lineup here by Sergi. I can't say for sure exactly what he's countering with it, but it looks like the lineup of someone with a very clear plan. And Sergi has always been a rather efficient, aggressive player, in my opinion. He likes very fast-paced decks. Not the only style that he plays, but he's very proficient in those. Has been most successful in that. When he made it to the finals in that season that I was talking about, he did play a full aggro lineup. And here is his opponent. In my opinion, as good as Sergi is, Cosimo is the most impressive Spanish player to date for Legends of Runeterra. It may be a little bit of bias, but from my own perspective, like, this guy has just been on a tear for a long time, made it to the top 16 of the World Championships, and was just, has just always been at the top, has been very successful in the Liga Runica, which is the Spanish league for Legends of Runeterra, has just been an absolute monster in this game, and his lineup is completely different to Sergi, and I already love it. Oh my god, we got Aphelios Fizz, which is something to be expected, but the other 2 decks, well, I mean, Viego is pretty popular as well, but I love that Heimerdinger Jace with Shadow Owls, with that full set of Piercing Darkness and of Vengeance and a one-off of Piercing Darkness and a full set of Alpha Sparrows.
Yeah, this deck is definitely a little bit more out there than what we've seen from other players, but as you mentioned, the Shurima Viego list is something that I saw a lot of yesterday in Fight Night. It's a list that usually Viego is paired with Ionia, for example, with other different regions, but Shurima right now is just so strong. Rite of Negation, so fantastic against so many different decks, and especially Quicksand. When we're talking about
really make a difference.
OTK decks, we're talking about decks that are a little bit cheesy in how they're trying to win in a single round, similar to maybe Lee Sin in the past, and Quicksand is necessary to take away keywords and take away stats.
Also important to note that the reason why Viego is prevalent all of a sudden, because it's only really one card being buffed that really enhanced the deck concept, but this deck could have been a thing a long time ago. The reason it wasn't is because of the prevalence of Minimorph. Minimorph is out of the scene from the meta for now, like most decks don't run it, and that makes Viego extremely threatening, especially with the tools that Shurima has to preserve him. Not only preserve him, but search him as well. Right of the Calling can search Viego if you're only running him as a champion, and then the Ancient Hourglass is a very cheap tool to preserve him. But this is an incredible matchup. Like, this is just like two very, very different lineups here for our first game. Really happy with this one, as we got faded Pantheon versus Viego, and we did not know what the bans have been yet. Definitely thought Pantheon was a very high candidate for a ban. That may mean that the Fizz deck took the hit.
Reminder, Maka, with how the tournament API works, you're gonna have to wait a little bit. 1 minute, we're gonna have to see the bans come up here in the graphic as we go into game one. But we can know right away, Pantheon Yuumi is in the lineup here for Sergi in game one against Viego for Cosimo.
Here we go. We see a trade initially with these two as the turn goes back to Cosimo. It is Cosimo's attack round here as he draws into an Aspiring Chronomancer. His only real play here, he could potentially sack it to draw another Viego with Red of the Calling, but that doesn't really make much sense. So we're going to see a pass here from Cosimo. Very clear pass. Considering the matchup, it makes a lot of sense. Faded does require to build a board in order to do anything, as even all of his sorts of removals rely on something. So Cosimo's playing more reactively as Sergi decides to pass back, wanting to build up that spell mana so he can develop this Wounded White Flame with backup here, as he's got double Sharp Sight, still playing that Sharp Sight even after the nerf.
And of course, Faded already a very prevalent strategy overall since Pantheon and Yuumi came into the game, but with the changes to the play and cast changes, even stronger, where you're able to get the stats in before the card even ends up going through entirely. So very strong deck overall. Again, still fits into this kind of cheesy OTK strategy of having these very big units with a lot of stats. You put Overwhelm onto them and you're able to maybe win the game with 1 or 2 attacks with things like Cataclysm as well, able to double down as if it were a rally.
I love the disparity between these two boards, by the way. There we go. We got the bans. Oh, no! Hyper Jace! Why? Okay, it was Fizz like I was expecting, but Hyper Jace. Oh, Sergi, you're no fun. It makes sense, though. Like, it can actually put in the work against Pantheon with that triple vengeance. And it's actually a very scary deck in a lot of cases. It could be, it could be pressured a lot with the scout deck, though. But it is ultimately a ban that makes sense. It makes me very sad, though, because hopefully now I'm sorry, now I got room for Cosimo because I want to see that deck in action. So no bias whatsoever from this commentator right here, as we see the Wounded White Flame getting that faded boost as down goes the Sand Spinner.
And the Sand Spinner, a unit that has pretty fantastic stats to kind of stop, the faded unit in its tracks and say, hey, even if you're going stats every turn, I'm coming down as a 5/3 for 4 mana, and that's pretty fantastic for this stage of the game. Viego also coming down now for Cosimo, and going to start trying to pump up the stats on this unit, and especially going to try and flip Viego. That's where he really pops off. Yeah.
And Viego is a difficult champion for this deck to deal with. Like, they do have access to single combat, but we do see a quicksand there that can be applied to reduce 4 power. Besides that, though, there's no Ancient Hourglass or anything like that. So if Sergi is able to find something else, like another single combat, a Concerted Strike, or a Cataclysm, he could potentially have an easy time dealing with his Viego, which otherwise is extremely menacing in this matchup.
So one of the key cards to look at in Cosimo's list, he's running 2 copies of Rite of Negation, he's running 2 copies of Vengeance, and he's running 3 copies of Quicksand. These are spells that we definitely want to keep track of.
Vengeance in this deck.
Yep, 2 copies.
Interesting. That's not like that's more of a tech, because you don't see that in a lot of Viego decks on ladder, at least.
And also 1 copy of Atrocity. Definitely a card that I think everyone has to keep track of always, because it can be a huge out in the late game and a card you have to play around to some extent.
Yeah, I saw some of the official lists that were on, on the listings. I don't know if it was Mobalytics, but people were playing on the ladder, and I was very surprised by seeing very few people actually running Atrocity. Like, it should at least be a one-off in a deck that just can get this guy like up so high, right? So already this deck has some interesting perks, compared to the majority of variants. Like, I'm not sure if that has changed much within the highest level of play, but I haven't seen many Vengeances myself from Viego on ladder specifically, and Atrocity neither. So these 2 additions are, and they also make sense because they do, he is running a full set of Vengeance on the Heimerdinger lineup as well, so he's definitely gearing, and I guess Cosimo was expecting Pantheon here, because this seems like a bit of like an anti-Pantheon lineup in a way. Not a direct target, but a bit of a soft target for it,
Right up calling can come down here to just draw a second Viego to have that in your back pocket, knowing that if you pull the trigger on Vengeance here, there's going to most likely be a single combat, and we see 2 in hand there for Sergi to try and take the Viego down with this unit in the process. So having a second Viego ready to go is going to be paramount here for Cosimo to have his game plan continue to work, because this deck is all about Viego. It's centered around this one champion and making sure he can flip and then take over the game.
We see Vengeance here. No, Cosimo is being very cautious about it. Very good decision there. Because he doesn't know. He could have 2 more single combats, or he could have a single combat and a Cataclysm on top of that, or something, you know. So he wants to make sure that he can really enable that Vengeance, and he's just going to develop this Carnivoran Soldier instead, continue to pump up Viego, and keep that 6 mana open for that Vengeance. By dropping this Carnivoran Soldier, though, Cosimo does lose the ability to Quicksand into Vengeance. Having those 2 actually gave him a little bit. But I mean, to be fair, Quicksand doesn't do anything at this point. Like, that dragon is actually too big. It's actually too big. Like, it's 11 power at this stage after the single combat triggers. So that's like not even Quicksand. Like, only Vengeance stops it at this point, which is a little bit risky.
Both of these decks have a very, similar playstyle to some extent, where they're putting down this one unit, centering a lot of the resources around, in both of these decks around this one unit, and then having different combat tricks and spells to kind of float mana with and kind of threaten the opponent with, saying, hey, if you go too deep in this direction, I might punish you with this spell or this spell. And that's what we're seeing here. Viego on one side for Cosimo and the Wounded White Flame, and now 2 Wounded White Flames for Sergi on his side.
Wow, he's good on the Vengeance. He's good on the Vengeance because he knows that at this point, if Sergi goes for the single combat, then it's actually an even trade, and he's willing to risk that. He's willing to risk that by going for this Aspiring Chronomancer. I'm not sure if he picked anything there, if he skipped. We saw a couple of Quicksands, and we saw a Red of the Calling, so if he doesn't draw any of those, he evidently skipped here. As he does, he did choose a Quicksand. He wants to have that double Quicksand. I mean, that's another -4 power, right? Like, he can reduce that Wounded White Flame to 4 power potentially, which will counter a single combat and or Cataclysm. And down goes the second Zenith, or I believe that's the first Zenith Blade. No, that's the second. Yeah,
it's 2 units now overwhelmed.
Yeah.
So you have 2 win conditions now to deal with if you're Cosimo. This is where things get out of hand, and this is where Viego flipping would be so fantastic, obviously with his effects. But that's really the hard part, getting to the point where Viego flips, and once he gets close enough, that's where Sergi's going to be able to maybe pull a trigger and try and kill it off with something like a single combat. The barrier now here on the Protector as well, stopping any kind of attack possibly because of the the fact that trade will not be won by any of the units that Cosimo tries to put onto the attack here. As you mentioned, Mawa, I think it's very important for new viewers to know, when you're predicting, you have the 3 options you're given, but you can skip and try and go for a 4th option, especially when you're in a tough spot where you say, I can only really win if I top deck this one card. You have to go for the skip sometimes and kind of Hail Mary part of the cards and try and go for that win condition.
Indeed. There's something important here to note as well. Cosimo can pass, and by not striking with the Ephemeral unit, it will die at the very end of the round, which will actually trigger Viego to spawn the mist, the encroaching mist, at the beginning of his next round. That's an interaction that's not as intuitive, but Cosimo decides to go with a full swing nonetheless. He really wants to get some damage in there, instead of because Sergi can pull his punches a little bit if he doesn't want to dive too much into this board without being able to answer Viego, because the more units die, the quicker Viego will reach the level up. And once Viego levels up, this match is over.
Yeah,
like, this match is just completely done. So this is essentially a race, and it's a very tight spot here for Sergi. So I'm not sure. Like, I like this attack from Cosimo, but at the same time, he could have just passed as well. But I guess he wants to apply the pressure. He wants to force the trades. He wants his units to die, but he needs to be careful and not leave himself too wide open to an opposing attack. Because there is some good. There is some perks from preserving that Sandstone Charger to die at the end of the round, so he has that ephemeral blocker at the next round, right? But he has enough units in the back here to take in an attack. Even though both of these have overwhelm, he has double Quicksand to stop that.
This is all about kind of reaching that tipping point. Right now, both players are kind of, respecting each other, saying, okay, you can do this, you can do that. And it only really goes into hyperdrive once Viego's close to leveling up. That's where, Sergi is going to have to make certain plays that can stop that from happening. Or as you mentioned, the game will essentially be over because Viego's level up is just so strong. Certain champions...
Viego, how close is he? Is this 3 enough? I don't think so, right?
Well, you'd have to check with Cosimo checking, but we're not entirely sure. We're going to keep
no way, sir. He enabled that.
You need to have 20 allies with 20 plus total power dying for that flip to happen.
No way it's happening. Yeah, like Sergi would not have blocked into a 2-3 if it's gonna enable a level up. Like, yeah, it's really close though. Definitely really close.
We're seeing now the fail safes for Cosimo. He has double quicksand in hand, so he has ways to still have a plan B and right now feel like he's in control of the game. This overwhelm, despite a 15-11 coming in, you can just quicksand it here, take away the keyword, which is the most important part, and just get in a chump blocker, making sure you're not taking any damage on this turn.
He has to be careful though, because then the next time he gets an attack off with this dragon, it will gain spell shield. So all of a sudden his options will be more limited. Down goes the single combat. This is the moment to vengeance. This is it. And he has to know that there's no third single combat or concerted strike. That would actually really...
That's massive.
That would be insane. But Sergi does not have it. Down goes the wounded white flame. And Viego is still on board.
That was so big. This is one of these turning points we talked about. We saw single combat earlier on, just to stop the rite of calling from happening, at the very beginning. A second one here, and Cosimo knows there's only one more single combat in the deck, and there it is, the Vile Feast onto his own unit to proc the effect for the Viego to try and get the level up, where you already saw there's no single combat, there's no concerted strike, so what's going to stop this? There's no interaction from Sergi in the current hand.
And that's there it is. That's the level up. He's got it. Viego is online, and this is one of the most, if not the most powerful level up in the game. You gotta work for it, but man, is it worth it. We see Sergi dropping Yumi to actually have a bit of a sponge there to block with potentially. Instead of playing her onto the wounded white flame here, but will that be enough? This Viego has fearsome. Yumi is strong enough to block into it though. That glimpse beyond is a very neat top deck here for Cosimo, as he can use it onto the wounded white flame after he connects. But,
especially because of the information game that Cosimo currently has. Because there was no answer to the Vengeance last turn, he was able to use the Vile Feast because he knew there was no interaction. And now, unless this last card was top deck, was an interactive card like Concerted Strike, like Single Combat, you can play Glimpse Beyond and not be punished for it, not have any kind of response from Sergi. So the information game is so crucial here for Cosimo. We have caster vision, we see all the cards, but Cosimo can't. But still, these players are at such a high level. They play these matchups so much, they know when certain things don't happen, that means you can kind of already know what kind of hand your opponent might have.
Cosimo debating here, actually going for the preemptive Glimpse Beyond. This will spawn a encroaching mist. One of the things here, this could be really risky in certain matchups, but against Demacia, well, never mind. I was gonna say there's no pigs, but I forgot about Yumi Search's spell.
You went a bit too greedy, I think.
You got punished.
Should have gone for the 3-3, I think. At this point, stats don't matter so much. I think it was just very important to maybe Glimpse Beyond the 3-3 instead, and now we see the fizzle here. So Cosimo making a bit of a greedy play and being punished for it.
We could see him going for trying to go for lethal with that, the Viego signature spell. What was the name of this? The
Despair.
He is actually gonna go for the quicksand instead, though, removing the fearsome blocker. Yeah. And here's where the nerf to sharp side comes into play, Panda. It's only +1 power now, so not even double sharp side can enable that to block into Viego. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 goes to Cosimo. Dominant win with Viego. Had to work for it. That vengeance absolutely clutch though.
And this is what we were talking about, that turning point, that both players respecting each other, both players growing their win conditions on the board until finally someone snaps, and that chain of combat tricks and spells on the stack, whoever ends up winning that ends up winning the game. And that was the case for Cosimo with the Viego leveling up there. We see here Jayceheimer banned, the Fizz Riven banned as well. Sergi, as you all know, the best of 3 has a chance to play either of these two decks and try and find his first one in the series, whereas now Cosimo is obligated to win with his last remaining deck. And what a deck that is, Mogwai, Fizz Aphelios, to win this series.
I'm really intrigued to see how this matchup plays out, because I'm honestly not sure, because it is ultimately Fizz Aphelios is a combo deck, right? It builds up these threats, it uses Aphelios' moon weapons to give overwhelm and combine that with the attach units, providing potentially double attack or elusive. But it is a deck that needs to build up in a way, right? And Scouts can punish that with early aggression paired with rallies, while Faded can punish that by just going really big. Because this deck does not play Minimorph, at least it's like a special tech, then besides, like, I think a lot of them run like a one-off of Hush, and that's it. It depends on the variant. I'm not sure how many Cosimo is running. You can check that. But ultimately, there's not much that Cosimo can do to stop a big unit from just taking them out. So it'll be interesting to see who actually has the better odds to win this race.
There is one copy of Hush in the deck for Cosimo.
Okay.
And as you mentioned, yeah, you're completely right. I think the lack of interaction, it makes this kind of a race. And when it's a race, whoever has kind of the cheesiest hand or the hand kind of abused the lack of interaction the most might end up winning. And Sergi, with a Cataclysm, that's a huge card to have. He's missing procs for the Faded on the Saga Seeker, but he finds a 1-drop that maybe is one of the strongest 1-drops in the game, and how fast it can scale and how it can become a win condition even. And with Cataclysm, you're able to double down on, finding Zenith play, finding Overwhelm, and pushing through a lot of damage very quickly.
By playing the Wounded White Flame, though, he's definitely slowing down his game plan a little bit. He's curving out and spreading out here. These 2 single combats are neat, but you don't really want to resort to it. Actually, I forgot about the play cast change. Now when you go for single combat, the +1/+1 buff happens immediately. So that enables Sergi to actually trade the Wounded White Flame into the was that the Fey Guide, right? No, the 3-drop.
I was looking at the deck because I missed it there, my way. That was
very,
your job.
Honestly, a card that a lot of people are advocating for a potential nerf. Definitely one of the big powerhouses of this
Gleaming
deck.
Lantern.
The Gleaming Lantern, yeah. Exactly. But it got eaten up by this dragon, and all that happened for people who said that the play cast change is not impactful.
Oh, it's impactful.
We see it right here. It definitely is.
And if not with the actual gameplay, with the deck building, with the way you're building decks and what you're thinking about, I think it's definitely very relevant. And of course, it's a big picture change that changes how a lot of decks function entirely, and what decks are even part of the meta. We saw Ezreal getting a big resurgence once that play was made because of how much he benefits from it. What we're seeing here, few ways to block Faded, but Brightsteel Protector is definitely one of those ways. A card that has been so strong for so long, and just dodges all nerfs under the radar, working from the shadows, but able to do so much for Demacia.
Yeah, definitely one of the key staples of the region. Like it has a solid vanilla stat line of 3/2, and giving something barrier. Barrier is a very powerful keyword in the right scenario, or the right matchup rather. Like obviously there's some cases in which you can ping away, but that's a resource that you have to spend. And that's the best case scenario really to respond to it. Otherwise you're just negating all damage, and it's a card that is just extremely efficient both offensive and defensively. It's just phenomenal to drop. You heard it here, folks. Brightsteel Protector, good.
I think we've said that in every single seasonal for the past 6 seasons. I think it's not anything new here for our viewers, but
you learned
right away. The Wounded White Flame attacking here. You're missing the Overwhelm. You're missing the Zenith Blade here. That's really the thing that would accelerate the damage and accelerate the, we're seeing here 20 HP on the Nexus still for Cosimo because there isn't any way to push through the extra damage on these bigger units. Papercraft Dragon now coming down, part of the combo that makes Fizz so strong with his instant elusive by proccing a spell, and the fact that if he's targeted, you have a chance to kind of counter that with his ability, which is why it makes it so strong. And it's just the battle of the 1-drops really. Saga Seeker versus Fizz, who ends up being stronger in this matchup?
I think because you have double Cataclysm and you have Soul Combat, if you're Sergi, you 100% kill this Fizz here. Like, they have 2 mana left. You already knew that they must have drawn something earlier because you went for the single combat earlier and they had no response whatsoever. We now see that there is the Fey Sprout card, right, for 1 mana, but that's it. Like, so if you're Sergi, you have to kill this Fizz. This Fizz is extremely threatening.
And we're seeing it here. I think Sergi is reading your mind, or just a good player. Plays the single combat first, and this, of course, can be stopped, as you mentioned, by the Fey Sprout, but the Tiny Spear is a burst speed card. You can't play it in reaction to a spell coming onto the stack. So even if he has mana for both, they're not both spells that can be used to counter the spells from Sergi. So we'll see if Sergi commits to this, has mana to work with, and maybe has found a spot to kind of counter Cosimo's strategy.
Yeah, but very important to point that out, especially for newer players, because he does have another 1 mana spell, but focus does not allow you to respond to something. So that's why the only card that can actually work here with Fizz is the right end card. It has that very happy little purple fruit thing. And here we go. Cosimo's going to counter here, but that's going to open up for Cataclysm. And I think at this point, you actually Cataclysm with the Brightsteel Protector. You don't waste your Faded unit here. Yep. Clean play.
The Bright still comes through, and that is Fizz dying. It's not very easy to kill Fizz in a matchup like this one. You have to find the right opportunity, the right window of time. And Sergi able to play very methodically, very patiently, saying, hey, as you mentioned, Mogwai, you saw your opponent has only 2 mana. There's a very high chance they can't stop this. I have to go all in here.
We see a cascade being drawn, but yeah, like you said, it was really scary because they do have access to Hush, right? But it's run as a 1-of or a 2-of, and Sergi not having it there, they were really wide open, especially with that spear giving +1 power. Like we were looking at Fizz at 5 power at that point, 6, like 12 damage. Like that puts him on at least a two-turn clock there. And that could be enough, really, to win this particular race here. So now losing Fizz is a huge blow. And Cosimo's not dropping Fizz again. He's instead going to go for the Librarian here, who upon Nexus Strike will draw Cosimo a spell that is 3 cost or less.
And this is because Cosimo knows he's been punished. He knows he has to catch up in terms of the timing of this match and when he can close out. And there's just more stats right now in the Librarian. He can't get Fizz to have more stats. He has to play riskier, play for a card that maybe doesn't have as much outplay potential as Fizz does, because he knows he's against the clock, and Pantheon comes down and accelerates that clock even further.
Good draws here for Cosimo, though. Back-to-back 1-mana spells that allow Fizz to dodge anything that's not Hush. But Pantheon is online. He's done with the gods, and we're going to see what keywords they get. Regeneration, Fearsome, Augment, Overwhelm, and Spell Shield. Okay, that's an interesting... I mean, that's... No, actually, Overwhelm we already had. Yeah, that's actually not a great lineup there. Is that elusive? That's elusive, right?
That's the age-old question. Is it elusive?
It is elusive. It is elusive. Because he gained Fearsome, Spell Shield, Regeneration.
The big one is the Spell Shield, though. The fact that there is a Hush in hand here for Cosimo.
And elusive. Elusive allows him to block into Fizz as well, which is really important.
And you might be thinking, if the Wounded White Flame and the Pantheon both had Overwhelm, then it's not as important because you just use the Hush instead on the Wounded White Flame. But there's only one unit with Overwhelm, that's going to be Pantheon. And in this case, you can't stop it with just the Hush. You might have to dig a bit deeper with things like Trick and Trade to find a way to take off that Spell Shield before you play the Hush.
Powerful incoming attack here from Sergi. Gonna deal 7 damage, but it's only the beginning. He's got that Cataclysm. Unfortunately, cannot pair the Cataclysm with Concerted Strike this round, which would give him quite some room. And Cosimo is offering the trade. Also important, like what you mentioned earlier, like with the Spell Shield, like being able to stop that Hush is very key. And now this even trade, I mean, Sergi can concert it here. He could concert it here. I think it's worth it.
It's the only fast speed spell that can come onto the stack for Sergi. He's going to go for it. He's going to put the concerted on the stack here.
You can't lose your Pantheon here. I think it's your win condition.
And because he has the backer from Spell Shield, he knows there's a lot less chance of interaction being able to stop this from happening, to kill off the Librarian here in the process and pushing through the extra damage from the Overwhelm. We're going to see it happen here. All this damage now coming through from the Pantheon. 7 onto the Nexus, 13. 12 now, and now Fizz is going to be once again developed from Cosimo, trying to have another win condition.
Fizz is nuts, and maybe we can see Trinket trade Fish for something that can pop the Spell Shield, so he can actually Hush the Pantheon and go for a lethal here. Like there is an argument for that. Let's see. There's the Librarian. I think you Trinket trade and you Fish for something to pop it, but you don't find anything. Oh, these are pretty awful. Like these two options are not what he wanted. So now like that elusive is actually huge. It's actually huge, man. And the elusive and the Spell Shield, Panda. Like those two keywords right here.
That's all you need? What more do you want, man? Like, you were talking about bad keywords, but I mean, I don't think you need anything else.
No. I was completely wrong. The thing is, like, the elusive doesn't show at first. But then I'm like, wait, that he looks a bit shady. He's got these shadows flowing around, and something's off.
Something's off. A bad vibe is coming from this Pantheon.
Yeah, it's...
Ninja Pantheon is next level stuff. You don't want to deal with normal Pantheon coming down like Goku from the heavens, raining down on planet Earth.
Yeah, but if he's Ninja on top of that, if you can't even like
stealth bonus there, too much, Mogwai, too much.
Yeah, OP.
Fizz knows all about stealth bonuses though. Papercraft Dragon, double attack here with the elusive, but again, because there's a Pantheon with elusive as well, it kind of blocks the damage from coming through.
It still provides Cosimo with a trade if he's able to level up Fizz, which I don't think he's... Well, he could be able to. Ooh, the Cataclysm immediately.
Knowing you can target the Fizz, of course, because of his ability to counter spells that are targeting him. Instead, goes for the Librarian, trying to bump the stats, trying to get the Faded, just trying to overall make things work here and push through even more damage from the Pantheon. Can Cosimo do anything? I don't think so. The Hush is there, but you only have one. You can't pop the Spell Shield because this is the punishment that decks that are non-interactive get. When you're trying to just focus on your own game plan, on trying to have these cheesy OTKs, you can't slot in more interactive cards to stop your opponent's game plan. And we're seeing this, pretty evident here.
It's very interesting. Like, why is he going with his attack? Why is he not? Oh, he's not. Oh my God, he's not developing that honor push because Cosimo is fearing. Cosimo is actually fearing the Cataclysm here. So he wants to force this Pantheon out. That's so clever. And now he plays the honor push just in case. He's very low, but Sergi has no more overwhelm on the board. So Sergi has to go completely wide, as wide as he can. And Cosimo may have to face Sprout here.
Gonna go for the Rainbow Fish.
Or develop the Rainbow Fish. Yeah, he's gonna develop the Rainbow Fish. Okay, that also works.
Come out from your shadows, demon.
Preserving that prank so he can get that elusive potentially later. But now he's got, okay, does he has enough blockers here to survive. That Pale Casket not being able to draw though.
You can't activate the Nightfall effect. You can't cycle through your deck and find more ways to either pump the stats or just find more cards to play with 10 mana to work with here for Sergi. Can he push through enough damage? Can he force bad blocks from Cosimo here? There's no overwhelm on any of the Wounded White Flame. It's the biggest thing here.
Like Sergi may be compelled here to go for the Pale Cascade just to be able to trade into this Fizz, but Hush will shut that down, and that will be enough for Cosimo to just get him back with an open attack lethal next round. Him developing that, him going wide without drawing, but before he drew, like maybe this Pale Cascade could have drawn him into something like a rally effect or something, but now it's just done.
As a reminder, Cosimo is 1-0 up in this series. If he's able to win it, Cosimo advances, and Sergi's seasonal top cut run is already over. Less than an hour into the start of the tournament, one of the strongest player in EMEA, a player that I interviewed him, he said he has knowledge about the top 100 decks in the current meta. He's prepared so well in this tournament.
There's 100 decks?
That's what I said. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, wait, what did I miss? I thought it was just Pantheon and Aphelios.
Maybe he's flexing a bit there.
I know Sergi. He's not a player to kid around or to just say things with emptily. He's a player that really takes his prep seriously, and it's so tough to face off against someone so strong like Cosimo in round one.
There's the Hush, and that's done. That's it. That Hush is absolutely key here. Even though there's an argument that they didn't really even need it, because at this point we see the other Fate to provide elusive there in hand. Down goes the Conchologist. Even finds some burn here as well. Preserves the prank, and as long as he keeps the prank and has the Face Brown in hand, no matter what Sergi top decks here, unless it's a Hush. If it's a Hush, then maybe we're talking here.
You're gonna have two elusives, possibly with Rainbow Fish coming down onto the Conchologist in this case.
Yeah, but the one that matters here is Fizz.
Oh, just by itself.
Yeah, it just plays by itself. It's Fizz. He needs, like, Sergi needs to top deck Hush here. It's Hush or bust. Oh, Sharp Sight!
Sharp Sight can also do it, bumping up the cost to +2, but that won't matter. You have 13 mana to work with if you're Sergi. The prank comes through, but doesn't do enough.
Oh, that's
Furious
huge.
Faithful doesn't have enough impact here to be too relevant for 7 mana.
Is there a way to enable it here? Because you can deal damage, but not quite enough. Oh, there's a Walla.
But it won't matter because you won't put the shot.
Yeah, but it can be used defensively. It can be used defensively. The Conchologist just being Conchologist.
This game is going to go a little bit longer than we thought. It seems like players are finding the out they need to survive just a little bit longer.
I forgot about Sharp Sight, man. It got nerfed. It's like people are still playing Sharp Sight. Well, it's still good, as you can see. it still helps.
One more thing I want to mention now that we're in this lull in this matchup now in this round. I'm not sure if everyone knows, but Cosimo represented LoR Esports going into Worlds last year. Recently, they announced last week that 3 more players joined his team. Sergi being one of them, Sir Donald and Finance, the 4 best Spanish players are all on the same team now. So it makes it even more devastating to face off against your compatriot, but also your teammate in this round 1 matchup.
Like all of them like stacked in like the same bracket, like right next to each other. Like, what a debut.
Full attack comes in. You have the elusive blocker, but there's still damage coming in on the sides. There's still 5 units attacking for 3 blockers only.
Together, stranger.
He has to block with the dragon here, I think, though, because otherwise, like he needs to get rid of this fizz, I think. But no, he's just gonna go with that instead.
I think he wants to have his own win condition next turn. He wants
yeah.
He doesn't know there's wall up. He doesn't know it. And he's saying, hey, I have to go for I'm on a top deck situation.
Yeah,
my opponent has more resources to work with. I have to play a lot more risky, and that's the case here. Getting the Fury proc and the Wounded White Flame, a 14-5 stat line, only 4 HP on the Nexus for Cosimo. But little does Sergi know, there's an answer here for Cosimo. He has the stun available. Cataclysm is big, though, but there's no Overwhelm.
Yeah, if only he had Overwhelm, though. If he had Overwhelm, then that would be enough to bypass the wall up. That's kind of insane.
This is how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Aphelios can come down for Cosimo. Even more value and resources to work with going to the late game, where his opponent is only playing off of his top decks, and it's not going to be enough. You don't have your homework done. There's no Overwhelm on the Wounded White Flame. I don't think Sergi can do anything.
He just passes here, exactly. He just needs to go for an open attack here. Sergi just passes back. And there's the Overwhelm. There's the Overwhelm. A bit too late. A gift from beyond. Dude, this Conchologist is man. Like this card.
He's just doing his thing. He gets nerfed. He doesn't care. He's just doing his thing.
He just gets the damage. Yeah, he just
doesn't pay attention to anyone around him. He's just focusing on his own game plan. Getting infinite value for Vandal City.
Insane cards. Like
for
the
all
perfect card for scenario. Oh my god. The value. But hey, it's a 2-1 now, Panda. It's okay. It's a 2-1.
We'll see if Sergi thinks the same after this game, because it looks like Cosimo is going to be able to take this 2-0 in this series. If he wins this game, it's over for Sergi. Cosimo advances to the next round, where he's going to maybe have to face Sir Donald, unfortunately, another Spanish player and teammate.
He has to bluff here, but there's no reason for Cosimo to play, to misplay.
And there's no answer. Even if you have a hush or whatever it is, you look at the board, you look at your HP. There's just too many units attacking.
You have to go for this. Wallop is gonna go down, or even well, that doesn't
lightning strike,
but that doesn't stop the attack.
Well, it fizzles the Cataclysm because the target is no longer there. If Helios goes back to the hand.
Okay,
and that's it. Right. Cosimo will win this game 2, advances to the next round of the EMEA seasonal tournament, and Sergi Tuvamos, one of the favorites to take it all, one of the strongest players in EMEA and in Spain, taken down by his compatriot, taken down by his teammate in round 1 of the seasonal. We were talking about it, Mogwai, when the show first started, how nail-biting it is to see some of these top players eliminated after 1 round, and not even 33 minutes into this round 1, Sergi has to say goodbye to all his aspirations in this seasonal tournament.
Yeah, that Demacia lineup looked really wild, but it was really a clash of styles here, as we had 3 completely different decks for each player, and Cosimo had just an amazing showing. Definitely one of the players to look out for, and one of my personal favorite players to watch in Legends of Runeterra. Extremely good at just sequencing. I rarely see this man misplay. And RNG is really his biggest enemies in many cases. Sergi is a very powerful opponent, and he managed to defeat him 2-0. I was a little bit thrown off there because I remember Cataclysm used to ignore the fizzling, so I'm not sure if that's like been changed recently or if my memory is just like completely off. But I thought that Cataclysm like led off with the attack regardless, even if you got the thing out. But maybe somebody in chat could actually correct me there. Maybe my memory's off.
Oh, I'm sure chat is just waiting to correct you. They always are. They always are.
But outstanding performance, really tight games. A bit of sad that we didn't get to see the Heimer Jace, but now that Cosimo has won, there is the opportunity for us to witness that deck later down the line, even though we will be venturing to the other side of the bracket for the next round. There's a lot of names for us to cover, and obviously this is round 1, so it's only the beginning, but this is like the cutthroat moment. This is like when half of the players, like 16 players, are out. And that's just always, bro. There's always some like really top dog favorite names that are just out of the picture. And here we have two more relatively unknown competitors actually here in NeverWaka and Turtwig.
Unknown, but not actually. This is going to be a bit of a confusing thing, but Turtwig is actually Echo Uranium, a player that represented Norway in the Masters Europe tournament. He has changed his name in this case. So this is still a player that some players do know very well, but just that, has changed his name and is a bit more confusing in terms of what his name is in game right now. But we're seeing it here, Fizzafelios on Turtwig's side, and it will be also a Fae deck on the side of NeverWalk Alone.
Yeah, more Aphelios Fizz. I mean, it's Aphelios Fizz Mirror. Like it's basically that. I just realized. Yeah, this is a deck that we're definitely going to be seeing a lot today. It's relatively popular on ladder, but I had a feeling it was going to be way more popular in tournaments. And I had a feeling, I mean, when I saw, that representation in the graphic, I'm like, yeah, this deck is pretty good at a high level. And definitely one of those decks that rewards proper sequencing more, which is the kind of decks that we see competitive Legends of Runeterra players gravitate towards, right? Because it's decks like, it reminds me a little of these combo decks, kind of like TF Fizz as well, that are not particularly easy to pilot, but in the right, behind the right pilot, it's just extremely, extremely good. And here we see some interesting options. Come on, take that loaded dice. You know you want it.
And you want it. Is a player representing Poland. We've had, of course, some fantastic players from Poland in the past. Shihu, top 3 at Worlds. Alan ZQ, the current reigning world champion, although he is lost in the sauce that is MMO games at the moment. Not currently in this seasonal tournament just yet, but hopefully he'll make a return to defend his title in the World Championship a few months from now, near the end of the year. But NeverWalk Alone, a player that's been around for a long time as well. Many players will know him from ladder, and definitely one of the big players from Poland.
Interesting that Turtwig here opted to go for the Grumbo Slug instead of the Equinox. Equinox is a pretty reliable tool here, even though it doesn't really stop the attach, right? Like it doesn't silence the attach away, but it could slow down the Gleaming Lanterns, as there's 2 of them on the board. Though I don't know how relevant that is at this stage of the match, really. I think no matter what Turtwig does, they're not really slowing down NeverWaka. NeverWalk Alone?
Yes, I think NeverWaka is definitely not the name he goes by.
Waka Waka.
We're going back to like Shakira moment. This is not the place or time to bring up Shakira. Quick reminder for viewers that have missed it, this is going to be game 3 of the series, so it's a do or die moment for both of these players as well. We're jumping into the second game that we're casting in this round 1, so as expected we'll be into game 3 for most of the games that we're jumping into.
Right now, it's a very tight situation for Turtwig. He's very low, down to 5. Waka Waka here is still very healthy at 16 and looking pretty good. Running a little bit out of gas though, but has a pretty sizable board regardless.
What did we just say, Magwai, about calling him Waka Waka? You go ahead and whatever I say, like now,
just give me one. Just give me one.
All right, that was your one Waka Waka for this whole tournament. You have no more left in your back pocket, okay? You're not allowed.
Waka Waka.
Hey, I heard that. NeverWaka Alone going to try his best to end this game, as you mentioned, very, very low here for Turtwig. But with Aphelios decks, it happens very often that we have these stallmates, going to the end of the game, full boards on both sides, and neither player, because both players have access to elusives, can really find the way to push damage.
What is important though is that NeverWalk Alone here has that overwhelm bomb, right? Like that he pulled out of the. I always forget the name of this card. The Daybreak Nightfall card, the 1-mana burst speed spell. So he and this is another card since I don't see too often. I actually forgot the name of it as well. The 6-drop Daybreak Overwhelm unit. That if it's the first play, if you enable a Daybreak, it gets +4/+4. So it'll get 8 power, and that could be enough.
The sun something.
Yeah, it's something sun. It's
the sun
guardian. Sun ball. The sun guardian. Sun guardian ball. Sun Guardian Ballman. Sun Guardian Ballman here is actually really threatening, but he does have enough defense here to kind of like sponge a hit off of it, I think. But we always gotta respect the Sun Ballman. Very dangerous. But the Affiliates engine is going online, man, and this value is just nuts. And there's the lifesteal. Sever him onto the spell shielded Owl Cat. This is really important for Turtwig here. Gonna hit that Pale Cascade, getting up to 4 mana. But this is the point where I think Turtwig has taken quite a bit of damage, but his hand just looks so much better.
And the lifesteal will definitely help in trying to get his HP a little bit higher, trying to get him a little bit safer, because 5 HP is definitely just too risky. If one of these big units is able to connect somehow, that could be GG, and that could be tournament over for the Norwegian player Turtwigs here. So gonna have to try his best to get this lifesteal to go through. With the Owlcat has a spell shield, so you have that extra kind of fail safe of knowing that, you know, a single spell can't try and stop this from happening.
I think this is a very clear comeback here for Turtwig. I don't see him. I think he's very clearly on his path to winning right now. Like unless NeverWaka can draw into a decent top deck here, because his card quality is significantly higher. Because unfortunately, NeverWaka has a few too many units in hand, and then only a prank and a slow speed stun, while Turtwig has all this cycling to go through and all these possibilities with an Aphelios on board. There's the Sun Guardian. The Sun Guardian Ballman is inside. 8/8 with Overwhelm. Not enough though.
We're talking about ways to try and push through damage. That could be one of them with the Overwhelm, of course. These, you know, extra keywords. Elusive, not going to cut it in this matchup because there's just, as I mentioned, there's too much on either side. There are ways to always stop that, but Overwhelm might be the way to go.
Ooh, does he get Crescent Strike? No,
Finds the Equinox instead, which is maybe also a way to do it here.
Yep, that does it. That definitely does it.
Turtwig's
He
taking his
wanted that
time.
Crescent Strike, but this also works.
9 mana to work with now for Turtwigs on this turn. Well, who knows what turn it is. Aphelios levels up, Gravitum on the stack here.
I'm gonna hold on to that Equinox instead. I'm gonna go for the Gravitum to get the value out of Aphelios, as he still has enough blocking power to survive a hit from the Sun Guardian here. This is it. Like, this is it for NeverWaka alone. Like, he either just, you know, walks to victory here or he loses.
And you tell me, Mogwai, about that wasn't even you know, witty. That was just bad.
That was kind of lazy.
I'm sorry. I'll usually give you credit when you get a good one, but that was not good.
Okay, can we
up your game
edit
for next round.
There's like we have like 15 minutes left, right? We can edit that out.
I'm not sure the technology's there yet. Sorry, we can't cover for your lack of wit. Maybe in the future we'll try and sneak that in.
The world could not progress fast enough. All right, there we go. More value for Turtwig. It is looking clean. That Gravitum stuns that elusive again. Fizz goes down, representing another elusive blocker, which is absolutely essential here. But man, this Aphelios is just gonna go off here. Because Fizz is an elusive blocker, yes, but once we see that overwhelming moon weapon onto the Librarian, then we're looking at lethal here, ladies and gentlemen. But we do see that slow speed stun for NeverWaka alone. Extremely important here.
Such a back and forth in this game. We came in with Turtwig's quite low in health, but now it's evened out for the most part. But Turtwig has definitely the value game in his favor. We see a wall being drawn there by NeverWaka alone, so has a chance to stun here as well.
Gonna go for the Infernum here, I would assume. And we see like these double Pale Cascades can also push and cycle through the deck. There's a lot going on here, but at the same time, that I think NeverWaka alone has to go for this stun now. Like, as soon as the initiative passes over to him, he has to drop this stun. Or maybe he can wait until the Infernum and then go for it, to be honest. That could also... Yeah, he's going to go for the prank instead. Going to hit that Pale Cascade again, making it 6 mana.
Trying to get some extra information as well to see what exactly is in the hand for his opponent.
Infernum goes down, and now that he's baited that out, now we see the stun.
It's just us.
And this will only buy some more time for NeverWaka alone, but the value game is still going to be here for Turtwig because of the Aphelios, because of the moon weapons constantly being cycled, because of just a bigger hand as well, with things like Pale Cascade to cycle.
Wait, he didn't stun? Oh, because he has a wallop. He has a wallop. Never mind. He has a wallop. I just really...
He has a wall to use at fast speed. Once the attack is committed, you have a full board of blockers here for NeverWaka alone. Ideally, we would have loved to maybe use his stun offensively to try and push damage with your own elusives, but in this case, not a possibility. Has to use it in defense, has to use it to keep himself alive, not just in this game, but in this tournament. We are in game 3 of this series. And any misstep here, any one of these elusives connecting essentially is game over for either of these players, with them having both very similar game plans, of course.
Wallop just completely non-lethal this round. As down goes Pale Cascade, getting that Screecher. Screecher is the name, right? Squeaker. Squeaker even thicker.
Squeaker Dragon.
And gonna draw another Pale Cascade. It's a triple right there, and while Panda's laughing at his own terrible joke. We're all just like extremely unfunny.
Okay, Mama. Okay, you want to fight? All right. We have a lot of rounds to go with. You wanna start this match? Okay, let's do it. I was gonna behave today,
our game is weak. Wait, oh, he's going. Oh, whoa. He knows he has a Pale Cascade, even if it's 6 mana. Oh no! Wait, no, that wasn't the stun.
That was the kill effect.
I confused it with the stun.
The Librarian comes down here for Turtwigs.
Okay.
And now there's 2 elusives on the side of NeverWaka alone. If Fizz is able to get activated, Aphelios here maybe is what NeverWaka alone might need, but I think it might be a little bit too late. Turtwig still now at 14 HP, was able to heal back up with the lifesteal last turn. Alcat comes down. Aphelios might follow, but there's just more card generation and more value for Turtwigs.
Furious Fatefolk is interesting, even though Loping Telescope can lead to bigger things potentially. But don't underestimate the power of Aphelios here. Aphelios could really turn this game around a little bit here. Going down, you can start generating those moon weapons and get a Gravitum. Like, we could see a Gravitum here, or you could just try to enable a Crescendum into a Gravitum as well. Sorry, no, you can't do that. You have to go with like Calibrum into Gravitum and then develop the unit on his hand. But by using Gravitum onto the elusive unit, he prevents it from attacking the next round, and that takes a lot out of Turtwig's open attack here. And he can start rebuilding. Like whoever has no Gravitum.
Still Pale Cascade in favor for Turtwig. He has a way to cycle and find more card draw as well.
I guess going for Severum. Going Crescendum into Severum instead. Oh, it's Crescendum, sorry. I just got corrected.
I don't even have to do it anymore. The cards do it for me.
I have nothing.
The cards are tired of your mispronunciation. They're like, all right, now we're gonna take over. Still stalemate here. We were talking about it, the timer as well. Something to think about.
Oof.
Mogwai, are you paying attention to the timer here? It's going dangerously low.
Oh my god.
Talk about stalled out games. This is something that players have to watch out for. And NeverWaka alone is...
Severum was just gonna like reset things actually. Yeah, I gotta go for that lifesteal. Gotta force the trade. Okay, now you Pale Cascade. No, you don't. You just pass back.
The lifesteal forcing the trade from the Librarian, which is one of the win conditions for Turtwigs as well, but this extra lifesteal going to boost up the HP total once again for NeverWaka alone. The timer ticking dangerously low, 58 seconds, under 1 minute now for both of these players to try and finish off this game. Game 3 of the series, everything on the line, and we're just constantly in the same stalled out mode where no one is able to push through lethal damage.
He's going to get back that elusive Fae though. Can give it onto the Furious Fatefolk, and he becomes the Furious Ninja's Fatefolk, and that is a force to be reckoned with. Oh, but it goes for the Librarian again, trying to diversify his threats, which also makes sense considering there's a Aphelios on the board and there's no lethal on the next open attack. Definitely a better line of play here. You don't want to go all in on just one unit when there's an Aphelios on the board that you can just stun it, especially if it's a follower. Rainbow Fish going down onto Sun Guardian right there. And ladies and gentlemen, this match, we thought it was over.
10
and
seconds.
It's only getting started. Oh boy.
The time is ticking. Librarian comes down for Turtwigs. We're now in overtime.
Aphelios has to go down here. Oh boy. Oh, we got 5 minutes.
Well, yeah, that was entering overtime, Mogwai. You have to remember this is how the timer works. For any viewers, you get the main timer and now the overtime timer. When this takes down to 0, the player with more negative time essentially ends up losing.
Yeah, that's why we have less than 5 minutes. That was correct.
Okay, yeah, you were correct. Pokestick, more ways to cycle here for Turtwigs. But the Gravitum is there, and this might be it. You need to push only 1 unit of damage, but there's going to be a Gravitum on both sides.
Gravitum on both sides really stalls here, but he does have the Infernum, and Infernum is at 1 mana.
Rainbow Fish creating yet another chance at a win condition on another Librarian. These Librarians are, very fond of just riding.
Be that Gravitum. We're waiting for the Infernum instead. Now that he commits the Infernum onto the Squeaker here, now is when NeverWaka Alone has to make a decision here. The clock is ticking. Squeaker gets shut down, and now here's the attack. I mean, we're definitely see Furious Faithful attack. It's a pretty free attack with that. There's no unit that can... Well, there is a unit that can block into Aphelios, so never mind. Aphelios cannot attack. Librarian's going to go in here, going to force a trade with the other Librarian. And I think that's it. I think that's the only attacks that you can really justify here.
Well, you're going to have to chump block the Furious Faithful at the very least. The impact damage will go through, of course, but you don't want to get hit for 7 damage here at this point. The Grandfather Fate.
I think this game may end up going on time.
Yeah,
not even attacking with the Librarian. That's really interesting. I guess just really concerned about the incoming elusive attack here. I mean, this open swing here is rather no, actually never mind. The Gravitum stops it twice, so never mind. This is looking really good for Turtwig, but Turtwig has the timer against him though. No, actually no. NeverWaka Alone has more of the timer used, so it's looking really good for Turtwig here. The countdown is going. There's almost 2 minutes, a little bit over 2 minutes and a half left, ladies and gentlemen, and this match will be over. I guess this is how Aphelios mirrors go. If that's the case, we're gonna
might be seeing a whole lot more of these today. So everyone, buckle up, get whatever amount of fluid you need for the entirety of the broadcast. Get ready because there's gonna be a lot of this going on today. A lot of maybe timer. Mattering in these game 3s because of how stalled out these matches might end up getting, with players not able to really push through damage. And even in the open round, some players decided to just ban Aphelios Fist to dodge the mirror altogether. Despite it being better or worse, it just didn't want to deal with having to go into this taxing mental game.
See Gravitum here. They're going to go for Gravitum onto that unit again.
And that's it.
And that's
Alone finally surrenders. Turtwig is able to advance to the next round. The Norwegian player makes it through to the top 16, and the Polish player unfortunately ends his run here in what came down to really almost a timer victory. It was all the way to the very end, both players having to think through so many different lines all throughout this game 3. Very taxing mentally, but in the end, who used to be Echo Uranium, now Branch of Turtwigs, makes it through the top 16.
Yeah, like we're saying, if that's how Aphelios Fizz matchups play out, then we're gonna have some grinds today, ladies and gentlemen, because it's definitely it makes sense that those matchups lead to a stalemate. Aphelios has the ability to not only apply offense but also stop certain threats, and in a deck that builds up a specific threat individually better than anything else, Gravitum is such a force to be reckoned with, and it really makes the match extend. When we saw Turtwig lose Aphelios there, it was looking a bit rough, but then he managed to draw it again, and I think Aphelios was really the most important card in that mirror scenario for sure. It is the value extender, and it looked good for Turtwig at the beginning, and it ended up working out for him, but the game dragged out quite a bit more than I initially anticipated. But nonetheless, shout out to Turtwig. What was his name prior?
Echo Uranium.
Echo Uranium. From Echo Uranium to Turtwig. Okay.
That will be it for this round. We're going to go to a very short break. We have, of course, the video interviews for you guys to enjoy with some insight from the players to get to know them a little bit better. So we hope you enjoy that, and we'll be back very soon.
I know Gouda. It's a Moroccan European player who have 2 accounts in the top cut. It's in the top European ranking, and I know a little bit of him. So I want to thank Gouda. Much love.
Here, if I've ever seen one, and also shoutouts to Shadows.
Yeah, obviously big shout out to my team, TKG. They're really cool, I love them. And another shout out to Garrett. He helped me out with like Karma Victor, the deck I bought to Top Cut. It's like he gave me advice, answered my questions about it and stuff. Very nice dude.
Definitely. I would like to shout out Aaron and Batchtech, with whom I prepared the most this season.
Well, obviously Ultraman, he's helped me a ton almost all the time that I need to prepare. Like, we're in the same team, like we're teammates, and I even consider him a friend over time. But every time I need him, every time I have a question on a matchup, every time I'm struggling at something, he's always here for me, so thanks a lot for that. And I guess Shumpo, which I had a ton of fun discussing during the open round. And it always helps having someone alleviate the pressure, especially when you get your jokers out of the way early on and you're not allowed to lose anymore. It kind of feels good having someone to talk to and can say dumb stuff to a lot during the round.
Yes, I would really like to thank everyone involved in the organization of the Super League, the Italian tournament. We took part this season in its first edition, and I think that competition really helped me improve in my tournament playing. So big thank you to everyone involved in the organization, and also to all the players that took part in the tournament.
Yes, for sure. I thought he's playing this tournament, but I'd like to thank Sergio, because we've been testing together for both the open rounds, and now we are starting to do some things for the top cut. I hope we don't have to play early on. So without his help, it would have been way more difficult to get to the lineup. For instance, the third deck that I played, he brought it up, the Tristana deck.
There's way too many people. Mainly like the Wobbly Wombats team, they really helped me a lot, especially Malaysia. Some of my friends from Germany, like Genesis, Anarchy, Robin, Ka, and there's way too many other people to thank for, like Kevor, Mtux. So many people helped me this time. Really thankful for you guys.
Yes, I want to thank Tennisport, my team, for believing in me and for believing in this game, because I think it's an amazing game, but not too many people know that already. So I'm gonna thank them for believing that. Yes.
Yeah, I would like to shout out to Thomas. Like, he was helping me a lot, and I would like to give like a shout out to Thomas.
I would like to shout out my friends from Exeter Academy. I want to thank them. This season has been really fun because we hang out and we talk about the meta, we talk about decks, we do scrims, and they have been very helpful for me this season, and it's just such a good environment. I want to thank them a lot. Thank you, friends at Exeter Academy.
The Clash, because they allowed us to play from their gaming house on Saturday and be well rested. They also cooked for us, which is usually a bit tricky when you're playing seasonals, to find the time to actually make food and eat it. And in general, I would like to shout out Salty Simon, because he's the one that put Ecozillion on my map in this meta game again, and it ended up being a really good meta call.
I'd like to just make a brief shout out to all the members of Team Keg for all of their support through all of the lead up and prep and the seasonal itself, and particularly to Smooth Swallowist and Woke for their massive help in refining my now infamous Katarina trash deck.
Yes, I like to thank the people that support me and that help me prepare for the events.
Welcome everyone back to the seasonal tournament for EMEA for A Curious Journey. A long journey as well, a 4-month season, but we're now getting into round 2. Maga, we saw a lot of Fizzifelios and kind of the expected decks going into this tournament in round 1. Hopefully we'll see something different going into round 2, and there's a chance because we're casting Broken Ball versus Gouda, and Broken Ball is a player that brought Echo Zillion to many different tournaments in the last 2 weeks.
Here we see the results of the entire bracket. I wanted to touch on this real quick before we talk about the matchup between Gouda and Broken Ball, which is amazing. But a lot of big names have gone down here, Panda. Like Den has lost to Red Winter, as you can see right there. We've seen Thomas, the prior seasonal champion. Milder, yeah, I was gonna say like both Thomas and Badge Attack both Czechia. No Czechia today. I cry every time. Like,
well, we have one more Czech player.
This is. Oh yeah, really? Oh yeah. There's three. Who's the third?
We do have. It is gonna be Jerkow, who I believe we're checking. Jerkow, did he make it through?
I heard that name.
Oh, he did make it through. He beat Dinah, actually. Okay. He beat Dinah in that top of the right side of the bracket, so he's playing against Shumpo, the French player, in this round 2. But yeah, like you mentioned, Den is out. I mean, a lot of big names are out. We saw Hash, a player representing Oman that did a great job qualifying to last seasonal and this seasonal as well, is also out in round 1, losing to 05 WTF. So as you mentioned, always after round 1, half the players are out, and most of those times
it's always brutal.
It's big names.
There's always big names going out, exactly. But speaking of big names, Broken Ball, like you've been mentioning prior, this guy is on an absolute tear. Just winning back-to-back tournaments, the Italian League as well. Back-to-back fight nights, correct? With different lineups, too.
Italian Super League as well, a big Italian
there it is, by the way. I'm so glad he brought it. It's Echo Zillion, ladies and gentlemen. A deck that a lot of top players have been talking down, saying that it's not really that good. But Broken Ball defends this archetype and has been tearing it up with it. Says that it's not really a ladder deck, but more of a tournament deck, and speaks very highly of it. And I cannot wait to see some chrono break action, as it is almost like it kind of like looks like a full Demacia lineup for a second there. You know, there's a bit of like a visual. I don't know why I thought PNZ was Demacia there for a moment, but we see 2 Demacia decks on the flanks here from this Echo Zillion. It is of course Pantheon with Faded, and one of my personal favorites, Akshan Sivir. I love this lineup.
And the fun story about Echo Zillion, this is a deck that Salty Simon brought onto the spotlight in the EMEA scene. Broken Ball learned from Salty Simon, from our current reigning seasonal champion from last seasonal 4 months ago. Started playing himself, started believing in this deck himself. It's a deck that is so divisive in terms of players saying, hey, this deck, look at the stats on ladder, it's absolutely terrible. Players that aren't as comfortable, as experienced on it, don't do well with it in tournaments. But then these top players like Salty Simon and Broken Ball have proven again and again in the past few months that this deck is here to stay, and it's just so powerful in the right hands. But it requires, I think, so much experience, so many different decisions to make with the different predicts all throughout the game.
Exactly.
But yeah, quite a lineup there for Broken Ball. The next player he's facing off against is Gouda. Gouda, the player that was able to get 1st and 2nd on the EMEA ladder this season. A constant battle with Ultraman for number 1 in the ladder all throughout the last 4 months, and a player that has grown and become so respected in this region after his initial dominance that one season with Sion when it came out so many months ago. Since then, he's been unstoppable on ladder.
He is the number 1 player from Morocco, without a doubt, and one of the very best players in the EMEA region as a whole. And he has a lineup that resembles a little bit his opponent, in the sense that he is bringing, even though a little bit of a different version, but he is bringing Akshan Sivir. But then Gouda's 2 other decks are quite different. We got, first of all, Draven Scion, which I'm always happy to see, with a Captain Farron in the mix. A Draven Vi Scion, actually. I need to correct that. Very interesting. And then we see a Scouts with a one-off of Sithria the Bold to support a little bit Genevieve, right? Active like as a bit of a 4th Genevieve right there. Very cool decks. Like I'm looking at this Draven Vi Scion and I'm really intrigued. Double Decimate, a one-off of Survival Skills, a one-off of Arachnoid Sentry, a lot of one-offs here for specific scenarios. Also, Poro Cannon, believe it or not, is not really a staple for the archetype. I've seen a lot of versions of Draven Scion that don't actually play, but he is running it as a 3 of here, and a full set of Mystic Shot as well with 2 copies of Rummage. Really liking the look of this Draven Scion. Looks more mid-rangey than other variants, but
Draven
still
Silent-
got that late game burn with Decimate as well.
It's a deck that has been, you've seen Rumble coming into the deck as well. We've seen Vi that offers some much needed interaction in the current meta with things like all these OTK combos where you need to have a unit that can interact and challenge these pesky OTK killing units that you need to be able to control to some extent. But we're gonna look at the pick and ban phase here and see what decks these players want to end up banning. Of course, you have one ban to make here, one deck that the other your opponent cannot play at all in this series, and then you will have to win with the 2 remaining decks on either side. What do you think, Mogwai?
I think Broken Ball. I think he's gonna ban Draven Scion actually, unfortunately, because I really want to see that deck in action. But that's just the story of today. The decks that I'm gonna see are gonna get banned because it actually matches up really well against Akshan and Sivir, and I think can put in a lot of work against Echo Zillion as well. So it's very menacing, and I believe it's the biggest threat Gouda has for Broken Ball. Well, I believe Gouda may just end up targeting Pantheon, to be honest. Pantheon's power level is really high. It can just completely just trample through Akshan Sivir. And I believe those are the bans. I'm going to say those are the bans that happened. Draven Scion and Pantheon.
Echo Zillion coming in on game 1 for Broken Ball. All the viewers that haven't seen Broken Ball piloting this deck yet will now start to understand. This is a deck that when I used to face it on ladder, when Echo came out, I would always laugh. I would say, this matchup is unlosable on my part. Even if I was playing deep, I would still be confident I would win the matchup. But Broken Ball, with how refined this deck has become and how experienced players like himself and Solid Simon have become on this deck, it is now definitely a menace, and everyone will now understand why after this game.
We missed that predict right there. It's going to be important for production to be on point with those predicts. We're going to have a small window to look at them, but they're going to be very important here. As I believe it's safe to assume that he picked Echo, unless he got lucky and just went through it. But there it is. Those are the bans exactly. Pantheon, Yuumi, and Draven Scion are gone here. Down goes Zillion. And there's a drop order right there. We missed it again. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard.
Broken Ball, you have to slow down, my man. We need to get.
He picks too. He's too fast, man. He's too good.
He's too experienced. He's played this deck so much. He's just so comfortable on it. And for any new viewers at home, I want to go over the game plan for this deck because you might be a bit confused on to why it is so good. Echo is able to shuffle Chrono Breaks, essentially a rally effect that revives the units that died on that turn. And you have Voice of the Risen, a unit that when your champion's leveled up, gives extra stats to your entire board. The triple drop order is here on the board for Broken Ball. So this deck is all about leveling up Echo, making sure it gets 3 HP so it's has a bit more survivability. You get the extra predict from the Echo attacks, and once you have a full board, as we see here, so easy to get a full board with this deck. With Voice of the Risen, you're able to get a massive attack in and then get it again with Chrono Break. And with the predicts, you're able to try and almost guarantee you find the Chrono Breaks very early on.
Important. Like, let's talk a little bit about Chrono Break. Chrono Break, in case anybody new is watching, if Chrono Break was a part of the card pool, it would be, without a doubt, by far the most broken card in the game. Like, it is insane. Chrono Break is a 3-mana spell that allows you to resurrect every unit that has died on that same round, and then rally. So it allows you to just be extremely reckless with your board. And
no interaction on Gouda's side, Mogwai. There's no single comment. There's nothing that can stop this Echo at all. Attack token for Broken Ball. You have quick attack on the Echo, so it can go in. It can swing here. Really, the hand is actually terrible for Gouda.
It could. Okay, so but there is a chance. Like there is an argument for going for Golden Aegis here. Golden Aegis onto Akshan does halt this Echo. So he doesn't. The thing is, he doesn't need to do it because there's no 2 mana for Broken Ball. So this Echo is not leveled up yet, but there is that Scrying Sands in hand. And I think that's what Broken Ball is going for. Yeah, he's going for that surprise. Oh, my Wamo Shindaru level up here. And now Gouda does wish that he went for the Golden, even though he actually did not have. Yeah, this was actually awful because he did not have anything that could trade into it regardless. There's not enough power on the board.
A tip, Mogwai, with Echo, with this deck, you only ever put him down if he's leveled up or you have burst speed interaction to level him up without.
For sure.
And this is why this deck is so good. It's so consistent with the predicts. You're able to pull off this game plan every single game again and again and again. And it's an incredibly strong game plan. You were talking about it. Chrono Break is just such a strong card. And with predict, you're able to guarantee you draw it essentially, which means that the deck is nigh unstoppable. You are missing Voice of the Risen here for Broken Ball. That's the one key piece he needs to find still.
Yeah, but running as a 3-of, which I definitely did not really think it would be a 3-of in a deck like this, is going to make that easier. There is the Time Bomb. Oh my god, this Time Bomb could be really crazy, but he actually goes for the Echo instead. Going to go for the Cold Shot. Wow, Broken Ball's really going in for like the high rolls here, because if he does get that parallel convergence, Oh my god, that's just gonna be GG right there. In case you guys are wondering, that's Echo's signature spell. It's called Shot. It's a 2-mana slow speed spell that allows him to draw a card, but also he shuffles a Parallel Convergence into the deck. Parallel Convergence is a 4-mana slow speed spell that allows you to generate a free attack with essentially an ephemeral copy of your entire board. So it's really nutty, especially with the Voice of the Risen on the board. It's just like, it's like another Chrono Break, essentially.
And we're seeing here the challenge on the Echo, and this will be okay for Broken Ball. Either way, you have the Quicksand if you want to try and stop the attack altogether from this Sandstone Charger. But you have a second Echo in hand, so I mean it's fine to go for that as well.
Yeah, but if you can protect the Echo, I think you preserve the Echo.
I think the Quicksand might be a bit more important for later, though. I mean, Quicksand is such an important card. Again.
He gets the draw anyways here, so yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. I think that play is actually great.
There's the Chrono Break.
There it is. Oh my god, there it is. Of course, like you can always just fish it. You don't need to play Echo where you just resurrect Echo, or he's holding on to it. Okay, that makes sense as well.
You need to find Voice of the Risen. That's the card that really makes these boards that much scarier.
Yeah. For sure.
Fallen Feline, another great piece of the puzzle for this Predict deck. You're able to play this 1-mana unit that shuffles a Hextech Crystal into your deck that deals 2 damage to the entirety of the opponent's board and the Nexus as well, if you're able to find it off of your Predicts. Another time trick. Looking for Voice of the Risen, you need to try and find a way to make this board much scarier with a plus attack on everything now that Echo has leveled up.
Gotta develop that Fallen Feline first before going for the Predict, because getting that Hextech Crystal would be pretty neat here. So enhancing the chances right there. There is Voice of the Risen. Does he pick it up here?
Might be Rite of Negation though. Also an important card that you want to have against Golden Aegis.
Nah, he gets the Voices though. Like it's so powerful with this board. Like normally I would agree for sure, but with double drop order there, like just a full spread out board, like this Voice of the Risen is nuts.
There it is. Look at this. Attack buffs. Everything now is so much more menacing. And this is the thing. You block this board, you survive. Great. There's Chrono Break now, and you can't do anything about it. Gouda, has to try and find a way to have his own Rite of Negation to stop this from going through. Right now, he doesn't currently have it in his hand.
I think we may see a Golden Aegis here. Because Broken Ball is under... He's under Chrono Break range, so there's not really good blocks for him. And also Quicksand as well. I feel like you have to go for this. You level up Akshan as well, and you can threaten a lot of damage here and back that up with another open attack and try to outpace this crazy endgame here for Broken Ball. I think you have to Golden Aegis.
And I think, Mago, you're mentioning this especially because once you commit...
Oh, okay.
If Chrono Break active, you're able to force blocks from Broken Ball and, make the board a little bit less
exactly
aggressive or less risky.
I think that was a reason to go for it there. But I guess Gouda does not agree.
You're trying to find the one copy of Rite of Negation that's in the deck. You don't find it yet. Skill in Combat is found here from Gouda, but really you want to get Rite of Negation. There's only one copy in the deck for Gouda. If you're not able to stop the Chrono Break, then Broken Ball is able to, throw all his units into blocks, into trades that maybe aren't ideal or 1-for-1s, and then just resurrect everything and have a rally to, have on top of that. So it's just so dangerous against this deck.
No, this is gonna be a nutty turn for Broken Ball. This is gonna be really crazy. He has such a powerful board to block with, and then can just that's the thing. Like if Gouda does not find that Rite of Negation, that Chrono Break is just so powerful. We're gonna see why this card is just like, if it was a part of the card pool, it would just be ridiculous. That's why when I see people I see people on Reddit say, I wish Echo was like top tier. It's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. If this thing was like extremely consistent and everywhere on the ladder, like it would be like, honestly, it would be really toxic, because this card is like, facing it off against Chrono Break is so, it's so difficult to overcome. It's just so powerful as a card that it's so exciting to see this deck play. Like, I think this deck is the perfect state right now, like where we see like high level players being able to actually bring it into a tournament and stuff, but it's not like extremely prevalent on the ladder. I don't know. This is like, it's nutty. Like this card is just nuts.
And just the way it changes your opponent's game plan as well, because right here Gouda can't swing, can't really make it so that a lot of units die on Broken Ball side, too much value to Chrono Break. You have to kind of find a middle ground, and this halts most of the game plans from opponents that are playing on the board, like Sivir Akshan does. So it creates this very stalled out state where Gouda feels like he's kind of held hostage by the fact that Chrono Break might be in hand right now. Golden Aegis now being put on the stack here. Close to committed onto the Sivir. Gouda thinking about this decision, thinking if it's the right play to make at this point in the game. 7 mana to work with for Broken Ball, so he knows that the option for Chrono Break is definitely there. Also the option for Rite of Negation. This is a card that Broken Ball is also running in his Shuriman list for obvious reasons, just incredibly strong in this current metagame. 2 copies in the deck for Broken Ball.
Problem here is by losing, like he needs this level up on Sivir really bad, right? Because everything else on the board, like the problem is that Zillion and that Voice of the Risens, that 4 health represents a problem for the Akshan and makes this attack really rough. But man, if Gouda goes for this attack, he's gonna get blown out. He's gonna get absolutely blown out because we're gonna see. I mean, maybe Gouda baits the fact that he has, like, this is some very interesting mind games because Broken Ball does know that he has a one-off of Rite of Negation, right?
Well, Broken Ball doesn't fall for these baits. Broken Ball knows that he has to execute when he has the opportunity to do so. If the card goes through and there's no Rite of Negation, with only 1 copy, especially in the deck, he wins the game almost, or he just has a huge advantage. He doesn't respect players that much. He says, you know, I have to play my game.
I like that. I like that. I honestly, I love that.
We saw a lot of it yesterday. Casting Broken Ball, winning the fight night yesterday. He was not scared about just committing the plays he had to make when he had to make them, and going for wins when he needed to.
Yeah, no, I can see that, and it's not even like the most devastating thing ever, you know, because like this block is not that bad, and when you go for valuing Voice of the Risen over a Zillion is the right call there. But even if there is a Rite of Negation here, that's pretty much all Gouda can do, and he still gets the draw from Echo, which could enable him to. Okay, he's gonna go for the quick send immediately. Okay, that's great. I mean, no reason not to really.
I mean, such a great effect, taking away quick attack and the barrier in a single play there, and you still have mana for the Chrono Break.
You don't have to. Yeah, but you don't even have to Chrono Break here. Is the beautiful thing about it. Like you actually benefit from this exchange,
but now
which
you do.
Forces Gouda to commit something, which means that Renegation is no longer online, and that's it.
It's not even a game of respect now, it's just a game of pure mathematics. 3 is less than 4. Rite of Negation, not a possibility for Gouda. And this is now the open chance for Broken Ball to commit the Chrono Break and to maybe go for a big rally effect on this turn.
Getting another as well here. Time trick. This is amazing. This is amazing for Broken Ball. Quicksand denies keywords, but not abilities. So that Voice of the Risen is still enabled, and we see you could just get a time trick here. Just play it a little bit safe, I think, and you know, just make sure that you have more fuel, and honestly, just start pulling the trigger. But we'll see.
You might not even go for the Chrono Break here with only 1 unit dying there.
Yeah,
I think it's not necessary. I think you can really just play for an open attack next turn and then go for the Chrono Break.
No, I agree. Like, it's always so tempting because it's just so strong here, but there's no reason to do it. Like, you can lead off with the Station Archivist here as well.
Feral Prescience, but the attack comes in first. Full on attack, and this is already kind of a good indication that Chrono Break is in hand. Once you full attack with the Voice of the Risen, especially Gouda, already kind of knows that Chrono Break is probably in hand, and Broken Ball is ready to commit it on this turn.
Got that Absolver in hand as well. This is looking extreme. Like, I honestly, like, I think this game is done this round. It's, you know, you don't have to really.
10 damage being committed already because there just aren't enough blockers on Gouda's side, and it'll only get worse when Chrono Break is put onto the stack with no Rite of Negation to answer, no way to draw it either, no way to cycle through the deck just yet for Gouda here. 9 HP on the Nexus, a full army of units going to be resurrected for Broken Ball, and Sivir by herself just can't do it.
Yeah, she can swirl that boomerang around all she wants, but that is just not enough. Chrono Break is gonna go down. He can just go for the Feral Prescience first. He gets the Hexite Crystal.
Hexite Crystal as well.
And then goes for the Station Archivist, which allows him to pick up a Chrono Break, another one as if he needed more. Goes for it now, and ladies and gentlemen, that's all she wrote. Echo taking game 1, completely trampling over Akshan Sivir. and letting people know that this deck is to be respected, as Broken Ball continues undefeated because he did win first round 2-0, by the way. And now he's got his own Akshan Sivir in the back, which has a pretty solid matchup into Scouts. But I think it's safe to assume that we're going to witness the mirror match first.
The plot armor on Broken Brawl right now, the main character energy is almost unstoppable. Reminding viewers at home that he has won or done, qualified. He did Fight Night last weekend, qualified to Top Cut on Saturday, won the Italian Super League on Sunday, won Fight Night yesterday, and now the 5th tournament in 2 weekends. And he's just dominating as we start things off with Echo Zillion again. Akshan Sivir versus Akshan Sivir for game 2. It will be a mirror between 2 of the best players in EMEA facing off in round 2 of the Curious Journey EMEA seasonal.
Treasure Seeker. The differences between these two hands is that Broken Ball has access to the Warlord's Palace. Well, Gouda does not, but Gouda does have Sivir on curve. But I would argue that it's more important to have Warlord's Palace. That's the reason why you play Vicar and Vagabond, which is otherwise, that doesn't really do much else, right? Like, it's not really that useful if you've already played Akshan, but just having that higher chance of guaranteeing that Warlord's Palace is worthy enough to play a 3-mana 3/3, and we're gonna see the perk here for Broken Ball, as he should be playing this on curve. I don't see any reason not to play this Warlords.
When's the last time, Agwai, that you've casted Akshan Sivir and not seen the player playing Akshan on 2 on both sides? This is not a very regular occurrence. Usually with Akshan Sivir, somehow these players are always able to play it on
I play Nick a lot, and believe me, it happens.
I'm talking about the tournament magic that these players tend to have, where it's always played on run 2.
Gouda going aggressive here. Gouda just forcing a trade here into the Treasure Seeker because Broken Ball does not want to take 5 damage to the face.
And accelerating the level up on Sivir as well. Staying ahead there maybe with the Sivir strikes.
Yeah. I mean, that's his best shot at this point because, like I said, Warlord's Palace here for Broken Ball is a big tip on the balance scale for Broken Ball. Like, this is very, very good for him. And we're turn 4, and Gouda has yet to find both either Akshan or Vicar and Vagabond. If I take a look at Gouda's version of Sivir Akshan.
Of course, this deck is always very methodical, a deck that the best players are able to really make use of their action sequence points and kind of the idea of just playing it very slow until you need to really accelerate. And usually that comes in with the Warlord's Horde and the Warlord's Palace. The extra value you get from these in the mid to late game is what really accelerates this deck. To enable the wing conditions with Sivir and with just these very big boards that the Mosshead does so well with.
Yeah, exactly. Just checked into it. Gouda is playing a full set of Vicar and Vagabond, so unfortunate for the Moroccan player who is unable to find that Warlord's Palace, and there it's ticking for Broken Ball as down goes the protected. What's
the Broadwing?
The Broadwing, yeah. The Broadwing trading with the Merciless Hunter. There's a right negation. He would have liked to see that in the prior game.
Mm-hmm.
Not great draws here for Gouda. He does set up Sivir, but this is not really ideal.
One more thing to mention, the 5-cost top end that has kind of changed so much with Akshan Sivir depending on the meta is going to be Triple Bruiser for both players. We've seen Radiant Guardian in some cases. We've seen Sithria even I've seen in some Fight Night tournaments a few weeks ago. So it's always been a rotating.
The Rune Runner come back.
Yeah, Rune Runner. I mean, there's many different options.
But I'm personally, I'm happy to see. I still believe Vicar Bruiser is ultimately the best one, though naturally it depends on the meta as well, right? But I think Vicar Bruiser, it also allows you to play single combat more efficiently. It works extremely well with Concerted Strike as well, and it's just a very, very good unit. Though I'm also a fan of like the 2-1 split, with Vicar Bruiser and like a one-off of Screeching Dragon, stuff like that. That's also pretty neat. You can definitely mix it up a little bit.
Merciless Hunter found for Broken Ball. You want to try and kill off the Sivir before she's able to pop off, but as always, Bright Steel Protector comes in to protect. It does what she does best, what she's been doing for over a year and a half in all kinds of different decks, either aggressively or defensively. This card for 2 mana is always popping off.
Yep, but by playing the Sandstone Charger, Broken Ball's attack is back on the table here. You can use that Charger to drag that Sivir and still push a lot of damage here because his board is a little bit bigger. But not even that. He's actually just diving in his weakest unit into it because it can trade into a 2-1 anyways. Like, this attack is actually very neat. It makes a lot of sense because it's gonna turn into a treasure seeker regardless, so you might as well get out of the way and threaten more damage with the charger instead. This is why these are the best players in the world, man. Like they're like they just, I don't see any mistakes, man. Like they just don't happen. They play so optimally, and it just goes to show. And Broken Ball is just like, man, really impressive, and definitely living up to the hype as of now.
Believe me, I've been seeing him up close and personal the last 2 weeks, and I can say,
really, you've gone to Italy?
I've gone to Italy, Magua. You didn't know?
Yeah.
I took an express flight on our favorite cheap airline, and was able to watch from outside the window. I was, undercover, trying to learn more about these players.
Watching him wrestle while I was playing the
my binoculars, I brought them with me, and easy scouting.
Panda takes his preparation for these season events.
Oh, of course. I'm scouting for the Spanish players. Of course. I'm a secret agent.
Like we're not exaggerating by any means. Like he actually does some really well shit. Okay, so I get one of those. I get a bad word. One. That's okay. That Warlord's Palace down to 1, about to flip. No action though, which means that the Horde is going to be halted for now. But with that predict, the odds of Broken Ball finding it are pretty solid, as he hasn't drawn into any champion yet. Down goes the Shapestone. Mr. Ball here, there's not one to give that trade off. He wants this Merciless Hunter gone, while preserving his own, which is really important considering there's no more fearsome blockers besides Sivir on the board.
The landmark popping, so important for Broken Ball, giving him a chance to find more value where he's now running out and has only 2 Absolvers. Doesn't find maybe the key card he wanted, finds a Bruiser instead, which could be kind of a pseudo win condition when Sivir's missing.
I think it's a good pickup, but I definitely knew that he did not pick up Akshan, because Broken Ball just like when he predicts, he like picks it like in a nanosecond. If it's something that he actually needs, we've seen how fast he is with those decisions. So as soon as he was like there pondering, I'm like, okay, there's no action there. But Vicar Bruiser does make sense. There's a level up for Sivir though. And I've been talking about how important the Warlord's Palace is, right? But it doesn't really amount to much if Broken Ball is unable to find action. All of a sudden, the advantage is in Gouda's favor, because he has the champion. He has the Sivir, who's leveled up at this point as well.
This is big.
Knocks it out. Not even the Bright Steel Protector could have prevented that. And all of a sudden, the
top deck, so important for Broken Ball here, has to top deck something relevant, finds a Golden Aegis with only 1 unit on the board and 1 unit in hand. I don't think it's going to be enough to swing this back in his favor, and the next attack token for Gouda might be game-ending.
Yeah, with that Golden Aegis is extremely threatening, because neither of those, even though these Treasure Seekers don't represent much offensively, they can trade with the 2 blockers on board right now.
And the Absolver also pretty irrelevant because there's no champion level up yet, because Akshan and Sivir are both missing in Broken Ball's game plan.
And he's going to go for the Golden Aegis now, which is interesting. We may see him pair this up with even a Concerted Strike just to remove that blocker out of the way. I mean, I think if you go for this... Well, no, never mind. He gives barrier to everything, because the level up Sivir, so he doesn't even need to interact with that at all. Like, this is really scary for Broken Ball. We may be going to game 3 here, ladies and gentlemen. It was
I think definitely. I think Broken Ball was just not able to find the cards he needed, despite the landmark popping and giving him a chance to predict and draw something relevant. He just didn't find it.
Yeah, it just goes to show, like, it's important to find the palace, but I mean, you technically have like 8 turns, right? Well, not less than that, because you accelerate, right? But you have quite a few turns to find action from that point onwards. But if you don't, it's pretty much useless, as we can see here. And ultimately, Gouda having that Sivir in his opening hand makes the difference here. And also his sequencing as well. Like those double Treasure Seekers, just staying on they're survivors, man. Like they've stuck on this board.
Gouda reading the hand of Broken Ball so well, knowing there's no interaction last turn. We talked about this in round 1 as well. Players are able to make assumptions about their opponent's hand at such a high level because of their experience with every single matchup, and because they've played these matches so often throughout the season. Especially a player like Gouda that just spans games on ladder, has so much experience throughout these 4 months, and you can tell here the surrender comes in from Broken Ball. 1-1 in the series. We're going to go to a final game 3 between these 2 titans of competitive EMEA, and it's going to be a close one, Mogwai.
That Concerted Strike was so clever, because he put Broken Ball into a checkmate position right there. With that open attack, with those 3 units, with the spell shield in play, Broken Ball could go for could try to pass over, right? Because you do need to preserve your board to essentially remove stuff up on an open attack when you're playing this Demacia. Like you need something on the board because you only have strike spells, right? So because he didn't do that, but because of the spell shield, there was nothing that he could do to stop like a Shapestone lethal there. So he just put him in a situation where it's just like, hey, you have to block, but the moment you block, you cannot do anything onto my open attack. And I know you have no units left because of how you've been playing. So that was just a really good way to end the game there for Gouda. Really good call. Like you said earlier, like reading the hand. He read that perfectly. He knew he was against the wall. And he took down Broken Ball, and now we're in Game 3. But this is arguably a good matchup for Akshan and Sivir, though Duran's Sculpture can change things. We also see the Vanguard Sergeant as well. Even though it got nerfed, it's still amazing in this deck for Demacia. Extremely powerful, not quite at the level of good old Yordles in Arms, but rather close to it, really, and especially in a deck that can spread out like this one. These are very good units to curve out into and could give Gouda a bit of an advantage if Broken Ball does not draw optimally here.
Mariah Warden, a great pickup on the offensive here for Gouda for this turn 2. Both decks are going to be very similar, playing onto the board, playing for, trying to control the board and win through it. This is Demacia in a nutshell, but Broken Ball will have much more interaction with things like Quicksand in Shurima, with things like Right Negation even, with things like Single Combat and Concerted Strike, going to be able to control Gouda's board a little bit more, whereas Gouda plays a much more straightforward game plan.
That Duran Sculpture being unanswered here is really good for Gouda. I think this warrants a Merciless Hunter going down onto it, which will be countered by a Bryce Steel Protector, if that's the line of play he goes for. I don't see any other play that he has. He just passes. That's very telling that he's got a Merciless Hunter. I'm not sure that was a... I'm not sure I like that pass from Broken Ball. He burned 2 mana there. But I guess
it stops Gouda from developing the very least, so it stops his
the misfortune, especially specifically the misfortune, which is the biggest threat. So it does make sense, but definitely did not work out for him here.
There's a Sivir coming down, the extra HP on both the Mariah Warden and the Dread Judgers. Really, maybe the only time we're going to see this card coming into play in competitive, because Deep is definitely not in the open rounds or the top cut, I assume.
But they're getting some really strong cards, so I'm
Hopium.
I'm Copian mode for a Deep comeback, and I think.
Oh, I am too, Mongo. I believe I've been waiting for a while.
Bro, the 2 cards Deep is getting are absolutely amazing. Trust me, Deep tier 1, tier 0.
Oh, that might be. Don't get me too excited, Mongo. Okay, I'm gonna. The higher you get my excitement, the more the fall's gonna hurt.
Here we go, full swing here. Deciding what to drag with this Fleet Feather Tracker.
This is what Scouts does so well.
I think you just want to drag the Treasure Seeker here because you want to force the. I don't know. Maybe you could just go for the sharp side onto the tracker. Hope that they have no. I mean, there's a Quicksand there, so that's not really great. Let's see what Gouda decides to drag here. Going for the Sivir. Okay.
I'm gonna drag the Sivir and just gonna take the trade on to any of the 2/2s here, really, on Broken Ball side, and then have the Quicksand as a backup in case Sharpsight is committed to try and kill off the Sivir from the Fleet Feather Tracker. And that's what we're gonna see if Gouda ends up going for it. He knows there's 3 mana up for Broken Ball as well, so it would just be a trade of combat tricks essentially.
Actually, lets that go through. Just want to get that damage through, bringing Broken Ball down to 13. This is looking a little bit scary for Broken Ball. He's being overwhelmed by this swarm right now, and Quinn, what a pickup. On
this turn 5. No misfortune, but no problem really for able to just have an extremely wide board and sneak in damage around the sides every single attack you can turn.
Quinn into Genevieve is so terrifying here.
This is perfect almost for Gouda. You want to sacrifice one of these units anyway. You want to have that extra slot open for Genevieve on the next turn. So you want to, trade off one of your units here for the 5/2 Sandstone Charger.
See what Gouda does here. The moment he commits the Quinn, he leaves it wide open for a Merciless Hunter. So we could see a pass here from Gouda. But instead he goes, I think honestly, I think this play is better. As tempting as Quinn is, setting up the 4 Demacia.
Even though negation will answer though, so you have to be very careful.
Yeah. But
Two copies of it.
I understand this because by playing this, you still enable the Bright Steel Protector, which counters a Merciless Hunter. You gotta keep Merciless Hunter in mind at all times here, especially because Broken Ball telegraphed it a little bit earlier with his pass in round 3. So I think Gouda is aware of that. He's like, he definitely has one here, so I need Protector this round to preserve my board.
There's a barrier onto the 3/3 that's vulnerable now. Would have liked to trade it into the Sandstone Charger, but in this case, not going to be possible. And I think maybe Gouda just takes the hit here. Or, uses the barrier unit to block it.
If you want to use Quicksand on this, that's fine. You free up a space for my Genevieve anyways next round. If not, we're looking at a total of 9 mana next round. So unfortunately, Gouda cannot forward Demacia into... I mean, he doesn't have the space for Quinn anyways.
There it is for Demacia.
Get countered.
Going to check for Rite of Negation. It's going to be there. Only one copy in the deck for Broken Ball. It's found when it's needed most, but still, you're looking at a 6-wide board that even without the stat buff is still super menacing to look at if you only have 2 blockers on the side of Broken Ball.
I think you're forced to Vicar and Bruiser here. Because you still have 2 blockers onto that. That's 3, 5, 7. Like, you get some really optimal trades and you can start rebuilding. I think that's just the play.
And the hand is surprisingly great for Gouda here because Broken Ball's thinking, I survive his attack, and then maybe I'm able to slowly come back into it if my opponent just fizzles out and doesn't have enough value to come to, stay in the game. But that's exactly what Gouda has in hand. He has 3 big kind of finisher plays left with Genevieve ×2 and the Quinn as well.
Interesting. I guess he values more preserving his Sivir. Which is what he's going for with this sharp side. But this sharp side, I think this is definitely a worthy sharp side here for Gouda.
Yeah. Definitely. There's no mana left for Broken Ball. There's no counter left.
For him here.
It's a guaranteed kill.
Yeah, it was a tough call to make regardless, but developing the Vicar and Bruiser could have led to
And I think this might be it. I think this might be Broken Ball's journey finally coming to an end. Akshan has found the Bruisers in hand, but the board is still so wide. You still have Quinn coming down, maybe Genevieve next turn as well. 6 HP on the Nexus for Broken Ball. He took too much damage in those first 2 massive attack token turns.
It had to be the Vicar and Bruiser. I mean, obviously, like, hindsight is 2020, right? But that Vicar and Bruiser would have maybe allowed him to stay a little bit more into this game. But, I mean, to be fair, this is just such a wide board and double Genevieve in hand. Like, it's rough. You can drag this.
It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. And this is what Scouts does so well. Goes wide, chips in damage on the sides that you can't really block despite...
I mean, okay, let's wait a bit, though, because there is a Quicksand. Quicksand can do a lot.
Scout, though, Genevieve, you have no... I mean, it's 6 HP on the Nexus Mogwai. I'm not sure there's so much you can do here.
I think, okay, hear me out. Absolver, if Genevieve tries to drag, I mean, there's the Shield of Duran, right? But Absolver onto Akshan being dragged by Genevieve, and then Quicksand, to reduce some of the power here allows you to, he just goes wide here though. So, yeah, this is interesting. Like, Gouda has to take Quicksand into account. He has to assume that there's a Quicksand there. Because he can go for a full swing here. He can definitely go for a full swing. But he goes with this instead. I think you Absolver here. And now we see the Shield of the Duran, 100%. And now that's game.
That's game. Akshan dead. Genevieve still alive. One more chump blocker comes in. You have a sharp that doesn't do enough. You don't have time to play Sandstone Charger. The challenges come through the unblocked units on the sides. 10 HP threat into the Nexus, and Broken Ball can't do anything to stop this. Gouda wins the game
takes
3.
it back.
Ends Broken Ball's incredible tournament run, and Gouda advances to the quarterfinals, where Broken Ball is finally where his journey ends. Unfortunately, not able to contest for the championship in this seasonal tournament.
What a phenomenal series, like really tight by both players, but Gouda being able to just defeat in the Demacia mirror back-to-back twice. It wasn't looking good for him at first, But then some unfortunate, draws there for Broken Ball in the second game for sure. Like not being able to find any of his champions definitely made him run a little bit out of gas. That double Absolver really hurt. But that is the nature of card games. And that game 3, Gouda honestly just piloted that absolutely perfectly. Like there were some tempting plays like that Quinn on turn 5, but going instead for the safer route with the Sergeant into the Bright Steel Protector to preserve his board. And even though we saw that rare negation, he still forced it out with that 4 Demacia and had that ability to rebuild. And ultimately that Quinn that did not come in on curve actually came in afterwards and allowed him to just rebuild and just apply so much pressure. And we saw just Genevieve being an absolute powerhouse there. But really good game by both players. Love that Echo in game 1. That was Echo at its finest, and definitely at least proved to be a very damn worthy tournament deck, and I'm excited to see some more of it in the future. Not too much, because I fear Chrono Break being too popular, but really neat stuff.
Despite the game 2 and 3 not going so great for Broken Ball, I think he's going to have to be thinking now as well, did I make the right decision with my lineup? Because yesterday he was bringing the Viego Shrima list, he was bringing Ziggs Talia in his lineup for Fight Night. For the Italian Super League, he brought the Aphelios Fizz and the Timo Tristana Fade deck as well in his lineup. So this is a kind of a new lineup coming into today's tournament, and it didn't pan out so well in these last 2 games. Obviously, the draws were not ideal, as you mentioned, in games 2 and 3, but definitely the highlight was the Echo Zillion play. It was fantastic, and as Zach
like ultimately I don't think you can go wrong with Akshan Sivir. I think it's a really solid deck. Ultimately he succumbed to a mirror and then he just got outpaced by scouts, right? So it's one of those things. I think his lineup was pretty solid because the other deck got banned, Pantheon and Yuumi. You can never go wrong with Pantheon and Yuumi. One would think would be the liability would be Echo, but that deck just had such a strong debut. Ultimately he just succumbed to a very strong player that had a similar half lineup to him, and was able to overcome the Demacia matchups, with good draws, but also phenomenal plays as well. Like Gouda is a powerhouse, and that's why I was really happy to cover that game, because it's two players at their prime. One of them just excelling in tournaments as of late, and the other one, as you said, #1 on the ranked ladder, right? So really.
We jump into game 3 of Maddie versus Ross Pierdolo, and the game is over. Ross able to win it. It was Poland versus the UK, one of the UK players, Maddie representing Great Britain here, and Ross Pierdolo actually from Poland, and he's able to win it there. Was a very short one, was really a lightning quick match there. The game 3 goes to Ross Pierdolo. And we will have a Polish player in the quarterfinals. And that was the last match of this round 2. So a lightning quick round. That's definitely true. I think maybe players decided to start banning this deck instead. But that will be it for this round. I believe we'll be going to a quick update on the bracket to see who ended up making it to the top 8 and who ended up dropping out in this round 2 in the top 16. And as we mentioned in round 1, half the players are gone there. Again, we're going to half the players again from 16 to 8, and that means a lot of big names will be missing in the next round of this tournament.
But I think we can talk about some names that we definitely have to watch out for, right? Like, for example, like I obviously Gouda. I think Gouda is a huge threat. Oh no, Cosimo went down. Well, we're gonna see that soon. Like, it's being updated as of now, but yeah, like there's a lot of new names here in this quarterfinal slot here. A lot of like we're gonna see shortly that Melidor also succumbed. Both Italian players.
Don't spoil everything, Mogwai. Give us some anticipation. But matchups we're looking for: Melidor, of course, in the top 18. The Spanish player on the Spanish side of the bracket there, Cosimo, as Mogwai has already spoiled us, it looks like no longer making it into the quarterfinals. On the bottom side, we had Smooth, we had Hash, we had a lot of great players in the bottom left quadrant of the bracket as well that could be making it through, but maybe have already been eliminated. And seasonal, as you mentioned, it's cutthroat, it's single elimination, it's one round where you lose and you're out, and this is where a lot of players start making a name for themselves as well. Players that are maybe unknown to the majority of the community, unknown to ourselves, but then all of a sudden they have a great performance in this seasonal, they start showing up on ladder, they gain this experience throughout this 4-month season and maybe this tournament as well, and are able to now become one of these favorites, become one of these names that we watch out for in the next seasonal. So this is the proving ground for favorites and for also the unknown players, the dark horses trying to make it into the top 4 or maybe even into the final of today's tournament.
For sure, and we have a bit of a typo there because it says that Broken Ball advance is actually Gouda instead. So let's not mind that. But Turtwig defeated Melidor, like I totally did not spoil like 5 seconds ago. Red Winter, who's the player who defeated Den in round 1, has defeated Pioro in round 2 and is going to face off against Shumpo, the Rally Noxus card himself, who overcame Dina and Jerkao in the first couple of rounds. As on the other side of the bracket, W505 WTF defeated Smooth Soloist and advances off against Ross Pierdo, who we just saw having the quickest win ever against Maddie right there. And Sir Donald is the last Spaniard alive as he's able to defeat Cosimo 2-1 and take down one of the favorites in this tournament as he advances to the quarterfinals and faces off against SwapBlue.
And looking at nationalities, also very interesting to look forward to. Always in the quarterfinals, we're gonna have SwapBlue from France versus Spain. So France versus Spain, always a classic matchup in esports, in sports, really anywhere you look at. It's always a very friendly rivalry between these two countries. We have Poland versus Russia on the bottom side there between Ross Pierdol and 05 WTF. We have France versus Belgium, another very interesting matchup, always between two neighboring countries that speak the same language, or I guess Belgium speaks a few of them actually. And then we have Morocco versus Norway with Gouda and Turtwigs. Turtwigs, of course, a player that used to be Echo Uranium, was part of the Norwegian team for Masters Europe in the 3rd edition that we had so many months ago. So actually a pretty even split in terms of the different nationalities represented. Some cool ones like Norway that doesn't always find its way into the top, especially with players like Marcus not playing in the seasonal. It's always more difficult to see them in the top 8, but Echo Uranium doing a great job in bringing their country into the spotlight for this seasonal tournament.
One of those cases in which we have quite a bit of a mix here between known names and quote unquote newcomers, at least to the big scene, right? We have seen Sir Donald multiple times before. We talk a lot about Cosimo and Sergi, but he's been quite prevalent for some time as well. Gouda, definitely one of the favorites here. Gonna watch out for that. But Turtwig has been putting in the work, so really gonna be interested to see who wins that one and advances to the semifinals. And then Shumpo and Red Winter. We haven't seen that side of the bracket yet, so that's gonna be intriguing as well. But there's quite a few matchups that I'm interested in, and we're gonna come up with which one will be a pretty cool one to showcase for the next round, as we will be coming back after a bit of a break.
Before we go though, one thing to mention, none of the current players here are seasonal winners. All seasonal champions that were participating in this tournament have been eliminated at this point, so we will have a new, no back-to-back champions in this Curious Journey tournament for EMEA. So super exciting, and maybe we even get a new country. Morocco has never won it before for Gouda. Norway has never won it before.
Or maybe Spain a second time.
Or maybe Spain, or maybe France, or maybe the classics are the ones that do it once again. So we'll find out as we go into the quarterfinals, into the round 3 of this tournament after this break.
Yes, I played from the biggest gaming house in Italy because on Sunday I would have to play the finals for the biggest LAN event in Italy in a while, and I ended up winning that one, and I ended up qualifying for the top 32 and also winning Fight Night the day earlier, so it definitely was very successful for me and also very fun.
Well, the open rounds went quite smoothly for me, I would say. Like, I started off 3-0, went 3-2, and then reversed it. I guess the funniest thing that happened to me during the open rounds is that I was talking a lot with Shumpo, another French player, and I think he got 3 buys because he got early on at 2 losses as well. So it was quite fun because I played all my matches, and at the start of almost each of my rounds I had a message like, oh my god, I got another buy. So every round I was like, why is this guy having all of them? But
actually, yes, I do the 2 last games of the open rounds in a party because it was my birthday party, so I have to do it on phone, and it was quite stressful, so that was it. But I have to do it, and I can't just waste my birthday, so I do both in the same time.
Something really funny that happened, I was playing Scouts, and I played the Marai Warden. I was playing against Aphelios Fizz, and the Marai Warden gave me a Lonely Portal, and the Lonely Portal, when it was summoned, it gave me a elusive portal. So I was always feeling safe against that deck, since if you don't have an elusive blocker, you might just get to one shot in one turn. Yeah, that was really funny.
Yeah, I got like 3 and then I went for a kebab.
Yes. During open round, the one game I lost, the one BO3 I lost, was due to the fact that I didn't want to play a Fisa Felios mirror because I wasn't really confident on that matchup, and so I didn't ban Scout and I lost to Scout. And later on round 5, I faced the same lineup, but I decided to play the mirror, and it went to extra time. It was so tiring, but I think I got really lucky because it was right before the pause, so I had time to reset, let's say. Otherwise, I'm sure if I had to play another game right after that one, I would lose 100%. So.
Okay, so like round 8, which was like the round I had to win to guarantee qualification, I had a really crazy game against the Viego playing as Fizafelios, and I had to like find a really complicated line on the last possible turn that I could have found it to do lethal, and it was like probably the highest pressure CCG moment I've ever been in my entire life, but we managed to do it, and yeah, it was really intense and really fun.
Yes, for the first time, thanks to Clash, we were able to play seasonal in the same structure. Me, Broken Ball, Soul, and other Italian players, and we really enjoyed that. And I hope we can do that every time a seasonal comes, because I think it's the better way to play games.
So I think the highlight from the open rounds has got to be running into a Katarina mirror. Their Katarina decks are rare enough to run into, so running into a mirror in the open rounds is always fun, gives a nice break, and it's a really, really enjoyable game. And for once, Katarina didn't end up dying to a Mystic Shot, which is always nice to see.
Well, I don't know if it classifies as an anecdote, but I think it was really cool that Aphelios 5th was the most popular deck this open rounds, since me and my prep partner made the deck or optimized it and made it popular, so it was like a big moment for us, and we are a little bit proud of it. And yeah, we're just really happy because it's hard to make a deck that makes it to the tier 0.
Round 2, I played versus someone who was clearly not particularly experienced at the game, and I completely high-rolled him with spiders, just crushing.
Yeah, like I lost a game like at the round because of that game, because I miscounted the Viego level up condition. I thought it was safe, and it seems like I could not add up to 20, so I lost the game on the spot.
One thing that was really rough, like at first I went like 5-0, 10-0 even. Then was like, my mental was crazy, and then the break was kind of ruined it a bit. I went 0-2, and then the next one was against 3 low sample size decks, and I didn't have any idea what the matchups. It was like really stressful. Like, oh shit, what do I do now?
This season there weren't any fun anecdotes, mainly because I played really solid lineup and nothing crazy, and I think all the rounds were pretty standard.
Welcome everyone to the Curious Journey seasonal tournament for the EMEA region. I'm Petrus Panda, joined by my co-caster as always, Mega Mogwai. How are you doing, Mogwai? We're going now into the quarterfinals already. Only 8 players remain. So many big names missing, but so many other players hoping and aspiring to glory today.
I'm doing good, Panda. Thank you. Thank you for bringing the Mega on my name, even though I asked you not to. Really appreciate it.
Do I ask you to call me PewDiePie? I didn't think so. Okay. All right.
I was going to go that route, but you already did it for me. So yeah, excited. We got some new names here, some old ones as well. But I think we could both agree that this is perhaps one of the the quarterfinal brackets which has more like lesser known names in the competitive scene than in prior seasonal events, right? We do know who Sir Donald is, and 05 WTF has actually been, quite up there quite a few times. It's just one of those things that he has like this sort of name that it's weird to just like associate him to anything. So it's kind of like easier to forget, I guess. But he's definitely like always been up there at these competitions. Red Winter, also a veteran, and Gouda. But then we have Shumpo, who's got like a mugshot over there. We got Rose Pure Dole, we got SwapBlue, and we got Turtswigs, and a nice mixture of like newcomers and oldcomers. But like you said, no prior seasonal champions. Today, Whoever wins will be the first time that they win a seasonal, and there is a chance. I don't remember exactly what the number is, how many of countries that we have here that haven't won prior, but we could have a new country as the winner of these EMEA seasonals. I believe Morocco is one of those options, right?
Yeah.
And what else?
Morocco, Belgium. Ultraman has not won a seasonal yet, if my memory serves me correctly. I think Poland also hasn't. If I'm correct, Alan hasn't won it. That's for sure.
Didn't Shihu win one?
No, definitely not. No, I think those countries are still available to win it here. I think for most veteran players in the scene and veteran viewers as well, all these names are going to be familiar to some extent. 05 WTF is the, I think, second best Russian player in the history of competitive Runeterra. Ragnaros is, of course, taking that first spot. But 05 WTF has been on the Russian team for the Masters Europe. He's been around in many different seasonals. SwapBlue as well for France. Isn't the most known French player, but definitely up there among the top 5 or top 10 for sure, of one of the strongest countries in the region, especially. So it's still a great accomplishment to have. So still names that I think everyone is pretty familiar with going to this top 8. Not, the most favorites, the most well-known players that have, won seasonals or won Master Europe tournaments, but definitely players that are experienced in situations like this one, and players that have been playing for a very long time and know what it takes to win a tournament like this one.
And during this break, we've chose the right matchup for you, as we got Shumpo versus Red Winter. We thought it was a pretty spicy matchup here from the side of the bracket that we actually haven't covered up until now. Red Winter representing Belgium with a peak elo of 800 LP, sitting at number 7. So he plays quite high. Did he go 9-0 or 8-1? Something like that.
I assume 8-1 with the 7th seed here, but we're seeing here he's a player that has made top 4 in his first ever seasonal. So he's a player that does have experience making it to the very top rounds. This could be his second time doing it here if he's able to win this round and move on to the semifinals. And again, the same way that 05 WTF is one of the best players for Russia, maybe not the best, I think it's the same for Red Winter. It's hard to beat Ultraman in terms of just accomplishments, because Ultraman is just so dominant on ladder. He's done so well in seasonal tournaments as well. He's the second winningest player in Fight Night history with 4 wins. Only 1 player surpasses him in Europe, and that is Broken Ball, who did it yesterday with the 5th win he was able to get. So overall, Red Winter also a very well-known player and a very strong player from Belgium.
Let's take a look at Shumpo, the Noxus Rally himself. Actually, never mind. Let's look at the lineup for Red Winter instead, as we have, of course, a deck that we've seen quite prevalent through here. Actually, a couple of them that are actually very common, both Pantheon, Yumi, and Miss Fortune Quinn. Scouts have been really successful throughout this tournament. Not as prevalent in the open qualifiers, but definitely really good here. But the third deck is a bit of an old dog. We got Plunder back at it after the nerf to Gangplank. It's back here in a top 16 scenario for completing Red Winter's lineup here with the new addition in Tusk Speaker, which does a lot for the archetype and in a way makes up for the nerfs that it's had.
Nice to see at least one, let's say, exciting deck in this lineup, because like you mentioned, the two first ones here are, the usual suspect. We've seen many of it already. Even the open round, I think the three kind of biggest decks that we saw was Fizz followed by Yuumi Pantheon, followed by Scouts, the three most prevalent decks. So definitely the staples in the meta, whereas Gangplank, Sejuani used to be a staple. Now, not so much, but Red Winter's still believing in the power of Plunder and the mid-range power, especially in terms of how this deck can spike level ups on Gangplank and Sejuani.
Interesting things to note here. When it comes to the Scout deck, there is no Sharp Sight, and actually a couple of copies of Shield of Duran, and perhaps one of the more... Oh no, actually there is Sharp Sight. I didn't see it. That's
Mogwai,
my sight is not that sharp.
I was trying to go there, but thank you, Mogwai. Finally, maybe we're finally synergizing. After 9 seasonal tournaments, we're actually making it to the point where we make the same bad jokes.
Oh god, what have we become? All right, but so there is Sharp Sight. I didn't see it there for a second. I was thrown off by the double copies of Shield of Duran. Shumpo, looking very serious and very determined to defeat here with the peak 1 elo, placed 1. So guy definitely went 9-0 in the qualifiers.
He placed at number 1 at some point on ladder.
On the ladder.
His seeding was number 18.
I am sharp today.
I know player was, I believe, I'll check up on that and I'll let you know in a second.
Yeah, I confused the actual peak elo because Gouda was already peak elo at first, but he ended it in number 1, right? Like that's like.
It was Zorni, number 1 seed, player from Sochi.
No, but I mean on the ladder, because Gouda was number 1, right?
Yeah. If you don't know, you can make the assumption, because most of the time he has been number 1. Him and Ultraman have been fighting this entire season, just switching out that number 1 and number 2 spots.
And here we go, quite a different lineup. We see they're in the middle, just to get the meta out of the way, or at least the meta for now. Fizz Aphelios right there with a couple of copies of Hush. But then on the left, we see a deck that honestly I expected to be more represented today, and that is Caitlyn Ezreal, which is a deck that benefited quite a bit from the recent cast play change. Now Ezreal can turbo kill you without you having no say in it whatsoever. And on the right, ladies and gentlemen, we got my favorite champion in the entire Runeterra universe. It's your boy Lee Sin, but with action. A little bit of spice right there with that quicksand in the mix too. Definitely weird to say that the Lee Sin is spicy.
I'm gonna be honest, Mogwai, when we were talking about picking a series to cash for this quarterfinals, I heard you talk about Ezreal Caitlyn and Gangplank Sejuani. I maybe tuned out. I didn't hear anything about Lee Sin. I regret everything. We should not have casted this match.
I was a little bit confused. You're like, oh yeah, definitely.
No.
Literally, as I said, Lee Sin.
Back in action. The blind kicking man is here to try and OTK.
Our
Fizz
favorite
wasn't enough. If Wounded White Flame wasn't enough, Lee Sin is here to also be an OTK. Deck in this current meta, and our favorite 2-cost after Bite Super Protector, Eye of the Dragon, is also here to show just how powerful she can be.
If anybody's wondering why Lee Sin has dropped a little bit out of flavor, it's because of the recent change to Crescendum. Basically that they lost the ability to fish out Eye of the Dragon, which is one of the main perks of combining target with Lee Sin, which is why we are seeing an action variant of it now, which has. But okay, I was gonna say for a second, without the Absolver, there's a 3 of the Absolver right there. Otherwise, it would make no sense because this deck benefits extremely from the Absolver, double deny, double Will of Ionia. Talk about a throwback right there, which can be really good against Pantheon. I think this lineup is definitely geared to capitalize on Pantheon to some extent. So we're definitely not gonna see Shumpo banning that deck, as the combination of that and Caitlyn Ezreal gives him quite the edge. And we've seen how Fizz Aphelios can race that deck as well. So here we go. These are the lineups. Regarding the bans, like I mentioned, I do expect, honestly, it's hard to say, but I think maybe Scouts. I think maybe Scouts is taking the hit here for Red Winter. And from Shumpo's lineup, if I'm Red Winter, what am I most afraid of here? I think actually Caitlyn Ezreal.
I think so too. I think it just has a lot of control. It can match scouts quite well if it's able to kind of kick off with great one-for-one removal onto most of the scout units, for example. So we'll see what the bans end up being. We're going to find out as we go into game 1, as always with the tournament API, because it works how it does. We can't really get the bans until we're already in game, but it will come up as a visual, and we will get confirmation on what exactly the remaining 2 decks are for each of these players. Reminder for viewers at home, we are in the quarter-finals, still best of 3, still the first of 2 wins advances to the next round, and still we see here 2 decks that are not banned at the very least. Gangplank Sejuani, thankfully, and Lee Sin is also not banned, unfortunately.
Yep, I definitely think it's those 2. You know, Caitlyn Easy and Scouts here. As we see the Crackshot Corsair leading off for Red Winter. If you're playing Plunder, you are happy to see that. Then we got the Warning Shot into Black Market Merchant. Could be a very solid turn too, especially drawing the Euro Grifter, which will back you up with that. Excellent draws.
Yeah,
excellent draws for Red Winter.
The plunders are in order. 2 turns, 2 plunders activated, hoping to get the third next turn as well. Flange the Preservarium for some extra card draw, yoinking that from the deck of Shumpo, and right away the attack comes in. The ping effect from Crackshot Corsair guarantees a 3rd plunder in a row here. So this is one of the most important things playing this deck, Mogwai. You want to make sure you're doing your homework with the plunders every single turn, so that once Sejuani comes down, or when Gangplank comes down, they're already leveled up and they're already in their most powerful level 2 form.
Hard agree there. We see a block there. It is. Look, I'm on point with the bands.
You're on point,
come on, give me some credit. Come on.
I'll give you some credit, Mogwai.
Well, not bad. Not
pronunciation not quite there yet, but at least your analysis of the bands is definitely on point. We'll make it someday. The jokes are getting better. You know, we're thinking on the same wavelength, so that's already improvement.
I've been pretty terrible today. I don't know. I mean, you've been better, but to be fair, like there's a lot of room, you know, for improvement.
You want to keep? Okay, you want to keep? I was trying to be positive.
My game has been weak today. I'm gonna blame it on there. I'm recovering from a sickness, Panda. You know, it affected my brain cells as well. So I am a lesser being as of now, but I'll get there.
Akshan now drawn 2 champions in hand for Shumpo, but everything going well for Red Winter except for the champion draws. He's gonna have to try and find it. Gonna have to find maybe the top deck on. Ooh, the quicksand for 2 mana. Fantastic pickup.
Man, this is like Plunder's looking amazing. Yo, Plunder's insane. If you draw Crackshot turn 1 and man, that curve. Especially seeing that Euro Grifter drawn right after, because just as I was saying, man, Warning Shot into Merchant is nice, but it'd be nice to see some follow-up, and there's that
another Warning Shot is found. You need to find Sejuani or Gangplank now to really take over. You have the Dreadway, which is the great top end. You just need kind of that middle end, if you will.
And also, like, attack first and then go for the Preservarium if you don't need to resort to Make It Rain, which is unlikely they're going to be using it here. Make It Rain can actually be a nice resource to get rid of Lee Sin's barrier, potentially. As we're going to see 2 blocks here. Vicarum Vagabond into the Euro Grifter, which makes a lot of sense. And we see Shumpo like really making use of the stat line from these Eyes of the Dragon and not afraid to use them as blockers, even though they can be removed later down the line. There's no more Twin Disciplines, so if Red Winter were to try to roll here into a Make It Rain, he could try to hunt down this Eye of the Dragon, but I expect a Preservarium instead. No, he's just keeping the mana just in case. Okay. Making sure that if he commits to that.
A lot of warnings, but nothing to follow up the warning that looks like in hand for Red Winter. We're talking about Sejuani being so important because...
But there's a Will of Ionia there too.
If viewers want to remember, Sejuani, when leveled up, is able to take Lee Sin hostage, able to frostbite Lee Sin turn after turn, making sure he does absolutely nothing with his ability or his OTK potential. So that's the big thing here. Will of Ionia can, of course, stall that out for a bit. But Sejuani has a great enter the battlefield effect, which means that it can still be very good after Will of Ionia as well to get the effect once again. The vulnerable, the frostbite. Gangplank is now found off the top deck here for Red Winter, and it is played.
That's what we're talking about. Sejuani is important, but you just need a champion. You want a champion. Will of Ionia going down immediately, delaying the Gangplank, but also opening up for a potential Sejuani later down the line as well. Down goes the Make It Rain. Oh my lord, hitting everything here. That's ideal. That's pretty ideal because you have these warning shots to trigger these plunders anyways. You're threatening the action. Oh my god, this Make It Rain is so good.
Mogwai, are you aware of the fact that if you sneak in 3 damage here, the moment Dreadway comes down with triple warning shot, it could be game over at burst speed. And that's what Redwinter, I think, is planning for. He wants to just push in 3 damage on this turn. He's going to be able to do it. He has the Crackshot Corsair, the Zap Spray Fin, and the Jagged Butcher.
Oh, that's going to be, oh my god. That's going to be
And next turn, we're at 8 mana, and it could be a burst speed GG. Not with Ezreal, not with the playtesting.
Is there Hush?
There isn't in hand.
No, but
Maybe
in the
off
deck?
the top deck. Well, we're not playing Target Mogwai. This is not Target for Lee Sin.
Never mind. Dude, it's over. It's actually like, then there's no chance. There's no counterplay.
Not the game plan we expected. Not
The
game
Lee
plan that I
Sin
think.
player is going to get burst lethal. I love it. Oh, sorry,
I love it too.
No bias.
No Spanish bias, just anti-Sin bias.
Did I? Not denying.
Deny can't do anything. Retreat, maybe retreat
Good day.
back home because you're going to lose this game 1. Unfortunately, Shumpo. The Quicksand comes in just to kill Lee Sin in the process. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, hey, it adds to the style. I appreciate it. Here we go, folks. It's a Dreadway win.
And
It's a
whatever
Dread win.
Shumpo does not matter. Akshan levels up. He can look like James Bond. It also will not matter. The grappling hook. Irrelevant in this case.
Very cool. Very cool. Everything. But this is all she wrote. 1, 2, 3.
Down.
All he needs is that initiative back, and it's over, ladies and gentlemen. He's got all that disruption. He can get the Notify. It don't matter. Warning shot is too fast.
And we're going to see
Too
the
fast for
3
you, Dwayne.
bullets loaded into the cannon. The cannon now aiming at the Nexus, adjusting, getting ready to fire.
Not much of a warning, is it? Like it's it's like hey, warning, you're dead. And
This is
wait
justice.
for it.
I'm not so sure, Akshan. Trying to
Wait
take
for
down
it.
the Dreadway here. And as the initiative swings back to Red
Take a lot.
Winter.
He's really going for it. All this thought process.
And I don't think Shumpo
If only
expects
he
it.
knew. If only he knew.
He knows there's one warning shot from the Allegiance, but can he possibly know there's 1, 2, and 3? Enough damage on each of them to end the game.
And
All
that's
you needed
it. He
was
knows.
that, and that's going to be it. The final warning
Clean.
shot comes in. GG, game 1 goes to Red Winter.
Clean.
Belgium takes the first game of the series, and Red Winter 1 game away from making it back into the semifinals. He did it last time he was in the seasonal, and he's going to try and do it again. And he's going to rely on Yumi Pantheon to make it all the way there.
I think if you are Shumpo, you lead off with Lee Sin again, especially because you have double Will of Ionia in this deck. So it is as good as a counter can be towards Pantheon Yumi. Like that was a very good game 1 for Red Winter, but like we were saying earlier, studying the lineups from both players, I do believe Shumpo is, I would go ahead and say even like hard targeting Pantheon Yumi here with this lineup right here. It just feels very well suited for us. So even though that was a pretty rough loss early on, this is only the beginning, and we do see Lee Sin in the hand. There's a Notify that can counter the single combat.
Quicksand's there as well.
And Quicksand, yeah, good stuff.
A good hand to Red Winter, though, has both of his key, or has at least the most important faded one unit here. Saga Seeker has a Cataclysm, has ways to proc this with Rise to Protector, and the Pale Cascade as well. Able to get a huge attack here with only the Akshan able to come down the board, but gonna have to give it away essentially if you want to block any of these 2 units.
We'll see if he goes for it. He does have Quicksand. And like the thing about this Akshan is that it's not really like with that faded unit on front, it's not really going to be doing much anytime soon, but you really do want that Warlord's Horde. It is part of your win condition, so and you do have the Tasty Faithfolk as well. That 4 power lifesteal can provide a lot. Good blocker in a matchup like this. Instead of gonna go for the Vakar and Vagabond, trying to accelerate, trying to get that level up onto Akshan as quickly as possible. He's not in a hurry to heal as of right now, but he is in a bit of a hurry to flip this, because that way, as soon as this flips over, he doesn't rely on Akshan as much.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this curve onto Vagabond instead makes quite a bit of sense in hindsight. And now we're gonna see what Red Winter does. He can choose to carry over the spell mana or develop that Mountain Goat.
We're gonna see what.
Maybe even a Cataclysm onto the Akshan if he really wants to.
He wants to get the faded proc obviously this turn for Saga Seeker. Wants to keep getting this as high as possible. Although, of course, we mentioned there's the resets with Will of Ionia, so there's ways to kind of punish that. If you're centering only on that one strategy, you're kind of going all in on the Saga Seeker, there might be a punish, but there it is. The Cataclysm comes in. The challenge on the Akshan. Akshan usually the one to grapple other units, but this time got some of his own medicine
grappled,
here.
Yeah, that's a what man? That was pretty decent. I'll give you that.
Oh, that one was decent. Okay, not the last 8 seasonals.
It took you a minute, but you did
big brain jokes.
Good job. Good job, man. Proud of you. All right, here we go. Mountain Go. Still has Pale Cascade backup, which is why he's prioritizing it over the Faded unit. This Tasty Faithful representing a really good blocker that keeps that Faded 1-drop in the back. And we're going to see double trade going on here. Going to get Shumpo back up to 19 health. As Red Winter will get that gem, which we can use to keep building up one of his win conditions. You can't really commit too much to one in a matchup like this because of the Will of Ionia that we mentioned. There's two of them in the deck. You have to assume that they have it.
And Red Winter taking it quite slow here. I mean, looking at the win condition in theory in Saga Seeker, still 5-4 at this point. It's still, fairly low. No Overwhelm yet, no Zenith Blade. So a much slower game plan. Has the different units to develop. Has double Wounded White Flame in hand. The Pantheon as well, of course. But this slower game plan does, I think, favor Shumpo. Gives him the chance to draw more of his utility cards, like Will of Ionia, and gives him the chance to have Lee Sin become a threat later in the game.
I like this vagabond play here. It's definitely too early to play Lee Sin. You don't have a way to play around the likes of Concerted Strike, which bypasses the barrier anyways, and he has enough stats on the board. With only 2 mana, there's just not enough to protect. We could see a Preservarium here. It may be the moment to pick it up. Yeah, that's a good pickup there. Gonna go for a swing. Gonna do some bluffing or not. He just really wants to get rid of that Wounded White Flame. This Pale Cascade is quite a bit, but he does, Red Winter is aware that he can get this back, but I think it's good for him to force that mana out of him. That definitely slows him down because it prevents Shumpo from playing the Preservarium that he just picked up this round. So this works out well for Red Winter here. Even though we have exchange, it does work out well for him.
There's a trade in the end. The Saga Seeker now left uncontested. Can come in for the attack here if it wants to right now for a decent amount of damage. The Guiding Touch can proc the Faded as well to heal that little bit of HP that's missing right now for the Saga Seeker if you want to push some extra damage, or maybe Red Winter wants to take it slower, wants to develop something else or play Zenith Blade instead.
I mean, okay, we're going to see the Notify here. Good Notify. Especially because you don't have the answer. So you definitely want to slow that down because it's going to cycle through anyways. And it does... Going to wait for the attack. He knows he wants to attack, so he's going to wait and then he can go for the Preservarium.
Absolver found, double Lee Sin. No Will of Ionia, though, is the most important card that Shumpo wants to look for going to the late game to make sure he has a plan B against these units.
Okay, there's the action, though. That's really good. Playing action here allows you to get that Warlord's Horde. You still have the Quicksand, and having double Lee Sin is nice as well because you can be a little bit reckless with one if you need to, or maybe use it defensively. But here's Pantheon, man, and Pantheon is tired. Pantheon is tired of these Lee Sin OTKs. He's had enough.
We haven't even had a Lee Sin OTK yet. What do you mean?
Oh, he's seen too many. We've seen too many, Panda.
I don't think Pantheon's the one to speak. Okay, Pantheon has been doing some pretty iffy stuff the last few months.
Yeah, that's true.
Pantheon can't be too much of a hypocrite. He's lucky he's still in the state he is in right now.
He's got some decent keywords right there. Challenger, quick attack with the spell shield that stops a Will of Ionia potentially, and at least for now stops the Quicksand. And I mean, Fearsome is not as relevant, but all in all, some pretty neat stuff there. Especially the Quicksand, the quick attack Challenger combination is really strong.
The barrier getting made use of in this attack here with the Stone Combat's fantastic. And so important as well not, there's 3 different threats being developed because Will of Ionia now is not so important. When there's a singular threat and you're kind of dumping all your resources into just the Saga Seeker, Will of Ionia would stop all that. But now there's the Pantheon as well, there's the Wounded White Flame. You're kind of diversifying your assets if you're Red Winter. Always very important when you're investing.
Yeah, you have to buff action here. Action is the one that has quick attack. It's just really it's important, I think, because otherwise you're gonna be forced. Because you want to threaten Pantheon after this single combat. This is actually really good. Like this Akshan, this play is going to enable Akshan to get rid of Pantheon, which is huge, Panda. Massive, especially with that persevering taking at the end and getting closer to that Warlords. That's this play. Him letting go of that second Lee Sin for this makes all the difference. That 5 health for that Lee Sin as well, really clutch here. Pantheon is down. I repeat, Pantheon is down, and that is massive news for Shumpo, getting that deep meditation for some good card draw here with the Absolver win condition already online. Shapestone adds more juice, and cheap juice at that. You know, it's not very healthy, but it is good. It's still nutrients. It's good enough, and it's what he needs. He needs to be able to play under the 8 mana here. I don't know what that was. What that reference was. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying, but I'm just talking.
Let's move on.
Talking
Akshan,
words.
trying to block the Wounded Wifeling here. You have a sharp side. The Fade has already been proc for this turn. It could just be a trade here between Akshan and the Wounded Wifeling. That's going to be the case. They both go down. The extra proc on the Horde. Seven HP on the next.
What's that turn to be over?
All you need is one Lee Sin and a Dream.
Yeah, he's got that spell shield. Shield of the Sentinels. Want to know what happens, Panda? Want to know what happens next?
What happens, Mawa? Tell me.
You've never seen this before.
Twin Disciplines did get a nerf.
Never seen this before,
It's
boy.
not going to be so relevant, it looks like. Can something be drawn here by Guiding Touch? Can something be done to stop this OTK? 20 HP. Guiding Touch being used. Can we top deck something relevant? Concerted Strike?
Spell Shield.
Spell Shield, Barrier, all the protection is there. Lee Sin doing Lee Sin things. Shumpo ties the series 1-1 with Lee Sin and his kicking power. And Red Winter now going to have to go into a game 3, as you mentioned, with a deck that may be targeted by Shumpo here. Yuumi Pantheon, only remaining deck that Red Winter has to win with. And Fizz Aphelios, maybe the 2 most important, most impactful decks in the current meta facing off against each other in this game 3.
I'm telling you, this lineup is really. I think we have to also like think about why these players have made it this far, right? And Pantheon Yuumi is a deck that we've seen extremely prevalent. Like I think I've seen it the same amount of lineups that I've seen, or more so really than I've seen Aphelios Fizz, which I expect to be the most popular deck. So it's a very good call by Shumpo. Like this lineup is really promising. And he's one game away. Aphelios with the Gravitum puts in a lot of work against a deck like Pantheon. And then Pantheon can definitely struggle, especially with the likes of Fizz. Let me see for a second. Do we know if he's running... It's a very important question, if they're running Hush or not.
Aphelios is running 2 copies. 2 copies of Hush in the deck for Shumpo.
Okay, no, but what matters is for Red Winter here. For Red Winter, let's take a look.
No Hush.
No Hush. That's huge.
No Hush. No Saga Seeker. Round 1. Grandfather Faye comes down for Shumpo instead.
This Fizz is an absolute menace.
And it looks like, no Saga Seeker means that Shumpo is going to start off with a bit more of a lead. Wounded Wifeling coming down on turn 3, maybe a bit slow to get this ramped up, to get this, popping off. Has a Zenith Blade. Both decks are decks that really don't have much interaction. Aphelios offers a little bit more with Gravitum, as you mentioned. But overall, these are decks that are trying to do their own thing, do it very fast and very efficiently, going for those OTK and quick kills. But we'll see who will end up winning this race in the final game of the series.
Down goes the second Grandfather Faye, with his epic line. And double Outcat in hand, as we have the ability to enable that Nightfall next round. He can lead off with the Outcat into Aphelios, or he could play a little bit more conservatively and develop the Gleaming Lantern instead into the Librarian, for example. It depends on how much he values the... Yeah, I think this makes sense. You want to respect the single combats. And you want to also go wide and try to apply more pressure and then resort to Aphelios. In a lot of decks when you play Aphelios, you want to get him relatively early because he is a snowbally engine, right? So the earlier you get him online, the more value he will generate you, and the quicker that'll happen. But in a matchup like
this is going to be a massive swing here. 1v6.
You care about, you know, board presence. You care about damage.
A massive dragon versus small fey creatures attacking the ankles. You can usually take down some, you know, much bigger creatures if you're able to do it. And
that white flame is huge, though. That white flame is big. Already.
You know, the question of like how many small children can you take on as an adult? I think it's not more than 6. It looks like.
Okay. Great analysis, man.
Thank you. That's what I'm paid for.
Yeah. Shockingly. All right, here we go. That is a lot of small children.
I told you, it's not more than 6.
Jesus.
6 is a turning point.
Not mess with them kids. Oh my god. Oh my god, this could be over just like that.
Pokey stick in the hands. One more pokey stick.
Do they play Judgment, Panda? Because I think that's the only thing that's saving them at this point. Holy crap.
I mean, a Cataclysm could also do something pretty... Oh, no. The second Pokey Stick. One in each hand. Onto the Nexus. The dual wield from Shumpo. And there's nothing... Oh, there's a Guiding Touch, actually.
The Guiding Touch. What are you talking about? There's nothing... You literally said, oh, there's the Guiding Touch. And there's Lethal. It's over, though. Pokey Stick or not, we can both agree. This game is done, so.
I mean, if you find a way to attack twice on this turn,
but the thing is, you need to cycle.
You have enough blockers here as well, yeah.
You need to cycle. You need to. I mean, like, you do like if you Guiding Touch into Cataclysm, there is that chance.
I think no, because you can't proc. You can proc the Fade then. It might be exact lethal if it's found, but I think it's not going to be found here. Ooh. This is a big play. This is a very smart play from Redwinter, going for the lifesteal instead.
I did not see this. Oh, and this Guiding Touch.
And gonna make Shumpo waste his mana thinking he might have lethal. Gonna try and play the risky move here. Passing down the action. Still 2 mana available for the Pokey Stick. And this is where Shumpo has to commit it before lifesteal comes in. Commits it, and now there's a Guiding Touch to save a Redwinter, to save the game 3, to keep him in this tournament, still hoping to make it to the semifinals.
Clutch. So clutch. Let's see what he picks up here as well. Gotta get that sharp sight in there. This is gonna get him up to 12. I mean, 12 is 12 still enough though, is the question. We're gonna see a spear being applied here onto either the Fizz or the Squire.
But full attack coming through.
You have to go for the spear. These Yuumi signature spells could be huge.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Is Redwinter gonna turn this around with that?
Seems to be the theme of the game. 6 spears and projectiles. Any weapons are good to go for this matchup, it looks like. And that will be the case here. Yuumi's prowling projectile hitting the Squire. Surviving on just 1 HP.
Conchologist, Panda.
Oh no. Don't do the caster blessing. Don't help Conchologist. He has enough already.
Or Pokey Stick or the Yuumi signature spell or the harpoon one. That there's a lot of pings. There's a few pings here. Oh my god, it comes down to no Aphelios. Aphelios is safer.
Yeah,
Aphelios applies Gravitum. Aphelios applies Gravitum. Oh my god, this game. Okay.
Still Pantheon though, only 5 HP on the Nexus. I mean, there's a lot of tricky stuff happening on both sides of the board here. Gravitum being committed, all mana now spent for Shumpo.
Hey, I think you drop Pantheon now. Definitely.
You have to.
You Pantheon and you go for an open attack.
And you have next turn the sharp side, you have the Pill Cascade as well. You have several ways to boost up the attack here on the Pantheon.
Pantheon goes down.
Bastion. Cataclysm is big.
Cataclysm. Oh my god.
Cataclysm might be it. There's nothing right now in hand that can stop it. Conchologist might find a way, but I'm not sure if even Conchologist has enough to stop the Pantheon from raining down from the heavens. Slapping these small Fey children.
Jaws of defeat.
Can Pantheon do it? He has a lifesteal as well to make sure that you stay safe. Pokesticks have been spent. They couldn't find lethal earlier due to the guiding touch, guiding Red Winter maybe into the semifinals. Once this Pantheon goes through,
no chance for Conchologies to pull it either. There goes the Bastion onto Fizz. Fizz blocking onto the Pantheon.
all you need is Pill Cascade here.
He doesn't want it to be single combated away. He needs to guarantee it that way. But now, I'm sorry, there's no, like, Conchologies is pretty good, but not that good. Ladies and gentlemen, Red Winter with one of the craziest comebacks I've seen. I completely wrote him out. I forgot about the actual, like, Severum play there.
Found the Severum, had the guiding touch when needed it, so really clutch play. There's a Shen emote.
That's it.
Confident and cocky play here from Red Winter. Cataclysm on a stunned unit, proving that maybe this doesn't make much sense intuitively. But Red Winter moves on once again. The semifinals is not his first time here. He makes it to the top 4, puts Belgium on the map, and is going to try and win it. Before a player like Ultraman could do it, he's going to try and bring Belgium to the very top of the EMEA scene. Makes it into the top 4 and is one of our first 4 semifinalists of the Curious Journey seasonal tournament.
Dude, that game was crazy. Like, that guiding touch top pick, like, I thought it was completely irrelevant, and then it ended up being, like, everything. Like, if he did a top thing, oh my god. But, I mean, to be fair, like, both top things happened at the same time. You know, the second Pokestick and the guiding touch. So it was, you know, that was like an anime card game battle. You know, like, it was better than scripted. It was great. That was really good. All right, shoutouts to Red Winter, pulling, especially against the lineup that's definitely very well geared against Pantheon Yuumi. And being able to overcome that after that really strong performance. These off-meta decks are having just an insane time today. Like, we've seen Echo and the Plunder deck just slapping completely.
So we have another matchup ready to go. Sir Donald versus SwapBlue. Spain versus France. The last remaining hope for Spain and the last remaining hope for France. Now that Shumpo has been eliminated, we're in the game 3. Yuumi coming online.
It's a Pantheon versus Scouts. Yeah. Sir Donald taking quite a bit of a hit there, but at the same time, Sir Donald is really close to lethal. But we see another Cataclysm there in hand for SwapBlue, which seems like it will be enough.
Yeah, Sir Donald does not have enough units to really make use of his Golden Aegis. His hand is pretty much empty at this point. Doesn't have enough fuel to end the game with Scouts. Could this be it, Mogwai?
I mean, it seems it's at least it's not like that other game that we queued into where
Zenith played as well. You don't have mana for both plays though here.
Yeah, but you can just wait, go for the Zenith play now, and then just pair it up with a Cataclysm and a deck like Scouts. What do they do? You don't even care about drawing another Zenith play here. Like, this is
There's not enough interaction in Scouts in general, and this is the case. Sir Donald, I think, might be eliminated.
No, just there's no reason not to Zenith Cataclysm here. Like, at least Zenith onto this. Like, there's no... Like, he's at 15. I mean... Okay, so he's not that low, but still... I feel like you definitely Zenith, yeah. Like, I can't see a reason to not Zenith here. You cycle through potentially the last one if they haven't already played one, yeah. All right.
And I think it's just out of fuel a bit too. It happens with Scouts. You have this great tempo play, it's early on, but once you run out of fuel, it's very hard to come back into the game. And we're on turn 9. This is where Scouts is out of its element. It's usually just too far behind other decks that are, hoping to curve out a little bit later.
Cardano still passing through, trying to preserve as much of their hand as possible.
Pantheon is even
look
more.
Who's here.
Another Golden Aegis is just not it for Sir Donald. Pantheon comes down. You want to win.
No more demons! Here we go.
And unfortunately, this will be the last remaining Spanish representative being eliminated in the quarterfinals. Sir Donald surrenders. And SwapBlue will make it into the top 4. We have 1 French and 1 Belgium player. So the French-speaking countries proving to be at a top level coming into this Curious Journey seasonal tournament. We have 2 more semifinalists to find out who ended up making. We have Gouda, of course, still trying his best to make it through. 05 WTF for Russia as well. Turtwig for Norway. So a lot of players that are still up in the air in terms of if they made it or not. I'm not sure we have more rounds left to cast in this round 3 in the quarterfinals. We're going to be checking now. Production doing their thing.
Let's see real quick. Some Fs in the chat for Spain. Not a good day for Spain. We had it rough. Like two of our best pitted off against each other round 1. and then again in round 2. And then Cerdano succumbing to SwapBlue, who despite being the last seed in this tournament, is putting in the work and is in the semifinals with Pantheon just being a really good deck today. Only today. Like, it hasn't really been really good for a while. No.
Spain, of course, doesn't really matter. We have our sights set on Worlds 2022. Mark my words, Mogwai. Spain will win Worlds 2022 for Legends of Runeterra. I know this in my heart. I felt it in a premonition, in a dream. I could feel it, and not sure who, but someone will end up taking it for Spain. 0-5 WTF up against Rospier Dole in Game 3. Farron, double decimate, but still 19 HP and a Radiant Guardian.
For Glory, the new card alert. It probably pulled that. Wait, okay, so this is Caitlyn Ezreal, right? Because that 4-drop that was made with the Tribune Propagator, but did they play For Glory?
Well, a player has surrendered. Rospier Dole is out. 0-5 WTF makes it through to the semifinal. So Russia is also going to have a representative now in the top 4. Has Gouda made it? That's the question that all our viewers have on their minds. One of the favorite players from ladder performances, one of the, a player that has just proven so much in the last few seasons. And Gouda has won 2-0. So Gouda is also going to be in the top 4. Morocco, Russia, France, and Belgium. Russia has won, of course, a seasonal before with Petish winning the 2nd edition of the seasonal tournament in EMEA. And France, of course, has also done it with Den in the past. So only Gouda with Morocco and Red Winter with Belgium would be new winners in terms of new countries having a win here on the board for seasonal tournaments. But still, what a great lineup of players to make it to top 4.
Okay, now I understand. He made that with Pharaoh's Financer. Yeah, I was really I needed to know. I needed to know because I saw that For Glory. I'm like, wait, what is this spicy tech? Oh my god, I gotta net deck this. But no, it is just Pharaoh's Financer being a pretty good card, and giving 0-5 WTF a really good ending there against Rospier Dole. One of the newer names that we didn't really get to see enough of because the matchup that we did see of him. Actually, both matchups. This guy is actually a little bit cursed with the cast. Like both matchups that we've seen from Rospier have lasted like 3 seconds. So,
Mogwai, who would you hope to make it through to the finals out of these matches we're seeing here?
I definitely So I'm a fan of Red Winter, but I would like to see Gouda. I think it's been a long time coming. I think this player has just been at the top for so long, and I think he's earned, I believe he's managed to beat a very scary Broken Ball. Like I feel like Broken Ball has not really lost any momentum. He just ran into a very strong Gouda here. And I would like for my personal favorite cheese to make it to the finals as between SwapBlue and WTF, honestly, I'm a fan of PNZ Noxus decks. Like I really like that region combination. So I know WTF is playing Caitlyn Ezreal, so that alone makes me already a little bit biased towards them, I think.
Personally, I would like.
It's not my particular favorite, so but I'm pretty sure WTF also plays it. Maybe I don't know.
I would like the French player and the Belgian player to make it through to the finals. I think that would be a really cool matchup. But also, it would kind of answer the age-old question of which of the two is the superior color, red or blue? Because we have quite a lineup of semifinalists. A number, 2 colors, and a cheese. Not something I expected coming into this seasonal, but it seems to be how things have panned out, Mogwai. We're going to go to a very short break.
Blue, cheese, and what WTF are these names?
That's what we're asking ourselves. But we definitely know the players. The names a bit iffy, but the players have proven they deserve to be in this top 4. We've seen some excellent Runeterra up till today. We're gonna go through a very quick break, and we'll come back with the semifinals of today's seasonal tournament. We have more interviews. We have more ways for you guys, the viewers, to engage with our players to find out more about them and more about their experiences in the open rounds and just overall who they are as persons, not just players that are very good at Runeterra. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Stay tuned.
I don't think I do anything special, but I do focus on preparing a lot and making sure that my deck lists are as fine-tuned as possible. Because if you assume that you're playing against players that are really good, and that like you are in a similar skill ceiling as them, one of the main edges you can get is just having a better deck list than them. So that's what I try to focus on.
Okay, I usually don't do many scrims. Partly due to lack of times, but partly because I'm afraid to go autopilot during the important tournaments. So if I played tons of time the same matchup, yes, I'm afraid to switch out my mind.
So, separating me from other players, kind of just how off meta I've ended up going has given me kind of a lineup that I don't think anyone's going to really expect. I don't think people have even seen one of the decks I've brought, so hopefully that surprise factor is going to catch a lot of people off guard. Certainly did in the open rounds, so we're just hoping to repeat this process in the top 32.
Well, I think one of the main things that separates me from other competitors is that I put a lot of work on finding out about every type of deck, even the ones that don't have a lot of play rate. I think I pretty much know about every deck that is played to the top 100 or so. Like the top 100 decks that are the most played, I know almost all of them, and the ones that are better and worse. So I think this knowledge about the meta is what makes me, I guess, more dangerous in this type of tournament.
That one, I think it's tricky to answer because I don't know for sure how other people prepares. I am usually trying to find for a solid lineup, looking for the lineups. I'm very methodical and mathematical, using the data that's available. I don't know if every player does that.
My preparation. So I grinded my AM account a bit, and I met an Iron 4 Ecosilian gamer, so I'm perfectly prepared for B-Ball now.
I would say preparing with only a few people, rather than talking and scrimming with larger groups.
Well, I hadn't had much time, so definitely like what separates me is like I didn't prepare that much, but yeah, I just like went from data and yeah, just analyzed what is the best to go for.
I think I disagree with stats more than other top players, and I value my opinion and my experiences more than I do stats, which is also what brings me to give respect to decks like Ecosilian before others.
I actually think I have one of the worst preparation, to be honest, because I have to work on a different game and have, I guess, more things to do than other players, I would say, on average. But on the other side, like, because I'm playing Hearthstone and I have a lot of things to do, I think I'm probably one of the most adaptable players in the field. Like, I'm probably not going to be one of the most prepared in terms of hours I'm going to put exactly on Runeterra, but I'm probably one of those that has the most experience in card games in general and that is capable of adapting to a larger field, which I think in the open rounds is great. It might cost me a little bit more in the top 32.
I can play the same deck again and again, and when it's a deck I love, that's not bore me. It's not boring. I can play Yumi Pants. When Yumi came out, I love the champ in LoL, so I play her, and I actually have like 200 games with Pantheon Yumi, and I can do it every day. I don't care. And the same with my deck of hearts, Jinx Rumble. So I guess it's not easy for a competitor to have many decks. So at least I have good decks. Decks I know well.
I don't. I think I don't prepare as much because my preparation is mostly playing ladder and just thinking about my lineup. I don't do a lot of scrims. I just recently started doing scrims because I joined I got some new friends and now I have people to scrim with now, but mostly I think my preparation consists of ladder more than scrims, which a lot of people are doing.
I think there are a lot of really good players, maybe even probably better than me. But I can say that I'm satisfied with how much I improved this last season, especially in tournament setting. So I think this will to improve really helped me.
Well, I think I'm part of the best team in LORs or the best scrim group essentially, and so that's definitely a huge competitive advantage.
Welcome everyone to the Curious Journey seasonal tournament for the EMEA region. We are now in the top 4. Only 4 players remain, 4 different countries represented, but still the same 2 casters. I am Impetuous Panda. This is Mega Mogwai on the desk. How are you, Mogwai?
I'm great. I'm ready for that red, blue, cheese, W2F semifinal, baby. Let's go. This is a really intense tournament. Very strong performance from all these players. I've been particularly very impressed by Gouda specifically. And I think this semifinals that we got for you guys is really hype. Red Winter versus Gouda is a battle of veterans and a battle of 2 players that seem to be close to their, if not on their prime as of now. So let's take a quick look at the bracket for those of you who haven't seen the tournament up until now, or have, you know, the memory of a goldfish or whatever. We have SwapBlue versus WTF on the first semifinals, and then we got Red Winter versus Gouda, which will be the game that we will be covering as of now.
We had a few great players eliminated in the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, Sir Donald, the last Spanish player, Ross Pierdol, the last Polish player, Shumpo, one of the 2 French players that was remaining in that top 8, and of course Turtwig from Norway, a player that used to go by Echo Uranium, a player that was in the Masters Europe tournament with Norway in the last edition, also failed to make it into this top 4. But still, this top 4 incredibly stacked with names that we've seen many times in seasons before. Every one of these players has made it in the past to pretty high, top 4, I think, for all these players in the seasonal. SwapBlue had one very good performance, I think, near the beginning of the seasonal tournament circuit. But all in all, players that have experience, that have proven it in this seasonal as well. And we will be going into the matchup between Red Winter and Gouda going into the semifinal. And we'll probably catch the tail end of the other match as well, because Gouda is playing a pretty fast lineup. He does have scouts, he does have Draven Scion, but of course, let's go over Gouda as a player. Peak number 1, to no one's surprise. He's dominated the ladder alongside Ultraman the entirety of the season. Even at some point had number 1 and number 2 on the rank ladder at the same time. So I mean, that's just really crazy in a game as competitive as Runeterra.
And also performing really well in the qualifiers as well with the number 3 seed. He went 8-1, I assume, or even 9-0 potentially. Though 9-0 I think is limited to the number 1 seed, right? Yeah, so 8-1, so exceptional performance in the qualifiers, and definitely a player that's got all the momentum behind him. He did manage to defeat, I think, arguably one of the most impressive players as of late in Broken Ball, who had some exceptional play as well, and a very good mentality. Like, I really liked his interview of him, like, not being as, susceptible to the stats and more liking his own play style and believing in his own preferences and going for decks that he feels are better. So I think that was a great matchup that we covered in round 2, and it just really speaks highly of how Gouda is as of right now. He's just extremely consistent, and this may be his tournament to win, but in order to do so, he has to take down a very strong opponent in Red Winter representing Belgium. Going to be a clash of two countries that haven't really made it. Definitely have not earned a season up until now, and perhaps lesser known in that regard. Let's take a look at the lineup for
Mogwai getting jebaited there. Takes the hit there, unfortunately. But I'm going to mention right away, Gouda is representing Morocco, and this is great to see. It's great to see because Gouda puts the A in EMEA, of course, representing the continent of Africa. It's great to see players like Sari, of course, were carrying that torch early on, with Lebanon coming in and representing the Middle East in many seasonal tournaments and Master Europe tournaments as well. And then we had players like Hash representing Oman in the last seasonal and this season as well, the back-to-back for that player.
And to be fair, Panda, like I just need to say this, like, now that Spain is down, Gouda is my representative. I don't know if you know this, but I was born in Algeciras, which is the very south.
Plot twist.
The very, very south of Spain. And not only, like, I was born in a place where you would go to a house and you could literally see Gibraltar on the other side of the sea. And guess what we have right below, in the coast? We have Morocco, I haven't been to Morocco, but my parents have been to Morocco. My cousins have been to Morocco. My uncles have been to Morocco.
My brother has been to Morocco.
I am like, I'd say maybe like 3% Moroccan or something. So,
Mogwai, out of all the different lessons, I thought you would be able to teach me and the viewers. Geography lessons are definitely not one of them. I thought that was, not your strong suit for many reasons. But there you go. Mogwai doesn't fail to surprise us on the 9th seasonal. finally he's able to give us a geography tip and not mess it up in the process.
Wait, didn't I get it right last time? Wait.
Mongwai, do you want to remind you how many flags you've gotten wrong throughout the 9 seasonals? At least 10.
Irrelevant.
Let's look at the more relevant stuff, which are the deck lists for Gouda. Draven Scion, Scouts, and Akshan Sivir, 2 incredibly fast lists, and one that can be very fast if piloted to kind of a tempo-heavy version that we've seen before in many different seasonals.
Yeah, I love this Draven Scion. It's also very interesting because it's actually not, I keep calling it Draven Scion, but it's Draven by Scion. And especially because normally, like, at first I interpreted it as a 3-2-1 split, right? Like, because you always assume that it's automatically 3 Dravens, right? So I thought it would be 3 Dravens, 2 Scions, and 1 Vi, but it's a 2-2-2 champion split.
You know what players call this deck?
What?
Dravion.
Dravion.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't like that. I'm not sold on
I'm joking, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Mongwai almost accepted my terrible name. First time I give it to you, like,
but I did it.
I can believe that.
And that's
you
all.
You're close though. You were close, Mongwai.
I was close to puking, but yeah, sure. We got Draven by Scion here, which is arguably one of the coolest ones. I mean, definitely the coolest deck. It got banned last time for Gouda, unfortunately. That was really sad, Panda, because I really wanted to see this deck.
I hope to see it in this matchup.
Yeah.
I hope Red Winter does not ban it.
Yeah, for sure. And then we got these two. We've seen definitely a lot of Scouts, but we've also seen quite a bit of Akshan Sivir. I really like Akshan Sivir. I just don't quite enjoy the mirror matches as much, because mirror matches in general are not quite as fun. So I don't believe Red Winter was playing Akshan Sivir. We're going to be taking a look at his lineup shortly, but Red Winter representing Belgium. Ultraman gets all the glory from the Belgian country, but Red Winter has been at it just as long and has been at the top of the tournament scene for just as long, right? Like
these are names that I kind of remember from like playing on ladder, on like open beta, closed beta, and these are names that maybe you don't, they're not content creators, they're not players that you kind of associate to someone that you should, care about playing. But Red Winter has always been a name that I faced for an eternity in Runeterra, all the way back to the very beginning of the game. So he's been around for a very, very long time. He's had very good results here and there, maybe not as consistent as other players from Belgium like Ultraman, but still someone that definitely has the experience, that has reached these highs before. Made it to top 4 already once, is doing it again in this seasonal, and is going to have a hard matchup, but really cool deck list with the Plunder list coming in as well.
Yeah, and that Plunder deck, my lord, it put in the work. In that one game we cast, it showed off really neat. We got that sweet lethal with that one-off of Dreadway and the triple warning shot, doing more than just warning, as he was able to get that burst speed lethal against Lee Sin, which just is like icing on the cake. And then the other 2 decks are, again, just like Gouda, they are Demacian variants. One, of course, Pantheon Yuumi, which is perhaps the deck that we've seen the most throughout the tournament today. And another deck that's been very popular as well, Misfortune and Quinn. So when it comes to the semifinals, we have both players playing 2 relatively popular decks. Even though Gouda is actually not playing Pantheon Yuumi and is playing Akshan Sivir instead. And then we got one spicy deck in the mix, Draven by Scion and... Draven, Vion, whatever, and Plunder there for...
Not Draven, Vion, Dravion. You have to make the V from Draven be the Vi. Come on, Mongwai. You can do this.
Honestly, it feels bad to say, but it actually doesn't sound that bad.
Ooh, yeah. Mongwai's coming on board, maybe.
I can...
I stopped naming decks after I called the deck that Broken Ball and Ice-T made Ping City, and all the American players flame me for this, and they apparently hate me now as a caster. So I stopped naming decks. I don't want to go there because they wanted to call this deck Vandal Pirates, which I'm not. I mean, really, is that better? So I'm gonna stop naming decks.
No. Don't get discouraged. It's just NA being NA. Like
Mongwai encouraging me. Wow, what a flip on our relationship, Mongwai. This is really a bonding seasonal for us.
I mean, with all your flaws, you are from the EMEA. Is that what we call it now? EMEA?
Oh, okay, never mind. We're not bonding at all. All right, let's get into the game quick because Mongwai, you are losing points. You are going free fall right now. EMEA is the region that we are casting.
EMEA, yeah, that's what I said. All right, so what do you think they're gonna ban, Panda? What do you think the bans are here?
I hope not Draven Scion, and I hope not Plunder. I'm not even going to call the bans. I'm just going to hope what isn't the ban, because those are fun decks to watch. Those decks you don't see too often.
I think it'd be nice to see like one of the Demacia decks take a hit, but I have a feeling that Dravion here, it's taking a hit, unfortunately. because it does pretty. Oh, how does it do against Pantheon? Actually, I'm not sure. It does good against like Akshan and Sivir, but maybe not. Maybe it goes through.
Ooh,
I mean, we see Akshan and Sivir go through, and Plunder is definitely going through. So that's neat.
And
we got Akshan, Sivir versus Plunder, game 1, gentlemen, of the semifinals. Gouda.
If you remember, Mogwai, this is a historic matchup where Plunder initially came into the meta maybe 6, 7, 8 months ago as a soft counter to Akshan Sivir due to the Frostbite effects from Sejuani.
This was the when Akshan Sivir was busted. Yeah, that's true.
So very cool to see this matchup kind of going full circle. Like fashion trends, Runeterra matchups are also the same, just a slightly smaller time frame. Instead of 10 years, it's only an 8-month cycle. So looking forward to seeing Lee Sin come back in a few months.
The weirdest tangents, and that's coming from me.
You don't know that rule? Fashion trends, they come full circle every 10 years. This is a very real and you can study this.
You studied it.
You can study this. I mean, this is a proven thing. But I guess Mogwai not knowing about fashion isn't too surprising. We're looking at here. Trevian takes the hit. They didn't like our name, but as a trade-off, Yuumi Pantheon is also removed from the matchup table for Red Winter here.
Yeah, it's only 3 out of 4 of the matchup decks. Let's go. The Tusk Speaker, phenomenal addition to Plunder. Going down here on curve as not as great as an opening as Red Winter had the last time around, but still pretty decent. Has that Fortune Croaker. Can go for an open attack here, but this open attack does not really lead to a lethal, so he's gonna have to develop this Euro Grifter. Gets a very nice pickup there with the Concerted Strike, and we do see Sejuani this time around, Panda. So Red Winter's objective here by far is to get that level up, and it's gonna be hard to do here because he's got perfect blocks for him.
Even without the level up, the attempt at getting the vulnerable on the Sivir, for example, being able to drag her and maybe kill her with Sejuani is one of the big plays in the mid game that will reestablish maybe control of the game back toward Red Winter if he ever does lose it, with things like the Warhorde's Palace popping and just overall the Sivir game plan being very threatening in the middle of this game.
See what happens here. Unfortunately, he's got the perfect lineup to lock into him. So no matter what, it seems like Sejuani's, because if he goes for full attack, the problem is Fortune Croaker that has no target to ping to draw on, and you definitely want to use Fortune Croaker in this matchup because one of the things that Akshan Sivir is unable to do is ping. They don't have access to stuff like Make It Rain that we see here on Winter's Hand. So pinging something like the Tusk Speaker and making it a 3-1 doesn't really have many implications at all, right? So it's a pretty free sort of like Fortune Croaker here.
And Make It Rain, one of the key reasons that this became, one of the soft counters to Sivir Akshan. You're able to sometimes cheaply take off the spell shield off of Sivir, open up things like the Monster Harpoon, maybe both in one turn even if you get lucky with the right pings off the Make It Rain onto both the Sivir and the Nexus.
And what's also important to note here is that even though Monster Harpoon was nerfed into Forecast, it's still enough in this scenario to go for Make It Rain if you do hit the Nexus to also set up the Monster Harpoon to potentially, even if you first get the trade. So
this is so good, yeah.
Roll. This is a perfect Make It Rain. This Make It Rain, it's beautiful. This
is why this deck came in as a soft counter. The Make It Rain comes in. There's little you can do to stop the spell shield from being removed, and then Monster Harpoon does more than enough damage. You're gonna have to maybe use the Sharp Sight and the Shave Stone to keep the Sivir alive if that's the line that Gouda wants to go for.
That wouldn't feel good at all, though. Yeah, this is great. This is amazing, Panda. This Make It Rain is so clean. Wow, gonna resort to the Sharpness to preserve the Broadwind Wreck here. I think now we may see the Harpoon go down. Get rid of that Sivir. Or maybe, just maybe, Red Winter is like, you know what? I'm going to let that Sivir live so that it stays on the board without the spell shield in case you have another one in hand.
That's the consideration. Very good job, Mogwai. Predicting that play, because it is true. Sivir on the board, it's almost, again, especially when you have the Sejuani able to ping her off here to kill her off. When she doesn't have the spell shield, she's just so vulnerable. She's such an easy target, and you can keep her as an easy target to make sure the second Sivir doesn't come down too early on.
Now we may see the Euro Grifter actually dragging the Sivir. Okay, no, he just wants to attack with the Sejuani instead.
Could see Make It Rain. He doesn't hit the Sivir barrier. This is kind of not a guarantee here. 75% chance that it will happen, and that is the case.
There you go.
I mean, 75 is not too bad.
Yeah. It's a worthy role to go for, but I don't understand why he didn't go for the make it rain first and then attacked. I guess to play around a second Bright Steel Protector, yeah. It's actually very important.
There's a Sivir killed off with a 1-2 punch or a 1-2-3 punch, actually. 2 make it rains.
Just one second, like if you roll probabilities, like you mentioned 75%, right?
Yeah.
Like it's actually more probable for him to hit the make it rain here, like than it is like because that's less riskier than going for the make it rain and enabling Gouda to drop another Bright Steel Protector, at least on paper, right? Like that's like very interesting like micro decisions that actually matter a lot.
We're out in the top 4 of a seasonal tournament. You know, these players know exactly when and how to crunch the numbers to make sure they're always making the optimal plays, or definitely at least trying to. You know, very clean plays always expected at this stage of the tournament. Players, you know, can be kind of better or worse in some viewers' eyes, but they have to be in very, very good form to make it this far. Think about open rounds, essentially losing maybe only 1 or 2 series in that entire open round with 9 rounds happening. And here, 5 rounds in a row that you have to win to become a champion with no mistakes afforded for any of these players.
Wait, did he apply? He applied a buff on the Sivir?
To damage the Sejuani, I'm not sure why exactly. The damage comes through, the frostbite comes through. 8 damage on the Nexus for Gouda. I guess to get the Relic of Power this turn was the reason why he wanted to target a unit.
And also because the make it rain hit home, like then by attacking with that Aura Ring, like it wasn't a good block onto the Euro Grifter because of the effect from Sejuani there. So really good make it rain in the end. A bit risky, but still good odds and definitely worth going for it. A lot of times you just gotta go for it.
2 Broadwings and 1 Protector. The 2 drops coming in hot for Gouda, but I don't think 2 drops are enough to face off against Sejuani. Leveled up, frostbiting the entire board on any ping, and you have a burst speed ping available if you need it at any point in time. Doesn't quite work
It doesn't work on Broadwing though.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work on the Broadwings, that is. At least a silver lining here for Gouda. Well,
but you can just Fury of the North. Honestly, I think you just Fury here. Because you have 8 mana, so you can Fury, and then if you really need to, you can Warning Shot into Harpoon.
Warning Shot would be nice to also activate the Plunder effect for the Merchant, though, if you're looking to, you know, further down this turn, what you want to do on this turn, for example.
Yeah, but Warning Shot is so strong with Sejuani on board, right? Like, it's worth, in this matchup, it's actually worth more than any card that Merchant can take at this point. So I do believe like, the problem with Fury of the North is that you lose the other Sejuani you have in hand, right? So you could just let this trade happen. But then it's like, yeah, this is actually fine. Like now you can play the Crackshot Corsair to pass over initiative, not rush into anything. See if they tap out a little bit. Like if now Gouda develops the Vicarian Bruiser, then Red Winter's like, okay, Sejuani go, you know. Yep.
There's a Bruiser coming online. You want to use up this unit mana. Even if you waste the Vulnerable and the Frostbite, I think it's still fine because you have just the infinite Frostbite with the Warning Shot. But it looks like, no, it's going to be played out now. Merchant coming down. Still a mana for the Merchant. You find Rite of Negation, one of the great utility spells that you can steal from your opponent. And it'd be a surprise play where you might not expect it.
He doesn't even go for the Harpoon, though. Interesting play. Like, I'm not sure how worth it that was. And I think I would have played Sejuani there.
I think he really wants to make use of the Vulnerable effect and make use of the Frostbite effect. He sees that he's kind of running Gouda out of resources, so wants to play a bit slower, wants to really have absolutely full control.
Well. Like it's true. Like now, Sejuani is enabled alongside Concerted Strike, so that's honestly that's really strong, and it's difficult to stop with just 2 cards in hand because that's 3, but that one was generated by Treasure Seeker. Yeah, I can definitely, now thinking a little bit about it, I can definitely see that line of play being better. Yeah, this Sejuani is just eats this deck up alive.
I think there's not much that Gouda can do here.
Oof, that's a hit. That's a hit, and he could try. He could just try to Concerted Strike here, but there's no reason for him to get greedy.
Yeah, I think he wants to play slow. He wants to have full control of this game. 2 HP on the Nexus. Maybe he wants to win with Warning Shot again. Maybe you want to send a statement, send a message.
Well, tough speakers there, but that
Gouda is not going to give him the opportunity.
Game
Gouda.
1 for Red Winter. And Gouda has his back against the wall, like in his photo, and we are at a point where it's just Demacia versus Demacia, and we're in a situation that's very similar to what we saw against his prior opponent in round 2, specifically, when he faced off against Broken Ball. It was also a scenario in which he had his 2 Demacia decks, but it was against Broken Ball's Akshan Sivir, if I remember correctly. And he was able to win both, but now it's a different situation. Now it's Akshan Sivir and Scouts against Scouts. And who do you think Gouda leads off with here? I always say that Akshan Sivir should have a good matchup against it, but maybe I'm wrong. I believe it should.
We saw this matchup already once before. Gouda versus Broken Ball. Broken Ball was not able to do it. I also, I think there is a lot of interaction, a lot of chances for Akshan Sivir to have control of the matchup when it needs to have it in the middle of the game around turn 4, 5, and 6. But it depends on the draws. It depends on how you end up drawing and what ends up happening with the top decks around that time as well. Misfortune is picked up. No early curve for Red Winter is really, really bad here. So this is already a very good start for Gouda, having the Treasure Seeker, having the Merciless Hunter to maybe target the Misfortune once it comes down, and the 1-drop coming a turn too late here for Red Winter.
Yep, here we go. Turn 2, like that Sculptor is neat, but doesn't feel quite good, and Red Winter doesn't want to leave himself open. Now there is the possibility of either going into Misfortune directly, which doesn't really feel great, or dropping the Sergeant, a unit that just provides you with the value for later. Especially because there's the threat of Merciless Hunter going down immediately, right? Or just the Challenger as well. So there is an argument for like maybe next round Red Winter trying to find a situation in which he can develop double Sculpture, which could lead to some really crazy value.
Now going into turn 4, still no Misfortune. Treasure Shield can allow for kind of like an action pass from Gouda to maybe bait the Misfortune to come down instead. We'll see what Red Winter ends up deciding here in this game 2. There we see it. Treasure Shield comes out first for Gouda. Passing now the action to Red Winter. Has a chance to develop here as well. What will he go for? I mean, you have already the Broadwing on the board as well, so there's no kind of bait play even necessary for the Merciless Hunter. You already have a Challenger. And you have to pass, yeah. This is not ideal. Using spell mana for more development while Red Winter continues to have to pass here until the attack comes through is fantastic from Gouda.
Exactly, like it's really good use of the initiative system here.
Even Protector can come down on the Broadwing and just make it so you don't even lose a unit on this attack. And we thought Scouts would have a big tempo start, but all of a sudden Gouda has a 5-unit board, the second Charger, and he can still play the Protector. He can go 6 wide on turn 4.
Now it's under that Broadwing. So much pressure from that Broadwing. Yeah, this is definitely the call. Oh my, he's the aggressor now. Yeah, gotta go for that Navigator.
And just a lot of good trade too, regardless.
I definitely think you go Protector here.
Yeah, it's just too much value. And again, you know what Scouts does. It only does one thing. It does it very well. It plays for the board and is able to go wide very well, but that's all it does. If you control the board and if you play this massive amount of units so early on, I don't think you can lose, really, to be honest, if you're Akshan Sivir.
This is too good of a swing. Also, the moment he draws Sivir, he must be really close at this point to leveling up. Because of these back-to-back Chargers, that's like almost 1/3 of a requirement. Actually 1/3 of a requirement. So that's just crazy. Such good value from the Protector here as well, getting to preserve his Broadwing at full health while taking down a 3-drop. It's so much momentum. The only upside here for Red Winter is a trade with a Navigator into the Protector, but that's doesn't even feel that great. I mean, after this, like, the board will not look as scary because these charges will fade away, but there's also such a huge hit, dropping down to 8 health with a deck that really is very good on offense, but not good at defense at all.
It only does one thing well, like I mentioned before, and defending is not that one thing, that's for sure. The damage coming through, 8 HP on the Nexus already for Red Winter. Maybe running a little bit out of fuel if you're Gouda, but you still have some great utility and Concerted Strike to take down a key target, like maybe the Misfortune if it does come down. and you have now the Warlord tiles that can start being developed.
This is interesting though. Like it is true that he's running a little bit out of gas here. Definitely needs to pass here. Exactly. Like needs to make sure that he needs to bait. He needs to threaten him. Red Winter needs to start going wide no matter what. Like there's only so much you can play around, right? I think we are going to. It is likely that we get to see Misfortune at this point. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta be bold at this point. I think you've given Gouda too much respect. And you can no longer respect his authority. You're gonna push through, and I think now is when you actually have to play that Vicar Vagabond, because otherwise double tracker just allows him to get a free attack with Misfortune, unless he wants to resort to the concerted strike, which Ranger's Resolve would not counter actually. So there is an argument for concerted strike here.
Cataclysm.
I mean, Cataclysm has a lot of downside. Well, not that many really, but a sharp sight counters it, right? Even though they have their own sharp sight, but because of the nerf, it doesn't trade well. So Concerted Strike may make the most sense here. It's a clean way. It guarantees Misfortune dies no matter what. Okay.
There it is. Concerted Strike being put on the stack. Misfortune at the tail end of this spell. And we all know how important it is for Misfortune to flip in this matchup if you're playing Scouts, if you're Red Winter. And her being taken down slows down the game plan even more.
Yeah, no, this Concerted Strike is very important. That was a good call. Very good call by Gouda. She'll be damned. And so will these trackers that can no longer trade evenly into that Broadwing. Alright, good trade here. Getting rid of the Scout unit, which is arguably... Yeah, and still keeping those two challengers around, but all of a sudden Red Winter has no... I mean, he still has that Fort Demacia, but there is Sivir, Panda.
Sivir
has been brought. I'm not sure if we're at the level up yet. No, we're really close though. I think 27. I think this Broadwing actually enables it.
Quite a accurate guess. 27 exactly, my way.
Yeah.
Have you been counting?
No, well, yeah.
Definitely not.
I have.
Definitely not. There's no chance. You've been counting the amount. I've been casting with you for many years, Mogwai. There's a bigger chance that much crazier things would happen than you counting.
Why do I have to be? Why do I have to be like you know? One of my biggest weaknesses, my honesty. It's just.
Oh, I think there's bigger weaknesses than that.
No, I'm too honest, man. I just immediately said, I could have deceived you.
No, you could have tried to deceive me. It's a very different story. We're going to see now the Broadwing attacking the Fleet Feather Tracker. Bird on bird action happening here in the semifinals of the Curious Journey Seasonal. Sivir now flipping as Mogwai counted. Gets the flip off of the strike there. And now the wall is being built.
Yeah, and that Fort Demacia is neat, but at the same time, Gouda has 20 health, so Gouda can actually. But the problem is, he's got that and the mana for Golden Aegis. Ooh,
this is definitely scary.
That
all of a sudden,
really terrifying.
The game might be in Red Winter's favor. The Cataclysm comes through.
Really good for Gouda. This Cataclysm is super important. But even then, he can still develop. He can still develop 2 chump blockers.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to He definitely needs to chump the 7/6 here.
Yeah, I think the Sivir has to go down. Unfortunately, both these decks don't want to and don't like to defend, but sometimes you just have to do it. Looks like it's not the case.
He could go for Sharp Sight, or he could preserve Sharp Sight for later. And use Sivir to block actually, because you could block for her now, like being like, hey, if you ain't got, I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't block the bigger one though. Oh, to play around Sharp Sight, yeah, like he blocks this one in case they have Sharp Sight, that at least he trades into it. So respecting the possibility there, but also stopping the attack with a big good block here. The spell shield protecting from something like a Misfortune, or even make it rain from Misfortune, even though there's none around as of now. So, yeah, really solid blocking there by Gouda. Instead of like waiting to see if they had the rally, like immediately getting rid of one of the units.
Mariah Warden able to go wide, able to get even more value from possibly a second for Demacia. It might come down in the future, and Gouda wants to try and whittle down this board from Red Winter, making sure that these board-wide buffs don't apply to as many units.
The thing is, Red Winter cannot for Demacia and Golden Aegis this round, which means that he's left vulnerable to an open attack that's definitely going to hurt.
Hello, new best friend. Now that's a bit better.
Okay, that's a decent pull, but still.
Gonna find a gift for Renekton, right, Arda?
I get that gift for Renekton. Gonna use the vulnerable on both fearsome blockers, so he can push for lethal here. Yeah, this looks like it's gonna be really clean, Panda.
You're gonna have to play it defensively. You're gonna have to play out the 4 Demacia here just to defend, and this will of course dissuade the attack now from Gouda and create another kind of stall, depending now on top decks for both players. It looks like.
We love it when they run.
Definitely very clutch there. Still gets to use the Sivir to remove the Bryce's Protector. And that's about it. Like everything else has to stay in the back here. He doesn't attack with Sivir. Oh, because he's fearing the Ranger's Resolve. Oh my god, the plays. The
top deck Quinn, a much better top deck for Red Winter than it is for Gouda, who finds a Shield of Duran, but still the Combat Trick can come in handy. Maybe surprise Red Winter on one of these trades if Red Winter wants to commit here. And when there's full boards like this, Ranger Resolve gets so much value. Could be a blowout 1-mana play from Red Winter.
He has to respect it. He definitely has to trade into it well. So the way is he has to trade into these 2/2s exactly. Then he has to trade with that, use the Shield of Duran onto Sivir, and preserve and let the other 2 go through. This is the best. This is the best play. The thing is, this Quinn into Golden Aegis, Panda, is actually really scary.
You have the mana for it, and just both players kind of ran out of fuel, but Red Winter had the better top deck coming into this turn 9 of the game.
Oh man, this could be it.
No Akshan for Gouda early on. He had a very explosive start, but not a start that really lends itself to a better value late game.
Gonna trade here with the Hunter, gonna stay at 11. Preserving both of these and preserving that, but then down goes Quinn into Golden Aegis. This is huge. This Quinn top deck is huge.
And there it is, the barrier. Onto the third bird that we see this game, challenging the Sivir. No cards in hand, so nothing to play around despite the 7 mana from Gouda here.
I would block. I would preserve the 0-1 to chump block later. Like you need to preserve some of your board if you want to get back into this. I think. Is this block good? No, it's not. It can't be. He could. Okay, so he could block with the Merciless Hunter, because if he blocks with the Merciless Hunter, he makes it so that he can't attack with Quinn. Unless he wants to lose her.
We could see a Range of Resolve as well if he wants to keep Quinn healthy enough, but I think it still wouldn't be enough.
No, it would. Range of Resolve does protect here. So if this trade happens, then they can go for another swing. He still survives. So maybe there is a world in which he just he preserves his challenger and his 3-1, but man, he has a lot. He needs to draw something extremely good. And I'm not sure what it is.
There's a block from the Vagabond, the 3-1
block,
taking Quinn down to 2. Still one more attack available for the Quinn and the Valor. Range of Resolve not played out just yet, which means that it's probably not going to be played out this next turn either. And yeah, we can just see a challenge to Merciless Hunter. The damage in from Broadwing.
He needs to preserve that Broadwing. And he needs a top deck. He needs a very strong top deck here, and that's our current Vagabond.
Must be nice living off stolen.
That is not it. Oh boy, this is intense.
Coming down to the very end here, the top decks matter so much. I don't think Sharpside will be so relevant. The Palace popping would be extremely relevant.
Sharpside does trigger the Palace though.
Yeah.
Has to. Okay, so he has to trade here. He has to use the sharp sight to preserve this unit, I think, and trigger that. And now, I mean, he could use sharp sight back and the Ranger's Resolve to preserve this Quinn, and he's actually for that.
When you have you don't have cards to play with, you have to value everything on the board so much more, and that's the case here. Quinn surviving with 1 HP, the Vagabond as well. The predict comes through, the draw comes through. Concerted Strike is big.
Oh, that's so clutch. That is actually so clutch. Oh my god. Gouda just barely surviving here.
There's still, there's still a big trade to make here. You're going to have to trade the Vagabond into the 2-2, the Chump Block onto the 4-5. So now a Sergeant versus the World, and top decks matter so much. You're coming to a top deck war between 2 Demacia decks. This is a situation that I personally love, Mogwai. It's very exciting as a caster, waiting to see what the top decks are and how relevant they can be.
What is it?
Oh no, Shade Stone for Gouda, and that's the way you lose the semifinal. Your tournament series.
Red Winter too, with that protector as well.
And nothing you can do here. I mean, there's nothing, absolutely nothing you can do.
Man.
All spells that interact with the opponent rely on units in Demacia, in Shurima for the most part as well. And Gouda in this case can't do anything. An open attack might come through. Bruisers on the board here. But no, first Whiskey Challenge is going to be exactly the same thing happening here. With the challenger able to get the bruiser out of the way, protector comes through as well, and that will be lethal. Red Winter will advance to the finals of the Curious Journey seasonal tournament. Gouda unfortunately ends his run here, but Red Winter will have a chance.
Really, like, so well played by both players. But this scout deck has just been unstoppable today, and Red Winter, like you mentioned, advances to the finals of the seasonals here as Gouda goes down in the semis. But really great performance by this competitor today. Phenomenally played, but it is Red Winter makes it to the finals, and maybe we will have a red versus blue finals. We'll see shortly, as the other side of the bracket we have the SwapBlue versus 5WTF. It's just a weird name.
Belgium will have a chance to win the seasonal tournament for the first time ever, and Red Winter manages to do it. And, interesting game there, Mala. We saw such a great start for Gouda, such an explosive start, kind of almost mirroring what Scouts want to do and kind of the game plan of Scouts. But in the end, maybe not the best plan for Akshan Sivir to have, because we went into the late game, you lost control of your resources, there was no value to be gained, no Akshan on turn 2.
Really tight though. The thing is, I think what the two cases we've seen this Akshan Sivir kind of flop, both share the same thing, and that is the lack of action draw in the late game. I believe that's what really hurt him. And here we have Ezreal, and we have another case of Scouts with a Golden Aegis going down.
Electric Harpoon and Scorched Earth, both possible removal spells here.
Yeah, they're going to go for that.
Use the Tri-Beam now. You're going to use Electric Harpoon instead to stop the barrier onto the bird.
Or Ezreal. Actually, no, this is better. Not respecting the sharp sight and just going for the Ezreal instead to set up that Mystic Shot and get that free value here.
A little wide swing. I would definitely want to see. Yeah, there's going to be a kill here on the Mariah Warden. I guess maybe just the challenger. You could have used Scorched Earth as well.
I think Mariah Warden, because the challenger actually deals very little damage to Ezreal.
Yeah,
and you can always find use for the Scorched Earth later.
I think this is once again Scouts running out of fuel coming into the late game. You're not going to be able to get lethal here, and past this turning point with things like Tri-Beam able to kind of get a 2-for-1 in terms of killing a unit and also spawning a unit, a blocker for the future. I don't think Scouts will find a way to end this game. I think Farron might take over next turn. Or the turn after that, rather. We're on turn 6 still.
I think next turn is the Probulator turn.
Cythria's big, but in comes the traps. Kill off a unit. Cythria is a power play you need.
Sentry though, unless this Probulator is strong enough to kill Cythria, in which case,
what a play! 7 damage onto the Cythria. Eclipse Dragon for 0-5 WTF. You can't attack. You can only hope to kill the Ezreal, but not even that. Mystic Shot and Scorched Earth also in hand, able to clean up the Broadwing, able to level up the Ezreal, instead get the extra HP and survive anyway. What great plays from 0-5 WTF.
Phenomenal. like actually clearing that in the back and getting rid of this unit as well while still preserving this. And now it's his turn to attack, and this attack is gonna hurt.
And this is what Ezreal Draven, or Ezreal Caitlyn in this case, does so well. Stabilize and then take over later in the game. Captain Farrah comes down.
The siege. Here comes Farron. He's had enough.
The full attack comes through. No cards left in hand. No plan B to fall back on. Ezreal still shooting off the Mystic shots. 9 HP for both players, but the game completely in control of 05 WTF, who I think will be advancing to the finals of this tournament.
That's it. Double decimate. Not even spending that mana for the thermogenic beam right there, because he can go for that double. SwapBlue knows it's over, and WTF preventing the red-blue finals. As the Russian player advances to the finals and is going to face off against Red Winter for the seasonal title. And I just got to say, I'm happy to see Scouts lose at least once this tournament. And I'm also happy to see Ezreal Caitlyn in the finals. I'm a big fan of, like I said, Noxus, Piltover, region combination decks, and Ezreal Caitlyn. You know, it's been Ezreal Draven in the past. What I like to call Impopulator, right? Noxus is ultimately one of my favorite meta decks out there, so I'm excited to see that in the finals, because we haven't seen enough of that this tournament, I think.
I think we agree on this. When it was meta, we definitely talked about it a lot, and we both mentioned it was one of our favorite decks. Very cool to have a deck that just interacts so much, that's able to really react to each different game plan that they face, and then take control in the late game with very cool combos with Improvulator, of course. Always very exciting to see all these different units come out, and kind of units that maybe don't see so much play, finding some time in the spotlight as well in big tournaments like this one. But that will be it for this round. Very, very exciting semifinals going on here. It will be Russia versus Belgium in the finals of today's tournament. 05 WTF versus Red Winter. Two players that have never made it to the finals before, but two players that have been close. I think both players actually made the semifinals before this tournament as well, so they've been close, but now finally, well, they're in the final, Mogwai. And who do you think will take it? Who do you think has been on better form today?
I mean, honestly, we haven't seen as much from both of these players. Especially like WTF, we've barely been able to see. We've only seen like the latter portions of his matches. With Red Winter, we did see that series against Shumpo, like that epic comeback, and the fact that he's able to take down a strong player like Gouda 2-0 speaks a lot. Right now, I do think Red Winter is the favorite, but WTF has a very interesting lineup, and I do believe that Caitlyn Ezreal is a strong piece of the potential puzzle to take down Red Winter. So it's going to be really interesting. It's going to come down a lot to the matchup, because I believe these two players are just absolutely on point. Like, you don't really make it this far if you don't play really well. So it's going to come down to that, and I'm excited because it feels like it's going to be a pretty exciting matchup, and I can't wait.
Yeah, we're going to go to a very quick break, and we'll be back with the grand finals of today's seasonal tournament for the Curious Journey season. And when we go to this break, we're going to be still hearing more from some of the players that participated in today's tournament, getting more insight about them as people as well. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the grand finals.
I feel like there's a lot of like what you can say. I would like recommend my coaching, right?
Bring 3 decks that you like and are strong. But hope a lot of emphasis on the decks being something you're comfortable in and something you're good at. As long as it's not something like Vladimir Ekarim, you should be able to have a good shot at making.
Because the seasons are really long, I would say don't focus on qualifying, focus on playing at the right time. I feel like this is something I struggle a little bit with, and I've seen other players have a problem with that, is a lot of us, we grind at some point in the season, and then we're qualified, or like we're at the 7-2 threshold, and we stop. We just are like, all right, we're good enough, like I don't need the LPs anymore. And the thing is, actually, you stop playing, so you don't prepare that much. So something I've started focusing more on to prepare for open rounds is I voluntarily stay back on LPs a little bit, like I would stop at like 400 or 500. So I am forced to play in order to get the 7-2 bonus. And that's actually how I prepare. Like I forced myself playing Runeterra a lot in the last week before the tournament.
2 things. If you want to qualify with LP, you have to don't be afraid of playing when you are in a top. When you have quite a lot of LP, you think, I'm at top 100. I have to stop. Don't stop, because you have to play for training, and you have to play for gaining more LP. So when you are like top 10, let's try to gain more LP and never stop. That's the goal.
I would tell them to pick 3 strong decks the start or in the middle of the season, and just play these decks a lot. And I think you have to build a comfort lineup going through the open rounds. A lot of people just wait until the last week and they choose 3 broken decks that they never played. I don't think that's ever a good thing. I think if you go into the open rounds with something you're comfortable with, and if these decks have a cohesive strategy, I think that's the best approach. Just play your comfort stuff.
I think in order to qualify for the seasonal top cut, it's important to be confident and to be patient, because a good player will have the opportunity to qualify.
Just practice a lot. Go for 7-2 seeding. I didn't do that 2 times. I got really lucky 2 times, but you really should do the 7-2 seeding. It's really useful. Other than that, yeah, just practice.
Okay, I don't particularly like the method, but I think it's definitely be in the top 40 in the ladder, because you have one more life, basically. And
I think the biggest piece of advice for anyone trying to reach the top cut of a seasonal is just not to overthink their lineup. Comfort matters so much more than having the optimal lineup. It's a 9-round tournament, and by the end, if you're playing decks that you're not necessarily most comfortable on, you might be missing lines, making misplays, and that's going to cost you the ability to play in the top cut.
Well, my best advice would be to play ladder a lot and to get a 7-2 seeding spot so they can lose 2 games on the open rounds, because that's like a huge advantage compared to the rest of the field. So with that and good preparation, I think anyone can make it with a little bit of luck.
If they don't use any kind of matchup tables or things like that, I would strongly suggest that, because it really helps to improve your best of 3 strategy, to think about what are you going to ban, and if your lineup is coherent. It's not only for best of 3, it's not good enough to play 3 strong decks, because the bans can be very anti-synergistic. So to put a lot of thought into that, because you can be a pretty good ladder player, but if you don't approach the best of 3 thinking on the matchups and the bans, you are going to have a lot of bad matchups.
It depends a bit on your rank, honestly. Like if you're high ranked, you should just bring like 3 strong decks, right? But if you're low ranked, then you should bring like a counter to one of the strongest decks, because like the best players will always bring one of the strongest decks, and then you can like counter 1 or 2 of them, and then you're like super fine actually. It works out really good.
First of all, to pick decks that match their playstyle, and then to combine decks with similar ban strategies.
Well, definitely I would say you have to manage your nerves, and for this, whatever you have to do, even if you have to tell yourself that it doesn't really matter, or even if you have to spend less time prepping or whatever, I think nerves are the number one thing. So anything you have to do, meditation or whatever.
I think the mentality, because at the high level, all players know how to play, and the genius moments are not very common. So I think if you can be focused for hours during the tournament, you can make it. Yes, I think it's the most important difficult part for a player, and the best part.
I guess it's the adaptability. Like, although I don't have like the raw amount of knowledge that other players might have, like for example, I train a lot with Ultraman, and he helps me a ton in that regard. Like just telling me like how it's supposed to go, like how things are, rather than how I feel they're supposed to go. And otherwise, I think the biggest skill is just being able to trust yourself. Like I feel like we're in a very diverse metagame right now. There are probably like 10 to 12 decks that one person could legitimately consider bringing to a seasonal and actually feel good about. So I think it's about like being capable of amassing a lot of information and knowing what to do with it and being adaptable with all this, like learning a ton of matchups basically.
I can let go. Some deck have some player have a very sense of control of reactivity. They need to react with the opponent. I can rely on top decks. That's why I can play Jinx. Maybe that's okay. I'm bad in this party, this game. I have to top deck or I'm dead, but I think it's the right play. So I tried, and I have to do it quite a lot, and I think it's not easy. And for some decks, that's actually the right kind of play.
I could say preparation and mental, probably. Like the mentality is the one that I have the most developed, I guess.
I'd say it's to always try to keep in mind in the matchup you are playing, what's the way you can win the match, like your win cons, and like not only the general win cons, but the win cons given how the game has developed. I always try to think about how I could win this game given like the decks we play and the situation we are in.
I don't know if it's a skill, but I think adapting to metas and adapting to new decks very quickly. I think I'm very flexible and very open to new decks, and yeah, if I play a deck for like 2 days, I think I can play it at a good level. So I think adapting to the meta and being open to playing any sort of deck.
I feel like I'm like very good at picking up decks, right? Like, yeah, when some deck comes out, I'm just very good at playing it well, even when I'm playing it for the first time.
Trying out different decks and sticking to what I like.
I think that, I mean, considering also the level of the competition at this point, I think I really need to believe in the heart of the cards. I hope I'll be good enough at that. So, yeah.
I'm insanely good at autopiloting. It's like super useless, but I mean, I'm really good at that, like honestly.
So I definitely think the strongest of these core skills is my deck building. A lot of my success in this seasonal has come directly from that, with being able to bring a lineup that I don't think many people thought could exist, but making decks that people didn't think could exist. And a lot of the options that has opened up to me certainly were very, very effective in the open rounds.
I would say it is my patience with my plays that allows me to avoid many unnecessary misplays.
I think a lot of players do hand track, of course, but they don't keep track of like which individual cards were kept in the mulligan, etc. I have like a system for that.
Definitely mental. Like just being able to stay focused, not tilt, have good management with your own ecosystem while you're playing, because you can get into like really high pressure situations where you really need to be able to like control yourself and not like get tilted. right? So that's what I think is the case, yes.
Welcome everyone to the grand finals of the Curious Journey seasonal tournament for the EMEA region. I am Impetuous Panda, joined by Just Mogwai. How are you doing, Mogwai? How excited are you for these grand finals?
From now on, I'm just Mogwai. I am just very excited. That was terrible. For today, as we have really, you could just like not rolled your eyes, dude. Like Jesus Christ. So yeah, I'm hyped. I'm hyped because we have one hell of a finals. We've had some insane games today, very clutch series all the way from the beginning, and really strong performances here. Gouda, really one that stands out for me, that succumbed in the semifinals to Red Winter, who we've seen less of in this tournament, but the little that we have seen, he's been on point, man, and his lineup looks very strong, and he is playing a deck. I think today, if we had to crown like one deck as like the top performer, it's definitely the Scouts. Like Misfortune Quinn has been on a tear, but a player that has managed to defeat it in the semifinals has been his opponent, who is WTF. Both players share one deck in their lineups, but the rest is completely different. So really hyped that we have a finals that is not really comprised of a bunch of Demacia mirrors, because we've seen a lot of that today, despite the big diversity. But it's safe to assume that there's been quite a successful meta call that a lot of these players have shared, and that's why we've ended up seeing more of these mirror matches as the tournament has progressed. WTF, like I mentioned, we've seen less of throughout this tournament, including the typical 3-second game against Ross Pierre Dole. Like we see like 2 games from him, but like 6 seconds of footage, and then a close ending of the last match with SwapBlue. But now we'll get to see his lineup in full, and it's really exciting as well. I do think Red Winter is the minor favorite here, but it could go both ways.
Red Winter, of course, representing Belgium, could be the first player from Belgium to win this tournament for his country. Quick correction, actually Red Winter does not speak French at all. So despite being from Belgium, unlike Ultraman, he doesn't speak French. So actually, Belgium is a country that has, different regions, and each region has its own, different language that it kind of prioritizes. Could be German, could be French in this case. But in this case, Red Winter does not speak French at all. But yeah, just a quick tidbit of information to give to the viewers. And O5WTF, representing Russia, actually did make it to the finals last seasonal against Salty Simon. So I stand corrected. I remember him being in the semifinals, but not that he had made it all the way to the finals as well. So impressive, actually, if we think about it. Back-to-back finals
it's Fresh Lobster levels of performance.
Very few players have done this. Very few players have made it so consistently, and now we're seeing the deck list now for Red Winter. As you mentioned, Scouts, Yumi Pantheon, maybe more on the sleeper side of things, but Plunder, a very exciting deck to see back in the meta.
That's had exceptional performances in the matches that we've cast, at least back-to-back immediate wins. That sweet Dreadweight triple warning shot lethal in the quarterfinals, and in the semifinals we saw it put in the work against Sivir Akshan, locking him down with that Sejuani in the late game. It's nice to see this deck back, especially considering even though it got hit hard by the nerfs to both gameplay, and I argue the more impactful one was towards Monster Harpoon, which used to be 3 mana, and now being 4 mana, it's a big deal. But Tusk Speaker, on the other hand, is a good, I'd say a great addition to the archetype that allows you to work a little bit more consistently towards that level up. And him bringing back Monkey Idol as a 2-of as well, which is a card that a lot of variants in the past had dropped, is also quite interesting. The other 2 decks, like we said, we've seen a lot of Demacia variants in this tournament, Yumi Pantheon and Misfortune Quinn. I'd say these are the 2 top performing decks of the season. Yep. So definitely very, very strong powerhouses for WTF to face off, but I do feel like WTF's lineup is well geared against these Demacia variants, as we're going to take a look at it shortly. But first, we can talk a little bit about his opponent, O5 WTF from Russia, with a peak elo of 13-14 and seeding in like the latter half, right? Like not really.
Check out the fun fact that I wrote for this player. It's coming true. The caster blessing comes through. They're going to have to turn that 0-5 into a 5-0. and they're 4-0 now. 4-0 now. They're 1 win away from making it. Of course.
How long did it take you to come up with this? Like,
I don't know if you know, but I write all the fun facts for all 32 players. It takes me like 20 minutes because I'm just so big brain and so witty and hilarious that this is what I was born for, to write fun facts.
Yeah.
Casting is like kind of my side gig. My real job in the seasonals is to write these fun facts.
No,
showcase them
it's hard
on the player
to
cards.
deny the unfathomable talent you behold. That's for sure. I agree. Let's go with that.
Thank you, Mama. Great support.
Let's forget about this and actually talk about the lineup. A lineup that we haven't seen as much of. He is playing that Yuumi Pantheon. List. I don't know why I thought I said that wrong. Pantheon Yuumi, because I guess I said it the other way around, because I always lead off with Pantheon. Pantheon Yuumi, one of the top decks that has performed in this tournament, and definitely not a surprise. But the other two decks we've seen much less of, actually. We have Caitlyn Ezreal, which I really thought we were going to see more of in this tournament. And then we got the infamous King of the Ladder, Viego Shurima. Mono Viego with double right of calling from Shurima to fish him out. Double Ancient Hourglass. And then triple right of negation. Very interesting. With a full set of Vengeance and a one-off of Atrocity. So one more Vengeance than what Cosimo was playing, actually. So really, really interesting variant.
A very strong list. The list that Broken Ball actually brought to Fight Night yesterday and was managed to win the tournament with. Actually, there was three players in the Fight Night tournament yesterday from Italy, and all three brought Shurima lineups, just fully Shurima, 3 different decks, and Viego was a standout piece of all 3 of those lineups. So it just proved yesterday was very strong. In the tournament today, maybe not so many players were on this list, but I think it's definitely becoming a big staple on ladder and in tournaments as well. But I think the deck that we both want to see a lot more of is Ezreal Caitlyn. I think just very fun, interactive play pattern, maybe the opposite of what decks like Yuumi Pantheon and Aphelios, Fizz bring to the table. And I think just very exciting to see Runeterra. For me, the highest level of Runeterra includes a lot of interaction between the 2 players.
Yeah. Though, to be fair, I'm also really excited to see Viego. Like, I'm, because I took a little bit of a break from the ranked ladder. I'm not as saturated from Viego as other players may be. And I think, I've spoken a lot about it with people. Like, I think Viego being at the top is actually a pretty healthy thing. He's not an oppressive champion at all. There are definitely ways to counter him. And Viego is a champion that I hold up to the same level of quality design that Akshan has. Both of these champions were their designs were led by Ruben Zhu, who I think has done a great job designing, in the champions that he's had a bit of a say in. And I believe the Akshan Viego release was one of the best releases in Legend of Runeterra in regards to just quality design overall. I love everything about Akshan, and the same goes for Viego. I think he's very thematic, very fun, and very satisfying champion to play. And the reason why he's so popular on ladder is quite simply because now he's good, and because people enjoy playing him. Like, he's a fun champion to play. He's one of the most snowbally champions in the game, but you gotta put in the work for that level up, and it's just a very rewarding payoff. So excited to see that in action as well. Like, I'm a fan of this lineup. I like it, Hopefully Pantheon gets banned and we see Caitlyn and Viego. Let's go.
I agree. I have to agree with your sentiment. I think most viewers will as well. Pantheon definitely has maybe overstayed his welcome in terms of how dominant and oppressive he has been for a long time now on tournaments and in ladder as well. Especially because I think I just mentioned the fact that I think interaction is the best part of Runeterra. High-level players interacting constantly, turn after turn, trying to fight for control of the game is what makes it so great. And Pantheon kind of goes against that a little bit with how, uninteractive it can be sometimes if certain decks don't have any counters to stop, keywords like Overwhelm, for example. And even with units like a Saga Seeker, a 1-drop, being able to take over games and make some games kind of pretty polarized and kind of binary is not really ideal in my opinion. But it's part of the game, and of course players have to prepare for this. So we're going to find out in this pick and ban phase what will end up coming through. Nice to see Viego and his chiseled abs getting a nice big part of the spotlight there on the bottom right.
I think normally WTF would be okay queuing into Pantheon, but looking at this lineup, I still feel like that may be a likely ban, because I think he can feel rather confident going into the other 2 decks. As Caitlyn Ezreal has a pretty damn good matchup against Scouts, and we saw that WTF faced off against Scouts in the semifinals, so it's not really within his initial plans to ban it, right? And I think Plunder is something that he may underestimate potentially a little bit. So even though I feel like the matchup is a little bit favored for WTF in general, and I do feel like ultimately Pantheon will be the one to be banned. If not, Plunder could be the case. But I am expecting the Pantheon ban here. And for WTF, unfortunately, I am expecting an Ezreal Caitlyn ban. I think it would make the most sense. And that would be a bit sad because I would like to see this deck personally, but we'll see.
We'll see what ends up being the case. We're going to find out the bans, of course, after we go into the game one, just simply because how the tournament API works. We'll only get that data once we're in the game already. And so we'll see a graphic come up maybe 1 minute into the game, and we'll have that information given to us, and it'll come out for the viewers as well to see that. So again, I'm just hoping for a great final, interactive, no non-games is the hope, I think, for all viewers and casters and probably even the players. I want to make sure that whoever wins is really deserved winner and doesn't come down to maybe top decks or matchups so much. I don't think there are any extremely polarized matchups in this series anyway. Looking at the decks here, maybe except for the Scouts versus Yuumi Pantheon might be one, but that's really the only one, I think.
We can both agree that so far, like, the games today have been pretty top-notch.
Yeah.
We got some phenomenal series, because a combination of just like complete and utter high level, like the best level to play in the game, right? Paired with like really exciting top decks, and just to make sure, a reason why people, I don't know, at least like me, enjoy card games. It's the adapting to the chaos a little bit, right? And making the best out of what you get. And I was wrong.
Oh no!
Go through. Okay, you know
Pantheon
what?
versus
Nobody's
Pantheon.
perfect.
Nobody's perfect.
Not
and
even me.
neither are these two decks. That's for sure, because they're definitely less exciting than other options like Ezreal, Caitlyn, and Plunder. But it will be Saga Seeker on turn 1 for Red Winter. This is game 1 of the grand finals of the EMEA seasonal tournament for A Curious Journey. We'll find out who's going to start off with the lead, but it looks like a Protector, Saga Seeker, already getting the Faded proc on this turn 2 is a great start for Red Winter.
Yeah, this is a bit tricky, because normally you would always take this straight into the Protector, but you have no follow-up after that. Like, you may want to actually use Yuumi, exactly, so you actually have to take this hit, and that's not good for WTF here. I think maybe he went with a Plunder ban instead, actually.
Right away, the Mountain Goat becoming the GOAT maybe of the game plan here for 05 WTF. Not the usual recipient of the Yuumi buff here, but in this case, Saga Seeker going to have a much better job making sure that these stats are going to go up. So a unit that gets the Faded procs as well, possibly gets an Overwhelm from Zenith Blade soon. And well, there it is. Can become a real menace. Oh no, what are you guys doing? Plunder and Ezreal Caitlyn both banned in the finals.
I mean, I said it was either Pantheon or Plunder, and definitely going to be Caitlyn Ezreal. So, hey, you know what? I actually was not far off here. Normally, this would already be done, but that Blinded Mystic in WTF's hand, clutch.
Oh, yeah, it's a very big play here. The silence is big, stopping the Saga Seeker from growing to really just too big of a stat line for a 1-drop. Should be able to obtain 5 turns into a game.
There's the Wounded White Flame. But down goes the golden, the Zenith
Blade.
I was gonna say Golden Aegis. Is it Golden Aegis or Golden Aegis?
Golden Aegis, actually.
Golden Aegis.
Aegis, yeah. English is, a language that exists on planet Earth, but it has a lot of exceptions to rules, let's say.
Yeah, I still love it though. Like I actually speak more English than Spanish.
I wouldn't be able to tell, that's for sure.
Oh. All right, friendship ended. That's it. I've had enough.
I owed you one today.
No.
The Mountain Goat truly becoming the greatest of all time. Yuumi buffs, Zenith Blade as well.
You the same joke twice.
This is not a joke, Mongwei. This is very serious. This is a 9-9 Goat. You think this is a joke to you? This is not a joke to Red Winter, that's for sure. He's trying to not lose this game, and he's facing off against a hybrid creature that is just, it shouldn't be this big.
I wish we had webcams right now because I'm staring at the camera right now. Like that's all I feel like doing. All right, here we go. There's a swing there, getting a gem for the GOAT. These Yuumis still proccing. I believe the GOAT is... Well, no, but both of them are at the same base because even though the Saga Seeker got silenced, it still has Yuumi Like it hasn't, you know, slowed down with the Yuumi level up potentially. There's a Cataclysm top deck and there's a Pantheon top deck for WTF. Both players have access to their champions. Both players are they at the same pace? I believe actually, yeah, Red Winter should be ahead by 1 towards a Pantheon level up because they had the Saga Seeker turn 1 into a Bright Steel Protector, and WTF played a Goat into Nada, so that's an issue. That's definitely an issue.
For viewers that don't know, nada means nothing in Spanish because Mogwai, you know, is excluding our English viewers now from understanding the points he's trying to make. Pantheon comes down for Red Winter. A pretty even out, you know, battle here. Well, these players under 15 HP for both. Protector comes down onto the Goat. No faded procs, obviously, on the Goat. That would be, you know, making him a little bit too OP if he had faded as well.
Dear God, can you imagine? Oh my lord.
I'd rather not, to be honest.
Bit of a stalemate here.
There's a level up on the Pantheon. Once again, we get to see Goku raining down, shield in hand, coming down as a meteor from the heavens, ready to try and take over the game. But little does he know, his brother might come down on the other side very soon.
Remember my reaction to this guy's like level up for the first time, you know, because I didn't really know much about the character, but he looks like a Spartan warrior, right? And he's like flying over the planet and going down. Like, oh, okay,
maybe a bit more
anime
Spartan warrior.
Yeah,
the next level.
I was like, oh, okay.
If Spartans made it a few more years, that's what they were evolved into. Just Super Saiyans.
All right. Still a bit of a weird situation, right? When you have like 2 barriers, it's just like, well, no, he's got Challenger. Never mind. Yeah. Gotta be careful though. Was pondering there because a series of buffs could potentially overtake and lead to a. No, there's a barrier there, right? No, yeah, never mind. Like I sometimes the spell shield and the barrier, they kind of like overlap in a weird way.
There's going to be actually a Hush available for 05 WTF in his deck, but not in Red Winter's deck, if I'm
1 or 2?
1. Only one for...
So the spell shield saves it against it regardless, then he needs to pop it, yeah.
And there's the Prowling Projectile from the Yuumi spell. Hovered, but not quite committed just yet on the stack, but now coming back into it.
If he had Quick Attack, this Cataclysm could be really crazy. But then again, there's a barrier, so never mind. Like these Yuumis are getting a little bit at hand, but like once you take away the Faded, it's not as crazy. But there goes the Cataclysm for WTF. You're gonna get rid of this Pantheon, and there is nothing that Red Winter could do here.
Yeah,
and it also contributes towards the level up for Yuumi as well. Big play here for WTF. This is a big moment here. Able to push some good overwhelm damages as well. We're talking about 6 damage here.
Yep. Slowly racing down the Nexus for Red Winter. It's going to be slow and steady here and just not having these blowout plays like a Hush, for example, a way to stop this. Really, like we're seeing here in hand, there's nothing you can do here against this play from 05 WTF. The Goat still survives, still with the Yuumi on it, growing bigger and bigger each time. And Saga Seeker number 2 comes down, but maybe too late to start growing this to become an actual threat.
It's the face of fear. There's a draw to Concerted Strike. Big draw there for Red Winter. Now, unfortunately, like both hands look a little bit similar. The big difference is one's got Pantheon and the other one doesn't anymore. And this Yuumi's about to level up as well, Panda, and he's already down to 7. We could even see them just go for a double. But the problem with double gem is that, you know, like this Concerted just stops it, right?
Take it back.
So let's see what happens here. Because we could also see a Cataclysm trying to just dive in the Saga Seeker into the Goat to prevent the level up. But then that leaves him wide open to a Pantheon. Like this is tricky. Even though he's got a lot of mana to work with as well. But the moment he loses that big unit in that exchange, he can no longer Concerted Strike here. Yeah, this is better.
There's a Golden Aegis now being committed onto the bigger Saga Seeker on Red Winter's side of the board. Trying to find a way to even out the HP total, trying to find a way to, you know, and somehow become the aggressor here.
if WTF goes for a Concerted Strike, it would be. I think he loses the game.
Yeah. I mean, you'd be left with no mana and would still have a reactionary time for Red Winter to play his own Concerted Strike, with 5 mana also remaining. So usually, with spell stacks, whoever goes first ends up being the loser because you have to be proactive, and it's just not really ideal.
Yep, that's very important for beginners. Like in Runeterra, you generally want to be last, but sometimes the way to force your opponent to go first is with your board, right? That's the beauty of the game, really. That's why the spell mana system fits so well, and that's what really makes it different from any other card game, really.
Level up now. Pantheon on WTF side of the board. So now we see 2 Pantheons that have leveled up over time here for both of these players. But the Mountain Goat really is the bigger unit on the side of WTF, the unit that's been applying so much pressure throughout every single one of these turns, now almost going into turn 8 of this game. And with how big the units are getting, close to maybe lethal on one big swing.
Bit of an underwhelming series of keywords here for Pantheon. Like, he does get Challenger, but that's about it. Well, I mean, the Augment is actually pretty nuts with the gem, actually. But now he is left a little bit wide open for that Concerted Strike from Red Winter here.
At this point in time, both players really thinking very methodically about what they can do next, because any small misplay in a matchup like this one, where there can be just blowout plays at any point in time in terms of you making a small mistake and your opponent capitalizing on it and just winning the game. Because when units get so big, it comes down to one swing or kind of one interaction that might just end the game on the spot. So players really take their time here. The gem comes in for Pantheon, as you mentioned, with the augment mechanic.
I think we see a level up here for Yuumi, which is game winning, right? Unless I missed. Did I miss count? No, that's it.
How would you miscount Mogwai?
Yeah, exactly. I don't do that.
You got the Sivir level up correct, the Yuumi level up. This guy's just on point today.
Thank you. Finally acknowledging.
You're welcome.
God, forever. All right, here we go. Yeah, that's it. That's it. WTF takes game 1 and puts Red Winter back against the wall, as he's got one deck left, and that is none other than Viego. WTF is 2 Viego victories away from becoming today's seasonal champion.
Well, 2 Viego games, 1 victory.
Oh, yeah, that's right. 2 Viego victories. That'd be kind of.
And as anticlimactic as it might seem, this is a best of 3 still in the finals, and we are now on a tournament point situation for 05 WTF, a player that was in the finals last seasonal tournament against Salty Simon, is in the finals again versus Red Winter, and has a chance in the back-to-back to finally get the win that he has been looking for oh so long. Petish did it for Russia in the 2nd seasonal. We're now in the 9th seasonal, and maybe 05 WTF can do it again. With a player like Ragnar Rosic, maybe the most well-known Russian player, not able to do it, but other players, other compatriots that are aspiring to the win here in this seasonal.
Here we go, game 2, ladies and gentlemen. It is Pantheon versus Viego. Treasure Seeker lead for WTF. Has a really neat curve here with the Aspiring Chronomancer into potentially the Merciless Hunter. Merciless Hunter not as good in a matchup like this, to at least for removal purposes, but it is good to give that big beefy faded target vulnerable so you can drag it away with the weaker unit so you can push for some damage as you try to spread out and go wide. Respecting the possibility of a what exactly here, because if they play a Mountain Goat, he'd rather still spread more damage, right? What was the reason for not playing Chronomancer here before attacking? What am I missing? Maybe a Saga Seeker. Sometimes they go Saga Seeker into Pale Cascade backup. That could halt them. Yeah,
that's don't want to get that trade
really
away.
common. That's really common, actually. Yeah.
So a good start for OIWTF. Has some presence on the board. Has the Viego in hand. More importantly, maybe would have liked to have a Cameravan Soldier as well on turn 3, but not a bad start at all. Has a Vengeance, which could be very, very crucial, right? Negation can maybe come in clutch for a Cataclysm, for example, or a Zenith Blade even. So I think a pretty balanced hand for Ohio WTF to start this game too.
And it's just great to have these Vengeances, because it means that no matter how big a unit gets, they can remove it for 6 mana. That's huge. Speaking of huge, down goes the Zenith Blade. This dragon, he took an arrow to the knee, but He's gonna take it off. He's gonna bulk up a little bit here, and by a little bit I mean a lot. These
Still
units.
at the mercy of the Vengeance, and there
Whoa,
we see it. The
not
Vengeance
hang
comes
around.
through right away, stalls out the game plan for Red Winter, has to now redevelop a unit and start to find another win condition at this point. We have our first matchup graphic of the tournament in the last game, maybe, and it's not even an exciting one. It's a pretty close matchup here between Pantheon and Viego.
As even as you can get, pretty much.
Going off of ladder stats, of course. We've actually been requesting this matchup graphic for a few rounds now, but there was some pretty out there decks like Thunder that don't have data for the season, so it just wasn't able to come in, unfortunately.
Better late than never, though.
Better late than never, indeed. Could be the last game of the tournament. We finally get to see the matchup graphic once again. A second Vengeance comes through.
Just
Back to
says
back.
no. Dude, he gets shut down.
WTF takes down both of these win conditions. Saga Seeker and Wounded White Flame both going down. There's no more units in hand for Red Winter. He has to find something else to attach his Yumi to.
Otherwise, it's gonna look really bad really soon. Very important to note that those stats that we saw earlier reflect the standard Viego. Like, this Viego is not standard. This Viego is packing triple Vengeance. Like, it's a Viego designed to tear Pantheon down, and we're seeing that here. They do draw into the White Flame, though.
And there's finally another unit to put down to the board. You have the Yumi as well. You don't have a third Vengeance in hand. Predict is not able to find it either.
I think Hourglass is good here.
A wide board and 10 HP on the Nexus only for Red Winter. Halfway there. Halfway to what could be a seasonal championship for 05 WTF.
Zenith Blade going down. No third Vengeance here. But now is the moment to play Viego. You got that Hourglass backup. I mean, you can always pass and just wait, right? Because next round you could play Merciless Hunter into Viego anyways and try to drag in for a strong attack here. But, you know, good series of turns there, but that White Flame draw was so clutch for Red Winter that WTF cannot be too passive, because the moment Pantheon goes down... Okay, he's gonna drop the Hunter instead. Interesting.
The Dragon Hunter?
Really does not want to leave himself wide open to something like a Cataclysm here. And wants to keep that Rare Negation in the back as well. Big hit, though.
The Guiding Touch comes through, trying to stay just a little bit more healthy. 10 HP.
Double Cataclysm, man. That's really scary.
This is one of the scariest cards in this deck. People might complain about Pantheon, about Yumi, but Cataclysm is really the card that accelerates the game plan so much. Kind of like a rally effect, because you only really care about one unit attacking in this deck for the most part. And a rally effect for 3 is just so strong in combination with Demacia and Targon.
Gonna go for a full swing here. Bryce the Protector enough to trade into Viego. Not quite enough damage here, Panda, and he's got that Quicksand. But the problem is he wants to resort to that Quicksand upon the attack here. This single combat...
You're going to have to Hourglass, I think. I mean, you have Hourglass and Rite of Negation, but you can use both actually in this turn, so you can actually save the Viego in this case by playing out both spells, because there could be a Concerted Strike in response here.
He's going to go for the Rite of Negation instead, though. He really wants that damage.
And now the Concerted Strike will probably follow.
No, but no, Panda. But this means it's game. This is game. This Rite of Negation is game. He's got double Cataclysm. Because he didn't go for the Hourglass and he went for this instead, he left himself wide open. He cannot.
But he has a second rate. Okay, I understand what you mean.
He got double Cataclysm. Double Cataclysm with a bunch of praise.
Quicksand's still there.
But it's 3 mana. He doesn't have enough mana. He's done. He's actually done. Like, we were talking about how scary Cataclysm is.
Oh, you're right. Wounded White Flame is not wounded any longer, has grown to an 11-13 stat line. The Chronomancer gonna have to be the victim here. Chomped onto by a dragon, and it can't do anything. Overwhelm, the keyword that matters so much here.
I love the random lore you put in. It reminds me of the sweet, the children beating up the Pantheon player. And then
this is real lore, Mogwai. Read up on the lore knowledge. I'm not making this stuff up. This is serious. You don't know the story about the Chronomancer?
I'm eager to learn.
What do you think it's aspiring to? It's aspiring to stay alive, because this is looking pretty sketchy here. With
How
the
many
wounded
years have I
white flame.
done this? It's been like 5 years. 5 years of this. I can't say that word again, but yeah, of this shizzle. 5 years of this shizzle. As down goes Cataclysm. But okay, wait. Ancient Hourglass. I didn't think about this. This fizzles.
Well,
this fizzles, right? Like we've seen that
on this attack.
Yeah. Then they have quicksand on the open attack. I keep forgetting. I swear to God, this used to not work like this. I don't know if it was a bug, but I'm not tripping here. Like this Cataclysm would still lead off to an open attack.
And now you kill the Viego now. It's the free kill on the Viego with the Cataclysm here, able to push through damage. You can't get lethal, so you might as well get the next best thing, which is a kill on Viego.
Yeah. Hard
12-8 stat line, open attack, and force the quicksand next turn.
But he's at 2 health, Panda.
Yeah.
Like this quicksand, wow. Ooh. This quicksand is huge. He also has that renegation in the back, and that Cameroon soldier allows him to go wide. Oh!
Shield. You have the Valkyrie still.
Oh, the spell! I forgot the spell shield. Okay.
And 05 takes the loss. Red Winter wins the game 2, ties the series 1-1. Scouts versus Viego is the final matchup of this tournament, Mogwai. Do you think this one chiseled boy is able to take on Misfortune and Quinn and survive?
It's actually interesting because Viego, like I said, the end game is really strong, but it is a variant that's more geared towards a Pantheon matchup with a Triple Vengeance. Like that Triple Vengeance can actually be a bit of a liability here. There is a scenario in which because it is a bit of a greedier version. Like you could draw multiple Vengeances, the Invasive Hydrovine, the Atrocity that he has as a one-off, the Rites of Negations. There's a lot of bricks for this matchup, for this specific Viego variant against a deck like Scouts. They really need to find their early game. You know, their Treasure Seekers, their Chronomancers, Merciless Hunter, the Vile Feast. I mean,
Merciless
so far,
Hunter is their Chronomancer as well. Maybe missing a Treasure Seeker. The Misfortune is there for Red Winter, though. Doesn't have a 1-drop. That could be pretty massive. I'm going to assume Shield of Duran might be kicked out, hoping for an earlier curve. Never mind. Mariah Warden is kicked out instead. Duran Sculptor. Maybe playing for more of a late game, but I'm not sure that's the best option.
WTF, did he really keep the Ancient Hourglass and the Glimpse Beyond? He must have mulliganed before. This Chronomancer is really good, though. You should pick up the Treasure Seeker, I think.
With the power of time, the possibilities are endless.
With the power of time, the possibilities are endless, Mogwai. Something that I always keep in mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I'm thinking about the future.
I have ears too. I can hear. Oh, he just skipped. He doesn't want to think that. All right.
Viego is found for 05 WTF and also the Mariah Warden back in the hand for Red Winter now.
I think we see a pass here. Yeah. You still go for the swing here. Yeah. You clear this. You start, getting rid of the chump blockers. No Glimpse Beyond or anything. Just wanted to preserve that. Oof, this is not a good draw. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was worth it to go for a glimpse there. Honestly, like I don't know why you wouldn't. If you weren't gonna play the Merciless Hunter, why wouldn't you?
Could be scary with an Island Navigator into Quinn next turn with a Sharp Sight backup. Could be Misfortune instead. So at the mercy now of the Merciless Hunter coming down.
I don't know why he didn't go for that Glimpse Beyond. I think at that point you need to cycle through your deck.
Oh, we got our second matchup graphic of the tournament. Viego slightly favored, and I'm not too surprised. Camervan Soldiers able to get the 2-for-1 blockers, makes it so it's a little bit harder for a deck like Scouts to go wide.
Again, this version is different. This version is greedier and is definitely more vulnerable.
Yeah. I mean, just look at this attack here. Is 05 WTF too far behind already? Can Red Winter possibly get the 2-game-in-a-row comeback win here? Scouts just, so strong for so long. Since the very inception of Misfortune and Quinn as a deck, it's come and gone, but it's been so strong.
He has to take this hit. He has to take this hit from Quinn, and he has to trade into the Valor and then go for the Ancient Hourglass. Unless no, he can actually block now. But he really wants that. He really because he needs to drag Viego anyways. The problem is by going for the Ancient Hourglass, then that's the problem. You don't get the encroaching mist anyways. So it's still worth it to trade like this.
Just seems like Scouts, unless it runs out of fuel early on, it just, if it starts off hot like we're seeing here with just a very big disparity in units, it just seems like no deck can really match up against it in these early to mid game.
It's a lot of pressure. It's one of those.
This hand was very awkward, I think, as well, with like the right negation, the double glimpse, the
I
hourglass.
still feel like that glimpse beyond had to happen earlier. Cycle through the deck. I feel like that was really important. I'm not sure why it did not happen.
I mean, look at the damage here.
You may think, well, but he wouldn't have had enough mana for this. He would have, because he burned 1 mana. So he would have had 2 spell mana here to work with. So I just don't think there was any reason whatsoever for him not to go for the Glimpse Beyond.
As you're surviving now, you're thinking about the level up condition for not just Misfortune, but also for Quinn. Both getting 2 attacks on this turn. I mean, how do you stop both of these units from leveling up at this point? Misfortune has vulnerable, but you have Shielded Rand and Sharp Sight to keep her alive.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Triple Renegation, Triple Vengeance. Like, they're just cards that just...
It's too heavy.
Too heavy. Exactly. It's too heavy. Now you have the Merciless Hunter that can dive into the Misfortune, but that Shield of the Rand that they kept early on is definitely going to put in the work here. And then afterwards, what do? I mean, you have to glimpse one of your encroaching miss.
And heads up play by Redwinter, having the Misfortune in hand, keeping the Shielded Rand because of this, saying, hey, I'm going to want to keep this unit alive later down the line. This is one way to do it.
That's just brutal. Absolutely brutal. Yeah, like I said, this version, like Pantheon was the matchup to win with the Triple Vengeance, but not that wasn't even enough. We just saw the power of Cataclysm. The power of Cataclysm really going through, and it made me like. It's very easy to forget that it progresses Yumi's level up, right? So really clutch game for Redwinter, and I think that really opened up the door for him, because now it's just this variant is just too. It's not even like we're talking about the random negations, but also like the one-off of Spirit Leech. The full set of Glimpse Beyond, like all these cards are coming down against them.
The combat tricks here coming down at burst speed. Red Negation can't do anything to stop this. Just one needed Shield Duran, giving the extra health to Quinn, even more health next turn. And the open attack from Scouts plus the next attack, I think, makes it almost impossible for O5WF to stop the onslaught here.
Has to go for the Glimpse Beyond, but I don't know what he can find. Like, not even something like Vile Feast does anything here.
Treasure Seeker, at least one more blocker to play out on this turn.
But still, there's more needed than that. Both champions are close, like 2 attacks away from leveling up. I don't know. I mean, these Cabivore and Soldier definitely helps, but once that Misfortune levels up, man, it's just not enough. It's just no way enough. You have to block with Viego onto the chip here.
And if you go under Rite of Negation mana, you can even play Sergeant into 4 Demacia for the next attack. So I mean, this is over. 9 mana to work with to make that play happen once one of the unit dies here. So it's just completely in Redwinter's favor. I think O5WTF does not have any control here.
Well, I mean, okay, so let's wait for a moment. If they do go with that line of play, like they're already like crowded there. This Cabivore and Soldier allows them to spread out quite a bit.
It's a level up on Misfortune. It's a level up on Quinn.
Yeah, but the board is already full, is what I'm trying to say. So it's the Quinn level up is not as impactful as it would seem.
Well, the Misfortune one definitely is. Damage coming straight into the Nexus, overwhelm on Misfortune. Yeah. Viego being taken down in this attack as well.
He can deny it with Rite of Negation is the thing.
Yeah.
Like I think it seems like it's over. It could be, but I think maybe not. I think maybe there's a way out here.
You kill the Viego either way, wherever it blocks. You have Sharp Sight if Red Negation is played on Misfortune's ability.
Oh, but Sharp Sight doesn't do it.
Because of the nerf, that's true.
Yeah, this Red Negation actually does a lot. He doesn't even need to. He can just sacrifice the unit instead. And yeah, he survives. Barely, but he survives on 1.
Well, no, you just sharp sight onto the Nexus.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Exactly 7 damage put down. There were so many ways to do it.
Hey.
have tried his best, but Red Winter is going to take the game 3. It's going to take the seasonal championship. It goes to Belgium this time around. And what great play from Red Winter, who was top 4 last seasonal. He made it to the finals and he won the championship this time around for A Curious Journey. What a great showing from this player, a player that has been around for so long. We faced him on ladder at the very start of Runeterra's journey, really, with the closed beta, and here he is now becoming a champion for Belgium before Ultraman was able to do it even. So, just huge congrats to Red Winter with fantastic play all throughout the day and a great selection, bringing Plunder as well in his lineup,
making one hell of a comeback. One hell of a comeback against a really tough first game in which he got beaten down, and it seemed like all the momentum was going for for WTF right there. But then Red Winter bringing it back with both Demacia decks, and we've seen the story of today's tournament, and that is that Pantheon Yuumi and Scouts are top of the food chain right now, at least in a tournament environment, at least for this specific tournament. But I do believe that it's hard to argue just how efficient Scouts is in this specific meta, especially like in a closed environment as this one, where certain lineups were to be expected. And Pantheon Yuumi, like what can you say? Like a really powerful deck. Both finalists were playing it, and both got a win with it. And we just saw how strong the combination of Cataclysm is, especially with the Yuumi level up, and how it also benefits from the recent play cast change that allows you to get buffs on your units before they resolve when you play stuff like Cataclysm or single combat. So great showing from both these players and everybody that played today, really. Like, we saw some amazing games all the way from the very early stages. That Cosimo Sergio matchup in round 1. We had a brilliant series between Gouda and Broken Ball in round 2, and all the way through the quarterfinals, the semifinals, into this one right here. It's been one hell of an event, and yeah, a great way to kick off this season for sure, as we gear up for the new expansion, which will hopefully shake things up quite a bit.
We are not done just yet. I think we might be able to get an interview with Red Winter. He doesn't speak French, but we do hope he does speak English at the very least, and we can come in and find out more about this player, find out more about his thoughts going to the tournament, and how he feels now that he was able to become a seasonal champion. This is not an easy feat. Only 9 of them up until now. No back-to-back winners just yet. A lot of players obviously trying for that, but it's such a hard thing to do. Thinking about open rounds, 9 rounds to go through against, harder and harder competition as you go through it. Getting 7-2, getting 8-1, getting 9-0 is already a very difficult thing. But then coming into the top cut, having to win 5 single elimination rounds in a row against truly the best in EMEA for the season is never an easy thing to do, no matter how good you are. This is a game that has variance inherently. It's how card games do end up working. You can be the best player in the world, you can have the best lineup in the world, the best thought out strategy, that sometimes the cards might not be in your favor. So a lot has to work in your favor, and you really have to be at the top of your game. No mistakes allowed to do something like what Red Winter has been able to pull off today. So huge congrats to him on one of the more difficult things to do in Runeterra, become a seasonal champion.
See if we get a bit of a call with them or not. We're kind of like pending that from production right here. But yeah, it's been a great tournament though. Like we've seen some great matchups, and honestly, I think the meta is in a pretty damn good state right now. I think we've seen quite a bit of variety. Yeah, there's a bit of dominance from Pantheon and Scouts definitely, but I think Scouts has really excelled because of the lack of Draven. I keep saying Draven, of Ezreal, of Caitlyn. I think that's been the biggest factor. Really, we saw that be banned in the later round as well, and it's one of those things. Like definitely a deck that we expected more of, being perhaps overshadowed by certain potential matchups, and people have shied away from bringing it. And then Scouts has had room to really excel, as we see Red Winter's path to victory right there, defeating Den, one of the favorites from France, in round 1, taking down Piora round 2, then defeating Shumpo with that clutch clutch comeback. That was really epic against, you know, the as you labeled it, Panda, you know, the scary children who beat him up or something. I don't remember exactly what it was.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was weird. Yeah, it was very strange. Then Red Winter defeating Gouda in the semifinals, a very cool series as well. And here in a clutch 2-1 finals, getting a reverse sweep on WTF with a strong start, not letting Viego get a win.
And also, you know, it must be a tough time for 05 WTF, who makes it a second final appearance in a row and a second loss in the finals. 2 silver medals for him. Maybe the third, you know, maybe the next season might be the chance for this player to finally get a championship for himself. And also had quite a journey, beating Hash in the first round, a very tough player from Oman. Smooth in the second round. Ross Pierdol we saw earlier. SwapBlue, and then in the final, losing out to Red Winter, but still, I think a great seasonal, as always, Mogwai. Such big names. Some of them, you know, making deep runs, others losing out in the first round. That's sometimes the nature of seasonals. You know, some 16 players do end up, you know, losing out after just one round, and it's always so disheartening to see as a caster. I'm sure as a viewer as well. You have your favorites, your favorite players, and seeing them lose out is always tough, I think.
It's always rough. Like, I would have liked to see Magitech, I would have seen Thomas, I would have liked to see Meliador. Those are players that I'm always a big fan of. You know, and seeing them go down early is you know, it's bittersweet, you know, as we get to see new faces rise, right, which is the sweet aspect of it. But big fan of those players and how they've built up their names throughout these years in LoR. So we're gonna be having the interview relatively soon, and we're gonna see what you know, Red Winter has to say. I remember Red Winter saying at one point, and because I was looking in the chat when we were in the middle of the break, and he said something like how he had been misplaying all day. You know how harsh with, you know, self-critics these pro players can be. So I'm actually curious as to, you know, what he was referring to. That maybe there's something that we missed on, because I've seen, honestly, like from what I've seen from this player, it's been very clean. Like, I don't know about you, but it's felt very, very, very clean. Very few mistakes.
Looks like we have our interview ready. Red Winter, welcome, and huge congratulations to you on a fantastic tournament. Huge congrats to you. How do you feel? What are your first thoughts after knowing that you are the seasonal champion for this tournament?
Honestly, my heart was racing those last 2 games because I thought I had no chance, because I checked like the ban list, like the ban helper thingy for like the matchup spreads, and it was so god awful.
Yeah.
So yeah. I was already ready to concede actually, but yeah.
I mean, I agree. I remember talking with Panda, and I was like, yeah, this matchup is not looking great for you at all, because, I mean, obviously, I did expect that Caitlyn Ezreal ban to happen, right? It matched up pretty well against you, but the Viego also seemed quite scary, even though it's funny because it seemed to be a variant that was more geared to face off against your Pantheon, right? With like the triple vengeance and stuff, but you were still able to overcome it. That white flame draw was really clutch, right?
Yeah, after the first 2 vengeances, I was like, yeah, this is lost. I just kept top decking the exact fate unit at the right time, because the first on turn 4, I also drew the Saga Seeker exactly then, so I still had play. So yeah, today luck really went my way. It was.
I want to ask you, Red Winter, about your history with Runeterra, because I was talking to Mogwai on the broadcast today. You're a player that your name, I remember it from all the way back in the, you know, closed beta, open beta. Your name is you know, rings a bell from just so many matches on ladder as well. So I know you've been playing for a very long time. You've had great seasonal appearances as well. The last one especially making top 4, but now finally getting the win. So where did your journey start, and how did you make it all the way to this point now, which I think is the high point till now of your career?
Honestly, like, I played card games nearly all my life, but like at some point I couldn't really play. I didn't have the time anymore to play in real life, so I had to look for like online card games, and I was going from card game to card game because nothing really was great. And then at some point I was playing some League of Legends because I just played some games, and then they announced they had a card game, and I was like, well, I hope this one is good, so I finally have a game to play again.
You picked the right
and then we
one.
had like the what?
You picked the right one, I think.
Yeah, that's true. No, so then they had like the closed beta when we had like the first 4 days to play, and like I think we had 4 or 5 days to play, and then we had to wait for like 3 months, and those were the 3 longest months ever. Like, god damn it, that they do that to us. It was very painful. And then I started originally playing again when like the game came out, all the way until build shorter came out, and I was so sick of the plunder meta that I stopped playing. All the way.
That was one of the best. Come on, man.
I'm gonna be honest.
Amazing.
So with plunder, I literally played in all my life, I think 10 or 15 plunder games before today. But like Dr. Chekhov was talking about the deck in Ikado's chat last week during the Americas qualifiers when they were playing. And apparently it had like an insane matchup table. So I was like, okay, that sounds like a good thing. So I checked it out, and apparently it actually wins against everything I wanted to beat this tournament. So I was like, whatever, I have to play it, even though I don't like the deck at all. But yeah, it's linear, it does its thing, and apparently it's good against everything that I wanted to counter. So
I mean, from what we saw, the deck just absolutely slapped. Like we saw the debut. I think it was in the quarterfinals, and you had like this insane opening. You know, with obviously like the great turn 1 crack shot Corsair that you always love seeing, and then that black market merchant on turn 2 and drawing the Euro Grifter. It's just like, oh man, this is just the clean. And then you had that sick Dreadweight triple warning shot lethal. First team lethal on Lee Sin. That must have felt sweet, huh?
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
After winning today's
I really wonder why the deck is not played on ladder, by the way, because apparently it's still insane.
You do, of course, with the top 4 spots in this tournament, qualify for the qualifiers for the Worlds as well. So that's another great thing to look forward to, and we're going to see more of you as well in the competitive scene. But big prize pool as well with this win. Do you have any plans for the money you're going to make after getting this big win? Is
no boring answer, please.
I really had I wasn't expecting to win anything today, so I have no plans whatsoever.
Just go wild, man. Go wild. No consequences.
How do you feel? I wanted to ask as well, with Ultraman being, of course, one of the biggest representatives for Belgium, for your country. You're the one that beat him to getting, the win, to putting Belgium on the map in terms of seasonal championships. Are you proud? Are you someone that, we know Salty Simon last seasonal didn't care at all about winning it for Sweden, but are you someone that cares about winning it for your country as well, not just the personal glory, but also the national glory?
In a way, yes, because I think like a lot of people sometimes forget that Belgium is a country. Really?
Yeah, people like Mogwai don't know about geography.
What? Okay, no comment.
No, so we have that issue that we're a small country that a lot of people forget. Some people sometimes think we're just Brussels and nothing else. And also, there are so many good Belgian players that some people forget. Everybody always thinks about Ultraman, but you also have guys like Shuke, Luna, Ceze. Like, there's a lot of good players. So, yeah, it's nice to put the country on the map a little bit.
But it must feel nicer, like, especially considering how long you've been in the competitive scene, to finally, get that win, right? Like, it must feel pretty sweet. Like, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, we're really happy because, like, the thing is, I top 4 the first seasonal ever. And then since then I never topped. So it was such a stupid thing because I was like, okay, it's pure luck you managed to get top 4. Like, that was back when you had to go 5-0 in open rounds and things like that. So yeah, it's nice that in a season that actually matters again, everybody cares about this season, that I'd actually managed to do it in that season is amazing.
Yeah, even more impressive. Again, huge congrats to you, Redwinter, on a fantastic win. I think, all this hard work, all this time, playing Runeterra and getting better and better throughout all the different seasons throughout the last 2 years. Finally, you get the payoff here, and what a payoff it is as well. Definitely, you're going to cement yourself among, right now, the 9 great players in EMEA with a seasonal championship under your belt. So huge congrats on your very clean play. Great seeing Plunder back in action as well. Good job with the prep, knowing to bring a deck that has great matchup tables as well. I think, it matters a lot, having the prep and also having the execution on the day of. So huge props to you, Redwinter.
Yeah, big congrats, man. You did so well that I'm actually going to forgive you for hating on the Rising Tides meta. And hopefully you enjoy that win. You really deserve it. And yeah, have a great time, man. Well done.
Thanks.
That will be it from our seasonal champion winner for A Curious Journey. What a great seasonal. As always, Mogwai, I think, we always come into these tournaments, some matchups, some decks a bit oppressive, but overall, it just is always a lot of fun.
Today was great, though. Like, honestly, like, today was one of my personal favorites in regards to match quality. Like, we had some really quality games. Games that, if you're trying to get better at Runeterra, like, watching the VOD and everything and studying them, there's a lot to learn from, I think. It was a very educational season, or at least for me. I don't know. I felt it was very neat in that sense, and it was great. Good
But that won't be the only seasonal for today. We have the Americas region coming up. Not NA, not only North America. We have, of course,
NA,
South America as
lol.
well. Not okay, NA, okay, but America, we got to give them some respect. Brazil definitely always on the map. Argentina, we have some great players coming out from South America as well, and just overall, always going to be a treat to watch these players. A lot of big names, but always going to be, the different storylines from newcomers, from players that are kind of dark horses trying to prove a point as we move into the 9th seasonal tournament of Runeterra's competitive history. So definitely stay tuned for that. 12:30 p.m. PST. You can do the time zones on Google by yourself, viewers. I trust you guys to do the right thing and get the right answers. But that'll be it from us today. Mogwai, a pleasure casting with you. As always, a pleasure getting to see the different narratives and storylines develop in EMEA with players coming and going and trying to prove a point. And great to see a player like Redwinter finally getting a big win for himself as well. So hope you guys enjoyed the tournament. Mogwai, any last word from you?
Yeah, I actually, my mind went blank for a second. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed. We got some 6 matches today, and I just cannot speak apparently. Love ya. Hope you enjoyed the event. We'll see you next time.